Daniels, awesome story last year. I love Jaden Daniels. I think he's really freaking good. Obviously deserved to be Rookie of the Year, although I had a little bias to Brock Bowers, who was unbelievable, first team All-Pro, by the way. But amazing. Do it again. And then you got, the Minnesota Vikings were a playoff team last year. JJ McCarthy? Like really?
I need to see it before. I was never all that sold on him.
Would you be shocked if he struggled this year and the Vikings were not a playoff team? Would that be shocking?
Ooh, a rookie quarterback struggling in the NFL. That's unheard of.
Thank you.
All rookie quarterbacks are successful right off the bat.
Again, and he's not technically a rookie, but a redshirt. He might as well.
Yeah, he is a rookie. He's basically, yes, a rookie there. So yeah, there's question marks there. NFC South, I don't know who even the best team in the
Bucks.
NFC.
Bucks are good,
but yeah, they're going to be a 9-8 division winner. I think the Panthers will not be a pushover. Bryce Young had a great finish last year, and
surge.
I think the Panthers. I don't want to sound like I'm Steph Curry diehard Panthers fan here, but I do think the Panthers are going to be a nuisance in that division. The Falcons. They're going to be
Penix. Does he take
another
interesting
step?
what
Penix looks like here. So yeah, the NFC South. No one in that division really does worry me all that much, though Baker, I do think, can win a playoff game.
He has.
Not say that he
has.
Yeah. The NFC West, though, again, it's just can the Niners take care of business against their division rivals? I think if they could do that, I mean, when they went 2-4 against the division last year, I think or did they go 2-4? No, I think they were 1-5 against the division last year.
They had that one win against the Seattle Seahawks.
Yeah,
Seattle.
Everyone's feeling really good about the season at that point. So obviously, yeah, if they go 4-2 against the division this year, then take care of business elsewhere, you start to see very quickly how a division title can actually come in play for the 49ers. And then you get a home game in the first round, all in on that. And again, I like the talent enough on this defense to, if they're performing the last 2 months of the year, if this defense is clicking in November and December, I like this defense on the road in a playoff game, should the 49ers have to actually do that. And there is a very realistic possibility, as Florio put it, and I don't disagree with this, the Eagles could very well be at the end of this yellow brick road that the 49ers are going to be traveling down here on the way to the wonderful world of Oz that is Levi Stadium for the Super Bowl.
Maybe. And again, it's like we talk about Super Bowl hangovers. It's real, obviously, for the losers, but it's real for the winners, too. Like the fact that the Kansas City Chiefs were trying to three-peat last year, I don't think we appreciated it enough. I think we were all just having Chiefs fatigue, kind of like what Florio was saying. So it's just like, oh, the Chiefs again. But it's, and I hate giving them credit. Trust me, I cannot stand that the entire franchise, that the whole Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift. I can't stand the Chiefs. The fact that they were going for a three-peat last year, though, is freaking incredible. And I do think speaks to just how difficult it is to win at this league. So the Eagles absolutely have to show us again.
The wear and tear of 3 very long seasons. Keep in mind, they were in the AFC title game the year before that, and that AFC title game appearance was sandwiched between 2 other Super Bowl appearances. Yep. So, I mean, they've gone to 5 of the last 6.
Patrick Mahomes has only known conference title games or Super Bowls. Yeah. That's all he's known in his career.
And eventually, when you have like
a starter,
the wear and tear on a team it gets to you at some point.
The Warriors.
Yeah. And so it's incredible the fact that they're still, and it's not crazy to say that the Chiefs offense is going to be just one of the top in the league this year after struggling for most of last season, even with Rashee Rice on ice for the first 6 games of the year.
Rashee Ice?
Oh, that's a good one. The Chiefs are going to, and I like what Florio said, they play with their food and they know they're going to win, and the other team knows they're going to figure it out, unless you just do what the Eagles did and blow them out of the water.
The Eagles were that, like, the person that is in the, like, you always see it, right? The jail scenes in whatever show. Mm-hmm. And it's the Chiefs were the new guy sitting down, and he has his food, and he's trying to eat his, like, slop, his gruel or whatever. And then the
new guy comes over
bruiser comes
swings
over,
on him,
just takes the food.
Well, like Adam Sandler in Longest Yard, where he just takes a tray and just whacks him in the back of the head.
That's what the Eagles did, the Chiefs. We got about 8 minutes before Fast Five. We want to do a little this or that? Want to?
A little impromptu?
All right, Niners unveiled new uniforms they're rocking this year. Rivalry week, Nike. They're black. They got red lettering are red numbers, red numbers with the gold trim on the outline, and they got black helmets. In or out? 888-957-9570. Rapid fire. I'm going to start with Sam. We in or out in the black jerseys?
I think I'm out on them.
Really?
The Niners, I'm going to pull a Joe Shasky here and say, you have iconic uniforms. You don't need to do this. I don't see the black. I don't think it works for the Niners. I think the Niners should stay away. Dive into the red and the gold. That's where your home is at. I think I'm not vibing it. I would have gone gold helmets too with the black. I think you got it right there. But listen, it's 1 week. It's week 18, which I think is kind of weird. It's a week that is by and large meaningless in the NFL.
Could mean something in the Seahawks.
Well, that's true. Yeah. Again, if they're playing the Seahawks for the division title in week 18, and that would be at home at Levi's, probably be a Sunday night game.
You would assume.
You know what? If it's Sunday night for the division, a la 2019, but at Levi's rather than up at Lumen Field, yeah, you know what? Those jerseys might hit a little bit under those bright lights, but that's going to be in January. I mean, who knows what the world's going to look like in January? The Warriors might be dwarfing the Niners in terms of relevancy at that point.
Kuminga? He's going to be balling come January 2026? We might have
a resolution on the Kuminga crisis by then.
888-957-9570. It's the same number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Niners unveiled black alternate uniforms they'll be rocking week 18. Are we in or are we out? It's a yes or a no. And we have a poll up on our YouTube channel, do we not? And
yes, just very simple. Do you like the new black rivalry jerseys? Yes or no?
What's it at?
At this time, it is a 56% to 44% in favor of yes.
Okay.
It's a very fresh poll, though.
Very fresh.
Yeah,
okay.
Our YouTube stream kind of crashed, so we had to restart it.
That happens.
Start a new poll on the fly.
We had so many people on there, it crashed. That's what happened.
By the way, the last poll we had was Jennings closer to getting traded or starting? And I think it was 55% think that he's closer to starting week 1.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to get traded.
I don't think he's going to. I started off the show saying I think he could get traded, but Mike Florio spoke sense into me, so that's why I like to have him on. He educates us.
This or that, 888-957-9570. In or out on the new alternative Giants jerseys. Niners jerseys, I should say. I'm in. I like them. I like that they're slightly different from the old black alternative jerseys from a decade ago. I like what they did with the numbers. I think the red with the gold trim looks awesome.
The saloon font on it does look good. There are elements of the jersey I do like, but the overall, it's just not enough for me.
Carter is a massive, massive San Francisco 49ers fan, and I would love to get his opinion on these because he's a big jersey guy.
Yeah,
because he wears big jerseys?
Yeah, literally.
I think someone in the chat here said it well, which is there a meh option? I just think they're
it's
okay.
This or that. It's not this,
and
that, or eh.
I was on your side, Spadoni, where I was into them, but I think Florio brought up a good point. The NFL to me is like a traditional league, and I just want there to be 2 jerseys. That's it. Like I don't need the whole Oregon thing happening in the NFL. I just don't need it.
Well, then let's discuss a bit like the teams that should, under no circumstances, we'll stick to the NFL. It's teams under no circumstances that should change their jerseys. Cowboys, right?
No.
Shouldn't
Don't ever change them.
Don't ever change them.
Well,
we love to hate them, but don't change them.
They have the whites and they have those alternate blues.
The blues.
Too. What they're at right now, they're good. Let's talk about Buffalo Bills.
They're red, white, and blue. I don't hate the Bills ones.
They're an OG team.
The Bills ones are sweet.
They're like white out. These ones are pretty cool. Like I'll say this with the Buffalo Bills ones. They're so like generic red, white, and blue where they can get away occasionally with a new one.
See, what about the Miami Dolphins? I think they already screwed it up. When they changed their logo, they need to go back to the OG Dolphin with the helmet.
I'll say this with Miami. The whole Miami Vice look of that 80s.
Theirs do actually look cool.
They can go to that. Honestly, and this might be a hot take as the NFL, don't wear pink. Dude, if they rocked like a pink Miami FC style with black trim, I actually think that would have hit pretty hard.
That actually would hit.
And it would be like a light pink too, the Miami Vice. You have some teal in there with the dolphin. And there are such things, guys, as a pink dolphin. If they did that as the logo on the helmet, that would be pretty sick.
That would hit. Dude, in October during breast cancer awareness.
Benny, by the way. My son, Benjamin, Jauan, he's 5 years old. He's like, boys don't wear pink. I was like, stop it. You know what?
You need
Just
to learn
for that,
something.
I'm getting him a Leo Messi pink jersey.
Clearly he hasn't seen Steiny yesterday.
Dude, Steiny today, he's all in on the pink. Is he moving to Miami?
He must be.
I
Benny
didn't see
and
him wearing the
Steiny?
jersey, by the way.
That's a pairing I want to see now. Benny and Steiny.
I was actually getting crushed. Apparently, I was supposed to show off my arms today. Oh, that was the thing yesterday on Crosstalk, not showing off the guns. Oh no, with my jersey I was supposed to. They were saying. No one wanted to.
No, 3 of the guys were. Three of the 4 crossover guys yesterday did do it. I'll let y'all guess who the 4th was.
Subscribe to my Only Joe on that one.
Yeah, gross. Chargers, do they deserve different jerseys?
No, keep it traditional with the powder blue. Well, I'll say this. The powder blue should be the only other one they're wearing other than their white jerseys on the road.
Tennessee Titans.
Go to the Oilers.
They can do whatever.
Go to the Oilers.
That's a team. They can do whatever they want. No one cares.
Go to the Oilers. The Titans one
Whatever
stinks.
makes
They're
Cam
too
Ward
new
looks
of a
good.
franchise for me to care anyway. So we're talking about right now, real quick, it's this or that. And we're saying, are we in or out on these new alternative Black Niner jerseys? But we're also just talking about the teams that should, under no circumstances, change their jerseys. We said Cowboys, don't change. I think Steelers, right? Don't change. Don't leave the jerseys alone.
Don't even go back to those alternate bumblebees either.
No, that's fine. I mean, again, that's one time of the year. But the Steelers, iconic. Eagles, I think they should just keep the Kelly Greens. Those were iconic. Stick with those. I do like their black alternative ones, though, too. The Eagles are an interesting one where the revamp was actually pretty sick with that Donovan McNabb era when they shifted over there. I like that rebranding, and they've stuck with it, and they do the Kelly Greens occasionally. I do like those ones. Bears, right? I do like the iconic, just navy blue. They go to the neon orange occasionally. I do love me a classic Bears
are
jersey.
set with their uniforms. Lions, they started bringing out those grays a few years ago. Those grays have been working pretty well.
I like the grays. I am a traditionalist when it comes to the Lions. But again, they've been so bad for so long that I don't hate that they rebranded. A little bit, right?
Yeah.
They do a little touch-ups here or there where I don't hate it. Packers?
No, you can't change that.
They went to the all greens, which I actually kind of like. But it gives me Oakland Athletics, Sacramento, whatever they call them, energy. A little bit. I'm a sucker for the green and gold.
What about the Falcons? We'll do 2 more here, and then we'll hit Fast 5.
Falcons, and we've just stuck to the NFC.
You can do whatever you
way.
want.
Falcons, you could stick with the black and the red, and then the road whites. I think are iconic. But the black helmets with the black jerseys, or the red helmets with the black jerseys, I think are the ones that the Michael Vick era.
Yeah,
that's what
I think the Falcons, if they want to do some goofy jerseys here, they can do whatever they want there. Indianapolis Colts.
Keep it traditional.
You want to keep it traditional?
Keep it traditional with the Colts. Don't go black. Don't go anything like that. They have the traditional horseshoe. I like it. It reminds me of kind of college a little bit too. Just very simple, very traditional. I love it.
Interesting. I think they could change it up a little bit. Honestly, I think the Colts are just Peyton Manning. That's what I think of. Rams.
Go back to the Kurt Warner era. Go back to the late 90s. Eric Dickerson, Kurt Warner, throwback. I don't like how they rebranded to LA. Very just
SoCal.
Nah.
And then last one here, I think we all agree you can never, ever, 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 ever touch these uniforms in any way, shape, or form. It's the Raiders. It's the Raiders.
Yeah,
you're never changing the silver in black. That's forever. And I think we could just do Fast 5 now.
Forever Fast 5? You tried. It's okay. It happens.
I threw a quick one at you.
You did. A little premature dropulation right there from Sam Lubman. That happens. It's okay.
Premature dropulation.
That happens.
Wow, that's a great term.
Hey, Joe.
What's your final thought today, Sam?
My final thought, I had the guys put some sound on the bottom right of your board.
Yes.
They're going to do an impromptu 60 seconds of Celebrini here. We don't need to play the open for it, but Sidney Crosby, not Sweeney, Sidney Crosby had some big words to say. And Sidney Crosby, by the way,
Crosby? Yeah, who is
probably the best hockey player alive right now, along with Alexander Ovechkin. Had some very high praise to put on the superstar rookie Macklin Celebrini going into his second year. Here's what Sid the Kid had to say about the Mac Daddy.
So the current GOAT, Sidney Crosby,
had this to say about Macklin,
the future GOAT of the San Jose Sharks.
Yeah, I think he's an incredible player. You know, his all-around game at his age is pretty impressive. He's committed defensively, he competes hard. He's got a pretty mature game for his age, and I think having that experience at Worlds can only help. I'm sure he built confidence from that. I know being on the ice with him and then seeing him out there day to day and what he puts into it, I'm sure that's something that's made him a better player right away. So as the year went on last year, he got better and better, and that'll be a big building block. And you know, he's earned the right to be in the conversation.
Sid the Kid.
And earn the right to be in the conversation. Yeah, you're right. What was it? Taylor Archibald in the chat. McDavid, also the best alive right now. Yeah, that is also true as well. But pretty soon it's going to be Macklin Celebrini to be in the conversation for one of the greatest hockey players ever. If that doesn't get you excited for Sharks hockey, then there's just something wrong with you.
I hope someone shows that to Macklin, because that's pretty cool. Like, that's his favorite player growing up, too, and to have the praise from legitimately in the conversation of one of the greatest players in the history of the sport.
Imagine Mike Francesco was like, yeah, Joe Spadoni, he's going to be in the conversation someday to be one of the elite radio guys.
Oh, who cares, is what he's saying.
Joe Spadoni's
Spadoniism, how do you say that guy's name? I love Mike Francesa, by the way. Yeah, if it was him, Francesa, Mad Dog, Stephen A., Howard Stern, one of those guys, that I guess would be the equivalent. But I never played or hosted with those guys in this scenario like Macklin did with Sid. You can't even call him Sid the Kid Crosby. It's his nickname forever.
It's forever.
Right?
You're forever.
He still looks young, even with the grays in his hair. He's got that baby face.
Because he's Canadian.
What do you got, Carter? No, Steven Risotto.
Big Shield, Mike Florio, paperback version and Kindle version are available on Amazon. The Kindle version, again, as he mentioned, is 99 cents.
Basically giving it away.
99 cent only? Is that store still around? I love that.
I think it's called the 184 store now because of inflation.
It is inflation sensation. What's up, Carter? What you got?
I'm going to give you my final thought, and it's a Giants final thought for the day.
No way!
Giants final thought is, I think they win today. They sweep. That means that now they have beaten the Brewers, and they will have swept the Cubs. I can't even remember the last time they got a sweep this year. I'm sure Sam could tell me.
Yeah, man, you seem very emotional regarding this.
But my real final thought is, I think the Giants are going to go on an insane run here at the end of the season, and I think they're going to come up just short of this mark. That's my call.
It doesn't get more giant on 95.7 The Game, and that was the Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity, introducing the 5-year price guarantee. One consistent internet price for the next 5 years guaranteed. My final thought is, it's going to be a hell of a show next with Steiny and Guru, brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Ooh. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the 2025 Red and Gold Summit, and it is happening on Thursday, September 4th, live from King's Fish House at Westfield Valley Fair in Santa Clara. Me and Dibs will be live from 2 to 4, and then the summit from 4 to 6. So Steiny and Goo and Shasky and Spadoni are all going to be there, and we invite you to come over for the hang. Are we really doing this?
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager at Stevens Creek Subaru. The Bay Area has much to offer, with some of the best natural landscape, cuisine, and entertainment in the world. Stevens Creek Subaru also has much to offer, like our good prices, great selection, truly exceptional service, and the Subaru A Lot to Love event going on now. If you're considering a new or pre-owned Subaru, parts or service for your Subaru, or want to visit the Subaristas at our Wilderness Cafe, Stevens Creek Subaru is your destination for all things Subaru.
This month, Lisa 2025 Crosstrek 2.0i for just $269 per month for 36 months on approved credit, plus tax, license, and registration fees. No security deposit needed. $24.95 do it signing. Includes a $650 acquisition fee and an $85 dealer documentation fee and first month's payment. Must take delivery from retailer stock by 8/31/24. MSRP $27,816. 15 cents per mile over 10,000 miles per year. Offer expires end of month. VIN JF2GU ABC7SH275175. See Stevens Creek Subaru for details.
Visit us on Stevens Creek in San Jose, right next to Santana Row, or StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember, buckle up and drive safely.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
This Labor Day weekend, we're celebrating Bob's Discount Furniture's 200th store milestone with the entire Bob's family across the country. For more than 30 years, we've believed everyone deserves the home they love. That's why we brought our everyday low prices on furniture, mattresses, and more to over 200 locations from coast to coast and counting. Not to mention free treats for the whole family in our cafes. Celebrate Bob's Discount Furniture's 200 store milestone this Labor Day weekend. Oh, my Bob!
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same day or next day delivery, or order online and pick it up in store. Kills primers, pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five.
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years at gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm, totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Lisa from Pittsburgh. Lennon and Tony were very polite, on time, and very communicative. They listened to my requests and answered all my questions. They explained everything they were doing and what needs to be done. Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Hi, this is Jill Schlesinger, CBS News business analyst, certified financial planner, and the host of the Jill on Money podcast. This is the show where your money is not scary. It's a show that's all about you. It's your questions that make it possible for me to provide unconventional and entertaining insights on your money, and more importantly, on your life. Listen and follow Jill on Money on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Your cold is coming. Your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
I don't know.
And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty, let's get right to the big news today involving the 49ers. Dude, what do you think of those rivalry uniforms?
You know I'm a uniform nerd. Steiny, I like them. And I'll say this. They're going to be better and pop better once they're on the field with the lights and they clash with the other team's uniform. But I'm not mad. That saloon font, which should be a staple in the Niners end zone every home game, is on the jersey I'm in. Didn't know how I felt about the Radar black, Stanford going black, my favorite color. But I'm going to give it a thumbs up, partner.
Thumbs
up.
up?
Only wearing it once.
Oh.
Last game of the season at home against the Seahawks.
So you like them?
Yeah, I do like them.
Okay. Not really. I don't like them.
But that's not it. What do you like?
What do I
golf.
like?
That's all you like. You don't like me coming in here saying the Giants might still have some action. You don't like anything, and it's okay. Good morning.
Hey, you went in with Marcy today.
You set me up.
What do you mean?
You said she wanted to talk to me, but not on air after I had the BART ride from hell.
Oh, no. You had another?
Well, I had 2 classes, high schoolers going somewhere, and it was Sardine City. I got through it. And I didn't give my chair up to the young punks. I just sat there, had my glasses on. But anyway, Steiny, we had a good conversation today.
Nah, I'm kidding about the uniforms. They're fine. Although, somebody said save that saloon font for the end zones.
Yeah, they should be there every game, but they do it for the playoffs. But you asked me, I told you I like it.
No, I got it.
Yeah.
Hey, so let me ask you this. Yesterday, John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan spoke to the media.
Mm-hmm.
And it started out mostly about Jauan Jennings. And we're going to play a 3.5-minute kind of clip of John Lynch and Shanahan at the podium yesterday, kind of encapsulates it all. We'll do that on the other side, but Goo, here's some things that I took away from it. You tell me if they're accurate or not. There's no resolution to this situation at this point. Lynch said he's not trading Jauan Jennings. Lynch said that it's possible that a calf and contract are involved. It's calf and a contract and a calf.
Call that a number 2.
Can be two things at once. And then lastly, it doesn't sound like they know if he's going to be there week 1. So there you go. That's the latest, right?
Yeah, that is the latest. No, you got it. And I didn't think Lynch had his best verbal game. You know, there was a little, we'll get to it when we play it. But the bottom line, Steiny, is I thought Valdez-Scantling, and it's my fault, might be a signal, you know, like the bat signal in the sky, that maybe the days were numbered for Jauan Jennings. But after that presser and just thinking about it all, there's no way he's getting traded. He may miss week 1 just because you don't want him to get hurt. But, Steiny, I got to feel like something's going to pop before they head to Seattle. That's just me. And the best part of what I heard yesterday is what I've been telling you, Ken, the listeners, all week long, Willard and Dibs, anybody that'll listen. I do understand this is not Pee Wee Leagues. It's not the Pony League. But the bottom line is Lynch went out of his way to say they had confidence in one Jake Moody. And I understand you can say that doesn't mean diddly squat, but it does in a sense that that's why he has this roster spot. And I think saying that out loud in the State of the Union will go and do something for one Jake Moody and hopefully helps him get out of this mental war zone he's in when it comes to just kicks.
Yeah. I mean, Moody's going to be a week-to-week proposition, I feel like, with this team. He's going to be judged kick by kick. As for Jennings, Goo, it feels to me like the 49ers are simply saying, let us know when you want to play. Let us know when you want to play. The contract, you ain't getting.
What about the incentives that you brought out yesterday? He ain't going to risk that. That's why. Come on, man.
I'm not convinced he has incentives. That's just me. But I could be wrong on that. I
heard you and Willard discussing that off air.
Yeah, I could be wrong on that. I know there's been incentives that have been printed and have appeared online. I didn't see them in the contract itself, so maybe I missed that part, or maybe that part wasn't included. I'm not 100% convinced about those incentives. Not that it matters that much.
But if you're Jennings, it does. If you're going to risk losing your bread and the possibility for the catches, touchdowns, and yards, things like that, Steiny, that's a big deal.
Well, then he's got to play.
Yeah, and
then he's got to shut his mouth and play.
Well, he ain't talking.
It's really that simple. Well, I'm sure he's saying something to them.
Speaking of which, you always give me some love about my corporate background, you know, President's Club, and watching some of the smartest men and women and some of the best talkers in the game. So if you allow me to say, yesterday, Steiny, I didn't get a lot of confidence from Lynch in regard to not what he was saying, but it was how he was saying it. And it was the Jennings subject matter that sticks out. Like, he sounded baffled and confused, Steiny. You told me about the movie Dazed and Confused. Yesterday, I got a little ingredient of baffled and confused on how to verbally talk about what's going on with Jauan.
Well, I don't necessarily hold that against him because obviously he's got to be careful with what he says. You don't want to throw Jennings under the bus. He's not going to say, well, Jennings is healthy and he's not playing. He's not going to say, well, Jennings wants so much money and we're not going to give it to him. He's just like, that's not what he's going to say. He's going to protect the player. Yeah. He's going to try to protect the team. And it does sound to me, though, like they've told Jauan Jennings pretty clearly they're not trading him and they're not dealing with his contract. And so if that's the hard line they're going to take, then it's on Jennings. Then he's got decisions to make. And it's not that dissimilar from Kuminga, to tell you the truth. And, the way I was looking at it today was, if you really want to boil it down, we got two guys in the Bay Area that they don't want to be here. They don't want to be on the teams right now that they're on.
What if I said I don't have Lynch and I just get Jennings in there?
He asked for a trade.
Yeah, but it was rescinded and his agent said that never happened.
It wasn't. John Lynch said he asked for a trade yesterday. He said he asked for a trade earlier this offseason. Kawakami asked him when, and he goes, I'm not getting into all that. But we're not doing that, meaning we're not going to trade him.
But remember, I came in here saying, and you were like, no, Guru, that didn't happen. But Lynch said it did happen.
It did happen. Yeah. Lynch confirmed that yesterday. So we got the way I look at it is we don't have, we have two guys here that under little different circumstances, but two players that, to me, they don't want to be here. So what do? They don't want to be here. And I don't really want to put Kuminga into this. I just feel like there's a theme going on with both these guys. What do you do when you have a player that doesn't want to be there?
Well, unlike Jennings, I think the Warriors, mainly Joe Lacob, when I say the Warriors, knows and can forecast Kuminga's growth, his potential, and I believe Joe Lacob wants nothing more than Kuminga to remain in a Warrior uniform. And I believe that has a lot to do with where they're at right now in the stalemate. But Jennings, on the other hand, again, we don't know what's behind door number 15. That's his number, Steiny. If he's asking for something ridiculous, I kind of go to the side of the team like, dude, you ain't worth that. But what if it's not something egregious or...
Well, to me, at this point, it doesn't matter. The 49, whether he's asking for $500,000 more or $25 million more, the 49ers apparently have said no.
But what he has is a spot on the 53-man.
For now, he does. But and yeah, I that's the other part. I mean, just to lump Kuminga in there. Yeah, Joe Lacob loves Kuminga. That's great. Kuminga still doesn't want to be here. He doesn't want to play for Joe Lacob. He's got to play for Steve Kerr. So, it's delicate because I don't know what you do. You don't just kick these guys to the curb. But by the same token, if you don't feel like you want to give in, then where does that leave you? All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. 49er fans, you heard John Lynch yesterday, offered as much clarity on the situation as I guess he could or he felt like he wanted to yesterday. So where are you right now with Jauan Jennings and the 49ers? You like the way the 49ers are handling it? It looks like they're giving, Jauan Jennings some hardball.
Yeah, tough love.
And if you like that, then you're on the 49ers side. If you think they need him, you're probably on Jennings' side. 888-957-9570 is the number. And that segment was brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for this amazing deal and more for members. USDA choice beef ribeye, New York strip steak or boneless beef tri-tip roast, bone-in steak or untrimmed tri-tip roast. Buy one, get one free of equal or lesser value when you buy two. See you in the aisles.
Game day just got an upgrade. Whether you're gearing up or winding down, Westfield Valley Fair is your go-to spot. Hit the latest gear at Shoe Palace, grab bold bites at Shake Shack and Eataly, and catch the action on big screens at King's Fish House. From premium shopping to epic eats and entertainment, make every football Sunday legendary. Westfield Valley Fair, where football fans fuel up in style.
If your end of summer plans don't include a trip to Macy's, then you're missing out because our Labor Day sale has huge savings to wrap up the season in style. Like dresses from Karl Lagerfeld and INC, 100 and under. Plus, just what you need for fall, like Levi's for your whole crew, 30 to 40% off. It's also the best time to update your home with our lowest prices of the season on furniture, mattresses, and more. Hurry in. Macy's Labor Day sale is going on now. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with Full Suite Savings Event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson. Justice for workers.
Odyssey San Francisco is proud to present our 2025 Q3 Game Changer, Frankie Fan. She's the go-to pro for fast answers, flawless support, and always going above and beyond. Frankie doesn't just help, she leads. Frankie, you truly are a game changer.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line.
Warriors head coach Steve Kerr now joining us on the River Islands guest line.
Joining us right now on the River Islands guest line, none other than Steph Curry.
River Islands and Lathrop combines new home neighborhoods with lakes, parks, and trails. All new charter schools, a waterfront restaurant, and all the elements to make the good life your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. Our Labor Day sale's on now, and it's big. Up to 50% off store-wide, 0% financing for 2 years, and we pay your sales tax. Go to floorstores.com for directions. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar!
Oh, these polymers aren't as flexible as batch K3.
Researcher Laurie is stretched thin.
Did you get the vulcanization analytics from V66? Wait, are these rubber scores from last week?
She needs to hire new lab technicians so she can bounce back into her old self.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our matching platform lets you spend less time searching and more time connecting with candidates. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Of course he is too late, man. This team is better than they've shown. I will never not believe that. What Guru has entered the chat.
Quit spying on me, man. Somebody said Devers is hitting the hell out of the ball, and I said, yes, he is.
Yeah,
I will never not believe
too.
this team is not better than what they've shown.
Okay.
And now it might be a little too late, but yeah. I have a new favorite Giant, and I'm not ashamed to say it. His name is Rafael Devers. How do they know to go play it?
It's their job. That's what they do.
But how did he know where that button was at that had that and not knowing we were going to do that?
It's kind of like having a keyboard.
Give me a 30 for 30 on producers.
That'll do well.
Do we got a threesome tomorrow?
Easy. Careful.
Oh, God. Dude,
what are you talking about, by the way?
I need to go to... We got Marcy coming in.
For 5 minutes.
Lee, grow up.
She's coming in for 5 minutes. All right.
Yeah.
Yesterday, Shanahan and Lynch talked to the media, and it was after they cut down to 53. Jauan Jennings, obviously the big story. Looks like he may be a little hurt. Looks like he definitely wants another contract, and it looks like the 49ers are definitely not going to give it to him. We put together this little 3.5 minute clip. This is basically your Cliff's Notes for yesterday's press conference, and then we'll get into it.
Jauan Jennings and just how that fits into the overall picture of the 53.
Yeah, so Jauan's still working through his calf issue, making progress. You know, we're kind of like everyone else, hopeful but not sure, you know, on week one. And, you know, we'll proceed as such. And so we're working to get the best mix out there. We added a piece today, and, you know, in MVS, Marquez Valdez-Scantling, and thrilled to have him part of it. And, you know, we move forward.
Are you involved in any other wide receivers?
You know, we're always trying to improve our roster.
You guys have mentioned his MRI in the past. Do you guys see progress with that, with the imaging that's been taken on the calf?
Yeah, you don't image a guy like daily, you know. So that's something that happened a little bit ago, and you know, if it doesn't get better soon, I'm sure we'll be doing more of that.
Is it worse than you originally had thought it was going to be?
Yeah, but I also, you know, calves can take a long time. That's one thing with that injury. Played with guys who they can take a while. So.
John, I'm sure you may be aware that there's been some conjecture that there's more than just a calf going on, given his desire for your contract and everything. Are you convinced when he is healthy that he'll be ready to play?
Well, there's a lot that goes into that, Eric. You know, ideally, everybody has a training camp. Everyone's out there. You know, that's a perfect world. But, you know, he's been putting in work to the side, and we'll have to make that judgment when the time comes. You know, the other thing is both things can be true. You know, he wants a new contract and he's got a hurt calf. So I think people want to assume one or the other. Both things can be true.
When you make your decisions on the wide receiver position specifically, do you have to do it assuming you might not have Jauan for the first few weeks?
I think we make every decision on this roster with so many things in consideration. So, yes, of course.
Has he asked to be traded?
You know, a while ago he did, but that was a long time ago, and we've moved on from that.
That was during camp, or was it before?
I'm not getting into when it was, but it was a while ago.
And this is a team that's had great chemistry, obviously, but it's also had some contractual issues in the past. What does it tell you that Jauan did ask to be traded, and how does that change the way you think about him or the way he exists on this organization?
No, that doesn't faze me at all. I don't think it has anything to do with team chemistry. I don't think it has anything to do with how we approach each other, how we spend our time with each other. That has to do with business decisions, and those are the business decisions people make. But I don't look at any of that stuff. I mean, you get a tweet of that while you're on a vacation, and I don't get the tweets, but when people copy a tweet and send it to me, that's about all I get, and I usually move on with my life.
John, when you said he did ask for a trade a while back, has that trade request been rescinded?
No, he asked for it, and we've moved on. And we're not doing that, so we're moving forward.
What is his contract site says that he has incentives baked into that contract that he signed? Does he have performance-based incentives?
I think that report, somebody put that in front, that was from last year. So those are things that he's already earned from last year.
All right. Yeah. And I was a little too hard on Lynch, Steiny. Somebody said it in the chat, and I'll say it to you. My biggest takeaway is Lynch is over the Jennings situation. You could tell he's irritated, and, they blew past his wanting to get traded demand, and he's still a 49er, and I'll double back, and, I do this frequently. I do think now there is something lingering with the calf, and John kept it real saying, it's a combo of both, Steiny. So I just feel like he's over it, man. But I don't know if he'll be out on the field against Seattle. And it sounds like John Lynch and Kyle are prepared for him not to, via calf or contract.
Yep, absolutely.
All right.
I think
I'll take that to the bank.
I think that's a fair statement. I interpret everything that Lynch was saying as a way to update us as much as possible about what's going on, but keep as many options open as possible. Clearly, if Jauan Jennings goes out and says the calf feels good, I'm going to practice.
Well, then whole new ball game.
Then we got some action, but I don't know if he's going to practice at any point. It doesn't sound like it through his social media, but I'm not going to make an assumption there that he's not going to practice. So is there any doubt that the ball right now is in Jauan Jennings' court?
No, but there may not be a hoop to shoot it on, Steiny. That ball may just lead you back to playing what you signed up for last year when you got your new deal and help the Niners. But as far as that ball leading you to new money, I think that court there is no court for that. I could be wrong.
The thing that I found interesting at the very end, what Shanahan said, was when he was asked about, does this affect chemistry? And Shanahan said, this isn't a chemistry issue; it's a business issue. And I was thinking to myself, well, is it really? I mean, couldn't you make the case that if Ayuk's contract situation last year negatively impacted the way Jennings went about his situation this year, or, we all know what he put on his social media last year. Okay. So I don't want to get into wordplay here, but I do think that, yes, this, I'm not saying it is affecting chemistry, but I do think this is the kind of thing that can impact chemistry. And I also think that I would have to say that Ayuk's contract last year in some way has impacted the chemistry of this team, because I don't think Jennings was crazy about the way Ayuk went about his business and the amount of money he got. So,
no, I'm not mad at you, but, I'm going to do it again, Steiny. I'm going to say I disagree with you. And the only reason is the only ex-football player that I know that's played pro is Lorenzo Neal. And he always said, Goo, when guys try to get your chicken, other guys shut up. They don't hold it against him. And you go out, and if the guy reports, he reports when he reports. But I know that was a big thing from you and a lot of other people saying that the contractual stuff was a distraction. But Kyle just kind of said it like,
Well, he's not going to say that, when these contract things come up, they really hurt chemistry.
But you believe that there was some of that why they went 6-11?
Well, no, I'm just talking with Jennings specifically. I mean, we talked about it a lot. What he was saying during the Ayuk, and you know what?
But people threw rocks at me saying I was searching for something and I was wrong.
He put it on social media, and everybody talked about what he meant. I think it's obvious that.
No doubt about it.
Okay,
he was pointing at Ayuk.
So I would say that the Jennings contract, that the Ayuk contract in some manner affected Jauan Jennings, and now he's here.
And he's taking he's using the same play. But as far as his play, Steiny, he had a great year for his standards.
Right, but I'm talking about
camaraderie and all that stuff in the locker room.
Yeah, exactly. Or not necessarily camaraderie, but if one guy gets paid and another guy has a year left in his contract and starts thinking, I want to get paid too.
I hear you.
I don't know.
But you got to get in where you fit in. If you're not that good or they don't deem you that good, like, let's be honest, regardless of what you think, Ayuk to the organization, Colin John, is a way better receiver than Jauan Jennings. We understand it. Ayuk played the card. He had leverage because his talent was talking. He had that talent. And Jauan Jennings is trying to play that same card, Steiny. And right now, today, the Thursday before Payday Friday, it seems like he doesn't have the Tupac, the juice. He doesn't have the juice that he thought he had. And maybe he does, and it'll get squeezed here next week before they get on the plane and go to Seattle. But now you got to wonder, is it a calf issue, Steiny, or a cash issue? But it's a combo.
It's calf and cash.
Yeah,
cash and calf.
Yeah.
Contract cash and calf.
Man, I just don't like it for the team because now you got to be concerned about Jauan if he says his calf is okay. He ain't been playing in pads much at all, practicing, so you don't want to risk him getting, hurt more. But it is kind of odd, man.
The other thing the Niners, to me, are saying is they're telling the fans what value they place on Jennings. And the value they place on Jennings is not the value that he places on himself. So we got an issue. I don't think there's any doubt about it. And the one thing we don't know is how steadfast Jauan Jennings is going to be about this situation.
And I know Kendrick Bourne yesterday was a report is yet to manifest. I don't know, if it's even going to happen, but I went a little overboard, Steiny, with the Valdez-Scantling, thinking, okay, the handwriting's on the wall, but he's on the practice squad for now. But I do wonder, I just don't see Jauan Jennings not being on this team and nobody saying the Niners taking a step back in their passing game. I'll go there. That's how I feel.
Yeah, I mean, you'd think you subtract Jennings, you're probably not as good, but is it a marginal loss or not? You know what I mean? The other thing, and this is Chicago Jason on the YouTube chat, there's a reason it was only a 2-year deal that Jennings got, and it's because he's not part of their long-term plans.
Well.
And that's obvious. I mean, they've got 2 receivers, a 1 and a 2, that they think right now are going to be their receivers for the next 5 years, Ayuk and Pearsall. They like Watkins.
Jacob Cowan.
There's just no there's no room for the other thing is if he wants more years, then there's no doubt that I don't think he's getting that.
So can I read this to you? Because I know you're not as hip as I am. I got more street cred than you, Steiny, and it's natural. But this was what he posted, Jauan Jennings, on his IG.
When? Okay.
Saturday. You effed around with the wrong dude. Hope your next, I can't say the word, be great. So let's just substitute the word for player or dude, be great. That, to me, is cryptic in regard to, this thing ain't close.
It's not.
You done effed around with the wrong dude. Now that, to me, makes it feel like, hey, Steiny Guru, I know y'all think I'm missing bread, but it's the principality of it. So maybe that's strong. His words, but that's strong, Steiny.
Well, I just...
he's talking to the organization with that one.
Okay. And clearly...
Until they call him and say, hey, we got some money, here you go. All right, I'll be over.
Or until they say, okay, fine. You're going to start missing game checks. Unless he can show... that was the other thing I thought was interesting with Lynch. He goes, you can't image a guy every day.
That did.
But then he said something like... But if, it doesn't get any better, we're going to have to start doing that, meaning we may have to show that he's healthy.
But he did say he played with some guys with the real-life calf issue, Steiny, and it can linger.
Yeah. I mean, of course it can. And you know what? When you're not excited about your contract, calf injuries can tend to linger a little bit longer. Just a little bit. So, there you go.
So you expect him, Seattle? Or
I actually don't.
I'm saying I'm no too.
I don't.
I'm not saying off the team. I'm just saying I feel like this is what it's going to be, man.
By the way, it sounded to me like Lynch said he doesn't have incentives in this contract.
Man. He said that was last year.
Yeah, and he said something like, I saw that reported out there, but so I'm starting to think he doesn't have incentives in this deal.
Yeah.
And Lynch seemed to acknowledge that, which would take the incentives off the table. Like that would take off, that's how I want to say this. I can't even say it. I can't even talk. That would, to me, give him a lack of impetus to, to get back out there because he's not going to lose any incentive or bonus money.
But Steiny, the Bible and other people and persons you talk to will tell you money is not everything. And if he feels like he's being done wrong or he's being disrespected, and if you read that IG post by him last Saturday, it looks like that's how he's feeling, then he's willing to take on that risk. But it is funny putting ourselves in these players and athletes' shoes. Mooney Ward, he told us last year when he realized he wasn't getting that deal, he wasn't part of the plans in the future. He didn't half-ass it by any stretch of the imagination. But Steiny, he walked us through how bitter of a pill that was to swallow. Like you're about to embark on a season, but you already are one step ahead in regard to knowing you're not part of the future plans in regard to the bread. I mean, that's tough.
I'm just looking at Jennings' contract history, and I would assume this is kind of right. His career earnings, $18 million.
Well, he ain't going to be starving then.
No, but I mean, and I'm not scoffing at $18 million, but I'm just saying.
You asked him for that 1 year now?
No, well, I'm just saying you've made 18 for your career. Can you really not play this year?
Right.
And what, hit free agency next year after a year not playing?
Mm-hmm.
What's that going to mean for the future of his
Steiny, but he's not
career.
22 like Kuminga. He's 28.
Right.
So this will probably be his last, hoorah. I know he feels like all them balls I caught, me saving Purdy and this offense's ass, even when Ayuk went down, me doing everything that you asked, blocking downfield. I've been a great soldier. Y'all can't give me a bump.
Well,
that's how he's feeling.
Right. And he's allowed to feel that way, and they're allowed to say, you ain't worth it, which is what they're saying.
Steiny, I love the Bay and all the reporters. Am I wrong if I was just grading everybody's question? How far apart are you all? That didn't come up.
I don't think they're negotiating. I don't.
Jerry Jones and Micah did.
I mean, he basically said, we're not doing that. Now, I think he might have been speaking specifically to a trade, but
is anything imminent?
I mean, talked to somebody yesterday who just said he's going to play. He has to play.
Wow.
When push comes to shove, he's going to have to go out and play for the contract that he's got right now. So if you don't want to play, then you're not going to get paid.
So do you think in a crazy world, Steiny, he should have pulled this stunt, if we want to call it that, before he signed that last deal?
I mean,
you know what I mean? If you saw or he probably thought he could finesse it this way. I'll play one, put up some numbers, let him know now, especially with the Ayuk situation. Who knows? When he saw that happen, he probably was like, I'm going to do it. Maybe he might not even been thinking about doing it. But it is what it is. It didn't sound like they're about to cave in or give him any new money. And if you're right, they're not even negotiating, then that's why that question was not brought up.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to play this one more time. Right. This is John Lynch, and we could head into the break afterwards. But this is John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan once again from yesterday. It's just about 3 minutes, not very long, but it gives you everything pretty meaningful about the Jennings situation. And then next segment, I'm going to open up the phone lines to get your all reaction. But this is John Lynch. And this puts everything together from yesterday. And we'll talk about it after.
Jauan Jennings and just how that fits into the overall picture of the 53.
Yeah, so Jauan's still working through his calf issue, making progress. We're kind of like everyone else, hopeful but not sure, on week one. And, we'll proceed as such. And so we're working to get the best mix out there. We added a piece today, and in MVS, Marquez Valdez-Scantling, and thrilled to have him part of it. And we move forward.
Are you involved in any other wide receivers?
We're always trying to improve our roster.
You guys have mentioned his MRI in the past. Do you guys see progress with that, with the imaging that's been taken on the calf?
Yeah, you don't image a guy like daily, so that's something that happened a little bit ago, and if it doesn't get better soon, I'm sure we'll be doing more of that.
Is it worse than you originally had thought it was going to be?
Yeah, but I also, calves can take a long time. That's one thing with that injury. Played with guys who they can take a while. So,
John, I'm sure you may be aware that there's been some conjecture that there's more than just a calf going on, given his desire for a new contract and everything. Are you convinced when he is healthy that he'll be ready to play?
Well, there's a lot that goes into that, Eric. Ideally, everybody has a training camp. Everyone's out there. That's a perfect world. But, he's been putting in work to the side, and we'll have to make that judgment when the time comes. The other thing is both things can be true. He wants a new contract and he's got a hurt calf. So I think people want to assume one or the other. Both things can be true.
When you make your decisions on the wide receiver position specifically, do you have to do it assuming you might not have Jauan for the first few weeks?
I think we make every decision on this roster with so many things in consideration. So, yes, of course.
Has he asked to be traded?
A while ago he did, but that was a long time ago, and we've moved on from that.
That was during camp, or was it before?
I'm not getting into when it was, but it was a while ago.
And this is a team that's had great chemistry, obviously, but it's also had some contractual issues in the past. What does it tell you that Jauan did ask to be traded, and how does that change the way you think about him or the way he exists on this organization?
No, that doesn't faze me at all. I don't think it has anything to do with team chemistry. And I don't think it has anything to do with how we approach each other, how we spend our time with each other. That has to do with business decisions, and those are the business decisions people make. But I don't look at any of that stuff. I mean, you get a tweet of that while you're on a vacation, and I don't get the tweets, but when people copy a tweet and send it to me, that's about all I get, and I usually move on with my life.
John, when you said he did ask for a trade a while back, has that trade request been rescinded?
No, he asked for it, and we've moved on. And we're not doing that, so we're moving forward.
What is his contract site says that he has incentives baked into that contract that he signed? Does he have performance-based incentives?
I think that report, somebody put that in front. That was from last year. So those are things that he's already earned from last year.
Yeah. Oh, no, there it is.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. So, yeah. We got that. There it is right there. That was last year, Steiny.
Yep.
So he wouldn't be missing that if he sat out.
No, so he doesn't have incentives, which I don't know if that's an advantage for him or the team or what.
I felt like it was an advantage for the team thinking he would come in.
Yeah, you might be right.
But now he's like, I got those.
Yeah.
And the power of social media. The head coach of an NFL team is just like our Vine. When Kenny sends something pops on Twitter and somebody sends it to him.
Yep.
Amazing.
All right, let's get into it on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number. You heard what John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan said yesterday about the Jennings situation. What do you do if you're the Niners at this point? Do you like the way the Niners are playing this? They're playing hardball. That seems pretty clear to me. Do you disagree with that even? But it sure seems like the San Francisco 49ers are telling Jauan Jennings, you're either going to play on the deal you have right now or you're not.
And we
so
ain't trading you.
Let us know what you want to do. 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by Honda of Vallejo.
Interest rates as low as 0% APR long-term financing on your next new Honda. Honda of Vallejo's Labor Day sales event going on now. Low interest rates means lower monthly payments. HondaofVallejo.com. 0% APR and only 2025 prolongs to AHFC. Super preferred credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Ends 9/2/2025.
The road to Santa Clara starts now.
Let's go Niners!
The red and gold are back.
Purdy spins out of the pocket. Throwing back of the end zone. It's caught! And the toe tap by George Kittle!
Your station for everything 49ers.
The Bay Area's football station. 95.7 The Game.
With the Pettinelli Financial Partners 10th Annual Tournament to Support Autism Society, San Francisco Bay Area, committed to providing resources and activities for local families touched by autism. Sponsored in part by Atco Pest Control. This year's event offers a chance to golf with 95.7 The Game favorites and local sports celebrities. Have your company co-sponsor the event or get details on how you can play. Search 10th Annual Pettinelli Golf at Harding Park.
What time is it? Game time. What time is it? You know what time it is. It's football season, and it's the big fella, Lorenzo Neal. Join me and Evan Giddings every home game for the kickoff show, live at the Laughing Mock Gastropub, Sunnyvale, right around the corner from the stadium. We're talking Niner football and hosting the best game day tailgate in the Bay. Laughing Mock Game Day is the faithful's first stop with games, prizes, free parking, and a shuttle straight to the stadium. Righteously brewed in San Francisco and faithfully brewed for the family.
There's a party at your house, but some are uninvited. Yeah, it's bugs. You've got ants, spiders, maybe a mouse or two. It's a full-blown shindig. But don't let these party crashers ruin your good time. Visit AtcoPestControl.com and let them show those pests the door permanently. Because when the only guests you want are your friends, leave the pests to them. Visit their website today, ATCOPestControl.com, before your house becomes a full-blown infestation. Call 888-900-9697 now for 10% off your initial service.
This is Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney at the Dolan Law Firm.
The Dolan Law Firm handles a diverse line of cases from personal injury to employment law.
We're proud to say the Dolan Law Firm is just as diverse in our attorneys and staff. The Dolan Law Firm consistently achieves outstanding results with over $1 billion in verdicts and settlements.
The Dolan Law Firm, the best, most diverse personal injury and employment law firm we hope you'll never need.
Contact us at dolanlawfirm.com.
The long weekend sale is on at Target with exciting deals you won't want to miss. Stock up on grilling must-haves for a few more sunny barbecues. And while you're at it, ease into sweater weather with fresh new fits for the fam. Whether you're hosting, relaxing, or showing off your new style, Target has your deal in-store, online, and in the Target app. Hurry and save more with the long weekend sale happening now through Monday. Only at Target.
Step up to the plate and save lives with Stanford Blood Center. Donate blood during August and score a free limited edition Stanford Blood Center in San Francisco Giants co-branded jersey, and only available for a short time. This exclusive jersey is our way of saying thank you for being a hero. Every blood donation can help save up to 3 lives, making a real difference in your community. Supplies are limited, so don't wait. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org to schedule your donation.
When growth stalls from turnover, hiring gaps, or operational drag, My Outdesk steps in with elite global talent, fast. Trusted by over 8,500 businesses, they help mid-market and enterprise leaders scale smarter, cut costs, and lead with confidence. With a selection rate under 1%, My Outdesk delivers only top-tier professionals to power your team. They're ranked #1 by TechRadar and U.S. News & World Report, and they're just getting started. See how much you could save and how far you could go at myoutdesk.com. That's myoutdesk.com, where momentum meets results.
I'm Jordan Robinson, host of the new podcast, The Women's Hoop Show. Each episode, I'll be joined by a rotating group of women's basketball experts to talk WNBA, college hoops, the new Unrivaled League, and the shifting landscape of the sport. The game is growing, and so are we. Listen to and follow The Women's Hoop Show and Odyssey podcast, available now for free on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Online security is a must, and millions are choosing NordVPN to stay safer and more private online. And you can do that too. Get NordVPN with 77% off and up to 3 months extra. NordVPN will encrypt your online traffic from data snoopers and internet service providers, while NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro will reduce risk of phishing and alert you about the fake online shops and known scams. And that's not all. If your email address is leaked to the dark web, you will get an instant notification from the Dark Web Monitor and act accordingly. Get the special NordVPN deal today at nordvpn.com. This offer includes a 77% discount on a 2-year plan and up to 3 extra months. Savings and additional terms apply and can be found on nordvpn.com. The offer is valid until October 15th.
Keeping your family safe starts with making an emergency plan. Visit safetyactioncenter.pge.com to get started today. And join PG&E at the Marin Fairgrounds for the 4th annual Ember Stomp Wildfire Preparedness event on September 6th. For more details, visit 957thegame.com.
I'm a journalist with words. I'm my own General Evan. I should be in a mental ward.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. I feel a sense of accomplishment and pride.
Watch, do tell.
I'm officially in. The 95.7 The Game Fantasy Football League. I just paid Lucas Alexander my $100 entry fee.
And then you kicked up on the door and asked where was mine. Don't worry about my financing and romancing.
No.
I'll take care of my financing and accounting by my. How dare you, kid kicks the door open. Where's yours?
This is what you do.
You're the feds.
Get the point. I'm pointing now, not you. I did not say that.
What did you do? You scared me.
Okay, here's what happened. I walked out. I gave Lucas $100. And then he was like, thank you so much. And then I walked back into the studio. I held the door open. And all I said, Goo, was...
To who?
To you. I said, hey, Goo.
Leave me out of it.
No, I just said, hey, Goo, I just paid my $100 fantasy fee.
And there was a line after that.
What did I say?
How about you do the same?
Oh, did I say that? I don't remember that part.
Dude, anyway, I'm thinking about Evan Steiny. He's living his best life in New York. You see his pick yesterday at the U.S. Open? Dude.
Oh, with a martini?
Yeah. Was it an apple or just old school
Looked like
martini?
he had 3 olives in there. Yeah. I could be wrong.
You a big olive guy, Kenny?
I am, but they were melons.
Okay,
it was
I'm wrong.
Dewdrop melon drink or something.
Okay.
Well, risotto. Oh, you were out. He likes a...
I know what he likes.
Watermelon margarita.
Oh, you can get those all over.
Yeah.
Well,
that's it. You cracked the mic to say, "Well."
Steiny, what's your team name in fantasy, or what will it be?
Yeah,
the Steinway.
That's pretty damn good. But are you stealing from? Well, I won't.
No, stealing from who?
The Stein line.
No, because I'm not saying my team name is the Stein line.
Goo, what's your name?
Guru 957 Game. All my passwords. I get fired. I got to say this about risottos. Now, he's having a bad morning. He choked. They had Fleming on, the great Dave Fleming.
Yep.
And he was supposed to do his impersonation, and the chat thinks he choked. Yeah, and it didn't happen.
He's got a couple more opportunities.
Okay, no doubt.
I didn't choke. I was ready to roll.
What happened?
I don't know. That's a question for Spadoni and Sam.
You know what? They might have gotten scared.
Well, I asked Spadoni. He said no, they were looking forward to it. Lovin ain't scared.
Yeah, I don't know.
Hey,
it's not my fault they asked him about golf and college football.
Oh, Kim wants us to get back to sports. Kenny, I love you, baby. Steiny, what do you make of this?
I'll read. How about this? This is from the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. I don't know if I'll throw this opinion out. This is obviously from the text line. Love how the 49ers are playing this. Jennings already got a bump last year, and he wouldn't even be doing this if Brandon Ayuk wasn't hurt. He's good, not great, and who's to say he's even going to have another season like he did last year?
So why not cash in?
Chances are slim to none on that.
Yeah.
Oh, hit the pike, Jauan.
No, he very well may be right, but you've said it unless you've come off of it. We both understand Jauan's mindset he's 28, going on 29, about to be 30, and Ayuk is hurt. He probably thinks he's more valuable now than he's ever been. So I get the play, but now it just seems like it may not manifest into that bump that we talk about.
I mean, the bottom line to me is it feels like the 49ers are saying,
no,
we're prepared to just pretend nothing happened, just get back out on the field.
Right.
But I don't know. I mean, Jennings feels like he's dug in.
Are we making more, just say our show and the other shows, do you think we're making more, or Niner fans, more of this than it is? Are we making Jauan Jennings better than he actually is? Because I don't feel like we are. I think he has an impact on winning and losing, man. I really do.
Yeah, I think he's a third receiver.
That is a number one receiver on third down, it feels like. What if I told you that?
Well,
I'll up the ante.
That to me would be more of a shortcoming of your other receivers. I mean, you know, here's the other thing I think the 49ers are.
Purdy likes throwing to him, Steiny.
Okay. I mean, okay, so pay him. Then pay him if you think you need him. But again, I just feel like we're finding out exactly the way the 49ers are thinking. I think the other thing you got to take into account here is last year, the anticipated role for Jennings, all right, after Ayuk's holdout, and he wasn't great at the beginning of the year, and Pearsall wasn't even ready. So, you know, Jennings had to take on a bigger role than he would have had those things not happened. So, and I think the way the 49ers look at it is, hey, look, when we're right, Jennings isn't a number one or even a number two. And we're not going to give this guy $15 to $18 million a year for being a number one receiver for 3 or 4 games. And that to me makes sense.
Now, I do have to defend Jauan in this sense, Donnie, and I keep going back to it. The playoff run were culminated in the Super Bowl visit a couple years ago. Ayuk was healthy, Debo was out there, McCaffrey was out there. Do you not forget the Green Bay game? Do you not forget the Detroit game?
What I remember most is 6-11.
No, I'm talking about 2 years ago where the team was whole and he still was coming up with big catches.
And he got a contract. He got a contract after that year.
That he did.
So
that he did.
Yeah. All right.
I got nothing for you there.
Let's go to Brian in Palo Alto. Hey, Brian, how are you?
Hey, guys. What's going on?
BPA.
I think, they're taking a stand. They're not just going to allow any player to just hold him hostage because he wants more money anytime he wants it. He's just got a contract extension. They should stop protecting him on this calf story and just say, yeah, this guy's, as far as we know, he's healthy. He's not showing up. I guess he doesn't want to play, so we're not going to pay him. But take a stand, put your flag in the ground, and you can't just give guys more money anytime they feel like they want it. He's under contract. He just got an extension, but stop protecting him. This story, because they don't look great with this sort of vague sort of backstory around it.
Right.
Clearly, this guy's calf's not keeping him from playing. And if you're not going to give him the money, just come out and say, yeah, we pronounced him healthy, so he doesn't seem like he wants to play, so we're going to stop paying him.
Right. Yeah.
That's what I would do. Take a stand publicly.
Well, yeah.
Because, that's...
Well, I think the one...
Isn't that a big assumption? And
appreciate
it,
Brian.
Steiny, to say the calf is healed, though, and I want to do it, but I gotta respect the game, right? In both parties, isn't that a big assumption to say that the calf is ready to go?
Isn't it a big assumption to say the calf is really hurt? I don't know. I mean, what I think's happening is they probably did imaging a few weeks ago, and maybe they saw something, and they haven't done anything since. and he's been saying it's just not getting better.
Well, John did say there was progress, though. John mentioned that there's progress.
But calves are tricky, so that allows him. It allows, when you say he's making progress, but calves are tricky, that means he could be back tomorrow, or he might not be back till December.
Got to be delicate with those calves.
So,
dude.
As for the, whether or not he's injured, it feels like the 49ers are headed toward, as the season gets closer, to find out how injured he is or whether he is hurt at all. And if they believe that he's healthy enough to play, then we got even a bigger problem if he's not playing.
Yeah, but to BPA's point, I'm going to say this, and I'm no shield. They don't look bad in this, Lynch and Shanny, because they gave him a deal already. Just what you talked about. They gave him a bump, and now he's trying. Like, I don't believe they forecasted him doing this, Steiny. They really didn't. And that's why he's doing the whole going to social. I'm not going to call him like a child, but he's talking on his social media. He's not the only athlete that's done it. All of them do it, Braun, but he's just not in that caliber. He's not even Ayuk.
See, I think.
So they didn't see it. I was telling BPA,
disagree.
how did they look bad?
I disagree.
So he should be traded?
No, I disagree that they didn't see it coming. I mean, you can't tell me that Jennings does what he does during Ayuk's contract situation last year. Then they go through a whole year in the locker room. Then the season ends and a report comes out that Jennings is going to ask for a trade if he doesn't have his contract renegotiated. And that was months and months ago.
And that happened.
So, this isn't something that snuck up on him, I don't believe. I think they probably had a sense that he was going to do this. And they might have had a sense he was going to do this right at the end of the season and decided right then we can't do it. They might have started holding the line on Jennings the minute they knew he wanted to redo his contract.
I'll say this to that. I'm not asking, and I never have fronted like I'm a capologist. Every time I hear Jauan Jennings and the San Francisco 49ers, all I think about is number 13, and that's Brock Purdy, Steiny.
Right.
He has the ability and has already demonstrated he can make his job easier. And if this season is about Brock Purdy taking the next step or continuing in the right direction, you need to afford him all of the luxuries that have been around him. And one of them is in sickbay, and Brandon Ayuk, Debo's gone. I just really think people slow down, think about it. It's imperative that they give Jennings as a weapon to Brock.
I'll answer that in a second. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Just through your Brock prism or your glasses, Steiny. Forget all the other who's wrong or right, but just Brock.
Right. You know what I'm hearing you say? And I'm dead serious. You don't believe in Brock. You're coddling him. You actually believe that if he doesn't have his third receiver for 3 or 4 games at the beginning of the year, our porcelain doll's going to break down because he doesn't have anybody to throw to. The guy's making $50 million a year next year. If he has to play a few games without Brandon Jennings, deal with it. You're a top 12 quarterback in the NFL. If
that's amazing. You got that out of that.
If he needs Jauan Jennings because he's so precious and everything needs to be so perfect for him, then you got a quarterback problem.
Right. But Steiny, it's not that. And I love how, it's just almost weird that you went there because that's not what I'm saying. I'm just like, why? Obviously, they're going to miss Ayuk, regardless of the people that think they're not.
Well, not
Ayuk's
really. Not from last year's team.
Well, but last year was a failure. But the reality is you got Ayuk under contract for umpteen years. Him and Brock Purdy are going to be.
Who else is under contract for umpteen years? Ricky Pearsall.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you're going to start that relationship. But even that one might be a bit forced without the luxuries of Ayuk. And now you're telling me Jennings. Again, it's not I'm so worried about Brock. He's done it. you want him to continue to do it. So Steiny, if we find
Jennings,
out what's behind door number, no, he can, but I believe it's going to be more difficult. And I'm not going to sit here and front on Jauan Jennings, and I could be wrong, and I'll take the L. But if you guys are telling me now Kendrick Bourne or anybody can walk off the street and just do what Jauan Jennings has done, that's where I think we're getting a bit Don Wrinkles, and I used it the other day.
Don Wrinkles?
Yeah. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Ridiculous. Why are you laughing?
Don Rickles.
Oh my. Kenny, you got to help your boy out. Oh, Don's my man. Oh, no. He was great in Casino, too. Oh, boy.
Yeah,
he was good. Don Wrinkles. Boy, Goo.
Let's go to Cheech. Cheech is in San Jose. What's up, Cheech? How you doing?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Hey.
Want to get my insights on this Jauan Jennings thing. I'm so over it. If he's hurt, throw him an IR. Bring in someone off the street like Kendrick. Kendrick was, I feel like Jauan Jennings before Jauan Jennings, but Guru might disagree with me on that one. So that's all I got, guys. Thanks.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
And the amount of people that say they're over it.
You throw him on IR, you got to pay him.
Well, then he wins.
Yeah.
I mean, dude wants to play. Yeah. Guru, I agree. You can't just sub in a random receiver off the street and expect good outcomes for the Niners offense. So I guess it and even Kyle's job becomes more difficult without a guy that has become a part of your offense. I get what you're saying, Steiny. You keep going to bat in order. He's number 3, yada, yada, yada. But, man, there's some consistency to him. The offense is copacetic when he's out there, and the fact that Ayuk won't be back, and when he comes back, will he be? So, how much does that help?
All that.
And maybe Jauan
it doesn't
was
help
using
him at all.
Yeah, but I thought it would, I guess, and I think Jauan thinks that as well. Maybe that's why he's flabbergasted. Damn, that didn't even help me.
I also kind of feel like the way I look at it is Purdy's quarterbacked a couple of years. Obviously, you like him. You paid him. Essentially, yeah, the Purdy era started a couple of years ago, but the way I look at it, in a way, it's like, okay, it is officially the Purdy era. He's going to be here for a while if things work out well. All right. We've got 2 young receivers that we feel like are going to be the core of our receivers for the next 5 years.
Yeah,
like we got Pearsall, Ayuk, and Purdy under contract for 5 years, essentially. So I am not, under any circumstances, going to be, handcuffed into giving a guy more money to basically just get us through 6 games at the start of, dare I say, even what could be a rebuild.
Then when does it end? Like, this Kuminga thing has only been a nightmare because how long it's lasted.
It ends
and the season's not upon us yet.
It ends when Jauan Jennings makes a decision.
Okay.
Period.
But then there's going to be a scoreboard of ramifications that start soon as that pigskin is kicked off in Seattle at 1:25 next Sunday.
That's why they got Valdez-Scantling. I mean, it's why they got him. And they're putting Jennings in a tough spot. And the way I see it is the only way out for Jennings is to come back with his tail between his legs a little bit.
Would it really be between his? I mean, nobody's going to say, how you lost his teammates. Obviously, they want him out there, but he will be the first Niner that didn't win.
Exactly. Let's go to Tony. Tony's in Oakland. Hey, Tony, what's going on, man?
Well, good morning.
Oh, hello.
What I wanted to say is we need Jennings.
Yeah, stinks.
That dude believes in God like Purdy. So together, they have potential, right?
What?
And so they need to. He needs to be out there. The weakest link isn't whatever. It's Shanahan, as always. This is the person you should be discussing.
Okay.
Because he doesn't know how to maneuver out there, right? He doesn't feel anything. And this is the way, there's this great saying by Mick Jagger. Sometimes it's the music, and sometimes it's more than the music. So sometimes it's football, And sometimes it's more than the football. When they bring that potential, and we all feel it. And as I see it, Jauan can get into the potential. So we need him out there. And why don't we can Shanahan? Because anyone who could make that mistake in the Super Bowl when Mahomes is coming up next, and they go for a field goal, when Mahomes always goes for the touchdown, should be 86 immediately.
Thank you.
Wow. She's great. You agree with her?
No. No, I thought you were going to say, do you agree with me on she's great? I was going to say no.
Yeah. Dude.
I'd like to leave God out of it.
You and him hadn't talked in a long time, huh?
I got a great relationship with my Lord and Savior. What are you talking about?
I don't hear you talk about him much.
That's right.
You make jokes.
Because it's private.
Well, no,
I know him well enough to know that he's got a great sense of humor.
I go to church every day.
No, you don't.
Steiny, I don't have to go pay money to go to church.
Who does?
I talk to him while I'm driving.
Who pays money to go to church?
When you go now, it costs when that thing come around.
You don't have to put money in the basket. If you don't have the money to put in the basket, you can't.
It's coming around twice now, 3 times.
And if you can't afford it the first time, you don't have to worry about the second time.
Church is expensive. Got it? Go ahead. I'm going to stop.
Right, because that just makes no sense.
Who is Don Wrinkles? Oh, my God. Steiny, it's Wrinkles.
Yes, it is. Mike Florio was on with the morning show.
Oh, boy, this ought to be good.
Why?
Because him and Bonte is probably one of the most classic confrontations.
Bonte wasn't on the morning show this morning. He's left our station.
No, he's not.
Joe
He'll
Spadoni,
be in here tomorrow.
Joe Spadoni now doing the mornings
But he's still
on
part of the
95.7, the game. Here is
this dude, man.
This is Mike Florio on Jennings wanting a new contract.
The hardball approach can blow up on the team. We've already seen him potentially hold in. Who knows? Calf injury, it's one of those things where what can you really do? And is the team willing to say, we don't believe you? That just makes everything uglier if the team starts calling BS on the guy claiming he's injured. But as the season unfolds and he's got no security beyond this year, everybody gets banged up. But here's the thing. You don't have to fake them. Every player who's been playing football since he was a little kid has something that he could point to and say, I don't feel 100%. And then you get into a season, we hear it all the time. Nobody's 100%. So as we get deeper into the season and Jauan Jennings compiles bumps and bruises, is he going to say, I can't play this week? What's the team going to do about it? That's the problem. So you have a guy that is not going to be as willing to throw himself into the fray as he was last year because he believes he's grossly underpaid and he's concerned about his security after this season. And if he suffers a serious injury while he's playing, if he does have a minor condition that could become a major condition, he is going to be less inclined to play. So that's a cloud that's going to hang over the team. And by taking that hardline approach, we're not going to do anything about this. Fine, but you're not going to get the most out of your player either.
That's an interesting, different take. And I don't disagree with that.
Don't believe them. You think they believe them? I think both are. I think the combo's going on, cash and calf.
I think it's both, but that's what I.
Is it 90 team cash to calf?
That's it. But even if it's 90 contract, 10 calf, he can say, I can't go out there unless I'm 100% because I'll make it work.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Do we have a situation where maybe Jennings plays week 1 and gets hurt?
I don't know if he's in shape or ready to go out there week 1. What about the ramp up here? That starts Monday, right? I mean, it's Thursday. He ain't out there Monday, Steiny. He could sign and you don't. I know Bosa had 3 sacks. People keep bringing that up.
Actually, that's not true. Somebody fact-checked me on that.
Baldy said that.
Yeah, I know. He might not have been right. Because Baldy said that Bosa had 3 sacks in his first game back against Pittsburgh. I repeated it, and then someone texted me and said, no, he didn't.
And I just heard that again yesterday.
Well, it's easy enough to figure out.
Yeah.
I could probably do it by the break, but I want to get out on time. We'll have that answer for you.
You got younger guys with fresher minds that are faster. They could get to it faster than you.
They don't even know where to look. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. I see Marco and Chucky. I will get to you guys on the other side. And the 49ers,
Coming off a 6-11 last place finish in the NFC West last year.
And now they've officially got at least one issue with Jauan Jennings. We'll see if it's two with the kicker. That segment was brought to you by Cars for Kids. That's Cars with a K.
95.7 The Game congratulates Cars for Kids on 30 years of changing lives. Over 1 million cars donated. More than 100,000 kids helped. Be part of the legacy. Donate your car today at carsforkids.org and join over 1 million satisfied donors.
Hey, this is Willard Dibs from 95.7 The Game with great news from Safeway. You can earn Safeway rewards with each purchase you make. Then use your rewards for discounts on groceries or up to 20 cents off per gallon in gas rewards at participating Chevron or Texaco stations, and up to $1 off per gallon at participating Safeway fuel stations.
Not a member? Register for an account with your phone number at checkout and start earning rewards today. I personally love shopping at Safeway and saving up to 20% on my purchases for you with personalized deals, meal plans that list the ingredients needed to make shopping easy, and pet perks. There's something for everyone, including a free item every month from some of my favorite brands.
If you sign up today, you can get $5 off your first purchase of $25. Restrictions and exclusions apply. Learn more at Safeway.com/4U. That's Safeway.com/FORU, as in the letter U. We will see you at Safeway soon.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with xFi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I knew that I was not living the life that I wanted to live, but I didn't know how to get back on track. It gave me the time and space to take life one step at a time. I have a life beyond what I could ever dream. I know that anyone can recover. I am living proof that recovery is possible.
Get treatment. It works. Learn more. Visit livingproofsf.org.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Mila, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Mila kitchen package. Visit the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Sponsored by Cars for Kids, the easy way to donate your car. Donate today, and your car can be picked up tomorrow. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS today, or donate online at carsforkids.com. Remember, that's Cars with a K.
This is McGruff the Crime Dog, and I need you to help me take a bite out of crime. Another teenager, victim to fake pills bought from social media. This doesn't seem like a drug deal, but it definitely is. Should buying prescription pills be that easy? Many fake pills contain fentanyl, and an amount small enough to fit on the tip of a pencil can be lethal. So listen, before buying pills from social media, think again. Learn more at McGruffPSA.org and go for real. Brought to you by USPTO and the National Crime Prevention Council.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details. Restrictions restrictions and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
I'd like to leave God out of it.
I don't hear you talk about him much.
That's right.
You make jokes.
Because it's private.
Well, no,
I know him well enough to know that he's got a great sense of humor.
I go to church every day.
No, you don't.
Steiny, I don't have to go pay money to go to church.
Who does?
I talk to him while I'm driving.
Who pays money to go to church?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I'll tell you what, could you imagine going to church was like buying a movie ticket for $14?
Steiny is
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Hey, depending on which one you go to these days.
Think of how many homeless that we could shelter in churches if churches made you pay a fee because they'd be empty. Come on. That's nothing irreverent.
Yeah, you're on your own.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, I'll tell you what, we didn't get to some NBA news.
Because there is none.
Congratulations to one Tim Legler. Got promoted. And Doris Burke, now not on the A-Team broadcast for ABC. Your thoughts? I loved Doris, but something changed. I don't know what it was, man. Something changed.
I like Tim Legler a lot.
No, I don't think he's got any.
He's
pretty good.
He's from back east.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Know him a little bit.
A little too much tannin, but go ahead.
Yeah. He played for the Warriors for a little stretch.
I'm familiar.
Yeah. But
big for him.
Doris Burke will always be remembered as a pioneer in the broadcasting industry. I do feel like she wasn't critical at all, or she was very careful about criticizing players.
She's going to be with Dave
fine.
Pash, I believe, so
Okay.
she's still around.
Oh, she's just not the main crew.
A-Team, yeah.
Well, neither are we.
Dude, I still listen to Mark Bream and Van Gundy.
Mark Breen.
Yeah, but Mark meaning Jackson, and then I said the nickname, his last name, Breen, and then Van Gundy.
No, you said Bream, like Sid Bream.
No.
Yeah, you did. It's okay.
I said Don Wrinkles. That's my new fantasy name. Dude, I knocked that out the park. That's my new team fantasy name. But anyway, good for Tim and Doris, I guess.
Yeah.
We miss Mark and Van Gundy. Just say that. Hand down, man down.
You know what? When Mark Jackson calls a game, that's when I like him the most. How about that?
Now, I've never heard you give him that.
I like him and Van Gundy.
Wow.
I mean,
my job's done here.
I mean,
dude, they are awesome.
They're fine. They were fine.
It was like a sitcom. They could get serious, teach you the game.
By the way, just to clear this up, these incentives that we were talking about for Jennings, David Lombardi of the SF Standard reported that, and a bunch of people reporting that the incentives in Jennings' contract where he has to play 50% of the snaps for $1.5 million, 60 catches gets him $667,000, 600 yards gets him $667,000, and 6 TDs gets him $667,000. He hit all those.
Yeah. Last year.
Right. He hit them last year.
But I think that hurts the team, though, Steiny. I thought that would lure him back to where he doesn't mess with that money. but those monies have been paid.
Yes.
So you and Willard were having a discussion, I'm snitching, off air. So who was right now with this information?
It doesn't matter.
Will? You are so afraid of that dude.
Let me see. Let me take a call because I got some other stuff to. I got some other stuff to get into. Let's go to Marco in Sonoma. Hey, Marco.
Hey guys, how are you?
Hey.
Good.
So I'm glad we cleared up the whole Jesus and God thing with the Niners. But
thank
you. The Jennings thing, I'm in agreement with a lot of people just saying, let him walk. I mean, if he's not going to be willing to play, if I'm not mistaken, we had one of our all-pro guys play with a broken or fractured ankle all season last year. I mean, that's the kind of guy I want on the field, not someone who's going to be holding out for mediocre performance. And I say let him go. Let the next – and I mean mediocre in the sense that he didn't play all that great last year. I mean, I know he hit his marks, but let's just be real. There's a lot of guys out there, and it's a quality organization. Go out there and show what you can do this year and then sign something. That's just my opinion. But, yeah.
It's late in the game, too, though. It's late in the game to go find something of quality, right?
No, I get you. I totally get it. But at the same time, it's like it's kind of late in the game to do this when you had a contract. You agreed to it, and now you're pulling this. It's not really – I don't know. I'm just not down with that when we've got other guys on the team that are quality and adhere to that, team-first mentality. That's just me, though.
Appreciate the call, Marco.
What if I told you this, partner? On the cusp of many fantasy drafts for a lot of fans out there, but I'm intertwine the league and the fantasy drafts. The way this thing is headed, Ricky Pearsall may be on a Daryl the Guru Johnson team. He's going to get some Steiny. You don't even look shocked. Now that is, dude, I'm just saying, that's what Herm Edwards said.
Healthy.
No doubt. The soft tissue stuff with him, not the hits, but just the hamstrings and things like that. But he's in a spot, man. He's going to be getting a lot of targets.
Yeah, so I'm just looking at Tim Kawakami of the SF Standard. He said Lynch also said the listing of the $3.5 million total of incentive bonuses were from last year for Jennings, not this year's contract. And then Tim says, I use this information. Then he says, but Jennings does have bonuses to earn, but only if he plays games. So the only bonuses he gets is for games played, not for any performance related.
Well, that right there is heavy then, from Jennings' standpoint.
Yeah. Let's go to Chucky's in Oakland.
Chucky.
Hey, what's up, Chucky? How you doing, man?
Hey, good morning, fellas, man. Always enjoy your show, man. Listen to you guys every day, man.
You're the
Appreciate
man.
you both, man.
Thank you.
And Steiny, man, I'm glad you had a good trip, man. I heard you recite some 80s in your handicap, man, so I'm glad you enjoyed yourself, man, and welcome back, brother.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, and I just want to say, man, let me put it right on the table, brought to you by Axo, man. First of all, man, I think that left a bad taste in my mouth when Lynch and Shanahan got caught up in a little contradiction when they first had said that Jauan Jennings didn't request a trade, and then it came up recently where they said that they was aware, that he did mention about a trade, back in time. And so that right there don't smell too right. And I just think, man, I'm with Guru on this, man. I can't believe, man, this is sports, man. I don't care what sport it is, man. When you got a player that proved themselves, now Spadoni tried to say this morning that, he got the numbers on a bad team. But it's the mentality, man. And Kittle spoke on this dude's mentality as far as his presence in the locker room. I'll view this man. I might be speaking overhead. I don't know. But I look at him as a little T.O., man, because T.O., he got the body. I seen this man make catches last year where he just screamed like he get in the paint, blocking out for a rebound, and the defender can't get around his body. I seen this man win catches when he go up and get the ball. He comes down with it, and he blocked. and it's just he wouldn't do anything. He showed that last year, man. And so how do you not know that somebody already proved these type of skills that you want in your receiver? Because, Shanahan is real key on a receiver that block, but you wouldn't have put all that aside until, even though you drafted this guy number 1 in Pearsall and these other guys that haven't even played as much as Jauan Jennings has played in the 49er colors. And so I just don't understand how Shanahan can just disregard what he's seen in Jauan Jennings. And I just think that goes to the arrogance that this guy displays, throughout the past years, that he can just switch anybody, to in his system, and that they're going to show up and just disregard what Jennings has already proven to be. And Kittle has already even backed that up. Somebody is prominent as Kittle in the organization.
No, good stuff.
Appreciate you, Chucky. Thanks for the kind words.
And Spadoni's my guy, Steiny, our guy. But I'll say this, because you do it a lot too. And I mean, man, what's a guy or an athlete supposed to do? Because I talked about Kuminga versus Minnesota. Oh, they lost. I'm not talking about if they lost. I'm talking about, did that dude with the ball put it down for the Warriors and have Minnesota looking like this is a bad SOB? Yes, he did. So it's not always, guys, about, I just feel like he says Spadoni, and I love Spadoni. But Steiny, what was Jennings supposed to do? It wasn't his fault they were all bad. He put up numbers.
He's a good player.
Okay, and there we go. And
he's just not as good as he thinks he is. Or he's not as good as what he's asking for.
We do that a lot in sports, like the byproduct of what was Jennings supposed to do? What he was asked, right?
Well, the word
Kuminga, they didn't win, but he put up numbers. What was he supposed to do?
Supposed to help him win. Be more impactful. And I'm not talking about Jennings. I'm talking about Kuminga. The Jennings thing to me is...
The T.O. part, Chucky lost me, but yeah.
And here's the other thing. This is why words are important. Chucky, I love you. But he used the word disregard. I don't think, that's a strong word. Kyle Shanahan's disregarding what Jennings is and what he's done. I don't know that he's disregarding it. He just might be saying what Jennings does is not worth $15 million a year. And we've got to start being more careful about our money, because guess who's going to be making 50-ish next year? Brock Purdy. So you think they want to tack on an additional Jennings salary to next year when they're going to have three wide receivers under contract no matter what, in Ayuk, in Pearsall, and Watkins I'm even throwing in there. So they don't want him to be under contract next season.
And that's why last year's deal only had 1 year left on it, which is this one.
Yeah. And, and unfortunately what happens here is that it becomes Jennings is great, Jennings stinks, Jennings is good, but he's not that good. Jennings is good, he's better than that. Sal, and now everybody's making their case for and against, and a lot of the conversations, get into, well, one side's disrespecting Jennings' ability, the 49ers are we should be used to this. This is 4 years in a row?
But I thought Niner fans thought they were done with this. Though.
No, in fact, I'd be willing to bet it's going to happen next year. I mean, if
you say that, then it's the nature of the beast, and nothing is going on here that's not abnormal.
Well, here's what I'd like. Who wants to do this stat?
Yeah.
Last 5 years, how many of these have happened around NFL training? Right now, what's his name? Cincinnati, Hendrickson.
No, but they signed him.
They signed him.
All right, what about Micah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Going on
Dak
with Micah
last year.
Yeah.
Signed on the opening day of the game.
Right. And I'm sure there have been others.
McLaurin.
But exactly. But it feels like the Niners have these every year. And it's part of their MO almost.
Yeah. And I think there's some, here we go. Oh, Guru, salary cap expert. But Steiny, I think when you're playing guys that are worthy of getting paid like the Niners have, there's some prestige in that. That is the caveat. That is the slam dunk or the cherry on top of the draft. That's what you want to do. You want to pay your dudes, right?
Who?
The guys that you know. And that's why when you just said, hey, there's going to be another one next year. Well, if that guy is worthy of getting paid, like I believe Ayuk, Bosa, Warner, Kittle, that's what you aim for.
Right, he's not them. Like, and they're saying that. You ain't Kittle, you ain't Ayuk. Like, we have to interpret the actions, and that's what the 49ers are saying. And I also think
I got you saying 8, but go ahead.
I also think the more I think about it, and I'm just piecing things together. A couple days ago, Tim Kawakami of the SF Standard was saying, he thinks that each side is annoyed with the other side.
Oh, we heard it.
And I think I got to believe that one of the reasons from the 49ers perspective, and I'm not saying Jennings doesn't have a gripe, but from the 49ers perspective, I could see how they said to themselves, we just gave you a contract last year.
I got that. I hear that. But he thought he had some leverage with Ayuk being hurt. Tebow getting Jetson. Yeah.
So
question is, when does his agent
say,
you know what, we lost this. You need to report.
Drew Rosenhaus doesn't like to lose stuff like this. He'd rather kind of dig in. Mike Florio was on with the morning show and was talking about, Jennings doesn't want to be here. 49ers don't really want to pay him. How about a trade? A trade.
You go from the 49ers offense to some new team, and you're walking in cold, moving to a new city, new coaching staff, new quarterback, new everything, and you have to catch up on the fly. The closer you are to week one, the harder that is to come in and make a difference. Now, any team that trades for him, if that happens, would have to understand we can't expect this guy to play right away, especially since he hasn't practiced much. That's the other thing about a hold-in. When it's time to go to work, you can't just throw the guy into full reps. You've got to acclimate him or he can be injured. A GM told me after Rashawn Slater, the Chargers tackle who suffered a torn patella tendon under circumstances where maybe they got him going a little too aggressively after he signed his new contract. There's data out there to suggest that players who have held in are more likely to be injured. And I think common sense would support that too. Hey, I'm signed, I'm ready, let's go. And your body isn't ready. So I think that's a big part of it. What would the 49ers want? And also you got to make Jauan Jennings happy with his contract.
That's true.
And I'll read this, Donnie, from the Trick Era on the YouTube chat. Guys, Ayuk is not a great receiver. Calm down with that rhetoric. He was just the best on the 49ers, please. But I'll take that Trick Era all day if it gets me 30 M's. You could say that all day and all night about me, Stotty. But if I'm getting paid like I'm one a Jamar up in that caliber, that's all that matters.
Well, no, what matters is if you're a fan of the 49ers and a guy's being paid $30 million, he's not a $30 million receiver, then guess what?
Or if they use him like that,
then your team's not going to be very good. Yeah. If you pay superstar money to non-superstars, guess what? You're not going to be successful.
What would you said words are important. And no on the chat. I got to read this, Steiny. Tell me what you think. Lynch and Shanahan looked annoyed with each other yesterday, and I bet York is annoyed with the both of them.
Okay, well, that's great.
But why would either one be annoyed with each other? I mean,
I don't know.
Jennings is doing the calf issue thing so you're both stumped there.
York, Shanahan, and Lynch can. Why should they be annoyed? They can do whatever they want. Like if you're so annoyed, then pay him. If you're so annoyed, then just don't do anything. Like
I don't know why they'd be annoyed. 10 of their 11 draft choices made the team. I'm just saying what they do. I mean, that's a hell of a fine there.
I mean, if I'm Jed York,
talk to me.
Don't I have to be annoyed with this contract stuff season after season after season?
Well, how would you? Well, now this is different. You just said they paid Jennings last year.
Right.
They probably wouldn't have paid him knowing we're going to go through this again. So how can this really be the one that sends you over the top?
Well, because it's the latest of 4 straight years. And that's the other thing. I absolutely believe that part of this could be, look, okay, let's go back. Bosa gets his money. Warner gets his money. McCaffrey gets his money.
Great talent, Steiny.
Gets his money.
Ballers.
Bosa gets his money.
Ballers.
Everybody, Purdy gets his money. Kittle gets his money. And you have nothing to show for it. And now you got to pay Brock Purdy. And now you got to make hard decisions. And I don't know that they, I don't want to put this. I don't know that they're active right now doing anything with the Jennings situation. Like, I think a lot of it's
sending a message right now by saying we're not caving into your demands.
Right, and they told him that obviously a while ago.
So the ball, you said it earlier, Steiny. You said the ball's in his court. It feels like that, right? Didn't you say that to me?
Right. So the 49ers don't have to do anything except keep practicing and play.
And that's why I would say they're not annoyed with each other. This is just...
Well, I don't know if they are or not. But,
well, you only get annoyed if I feel like, you and I were doing a project and I didn't feel like you were doing your part.
You
then
mean
I'd
like
get
Kuminga
annoyed.
and Dunleavy? I'm sorry, like Lacob in the front office?
No, I think that both of them disagree on what they should do with JK. I think these two guys are lockstep. Like, they know we're not caving, man. Not to this. We just paid them.
Okay. Well, then.
But do you take a step back on the field?
From 6-11?
Well, see, you got me. That's the macro. No, being the best version of yourself to beat Seattle.
Well, you know what? And this is the other part we got to factor.
Week 5 or week 6, right?
I agree with Florio on this one, too. Especially when we talk about the social media posts.
That was strong.
I mean, I feel like, how's this guy gonna ball out now when he's here? He doesn't want to be here.
Well, you don't know that.
Of course.
He don't want to be here without new chicken.
Guru, he asked to be traded.
So did Debo, alleged. Come on, Steiny.
Okay, well,
you know what I mean?
If you're gonna...
That goes away when you get the chicken.
He's not getting the chicken. So he knows
Well, Mooney Ward knew the handwriting was on the wall. That was different.
And he left.
Well, he left because they didn't, they went a different direction, but he was professional and played.
Great.
Well, I mean, I'm sure you've done a radio show here with you being disgruntled with something here going on behind the scenes.
Yes, and I don't do my show as well. You know that.
No,
we know that.
Well, you have to tell me which show it was, and I'll tell you.
No, anybody, any human being.
Well, the good ones, you never knew anything was going on.
Well, then he's going to have that challenge that he's going to have to. And the thing with Jennings, it'll be easy to tell because he's probably one of their most physical players.
And reliable. That's the word I use for him, Steiny, reliable.
Yep, 2 years ago. He was reliable.
Well, last year too?
No, he was so reliable 2 years ago, he accumulated 285 receiving yards. I mean, how does an offense function without that?
Oh, man.
Where are you going to get his 285 yards from 2 years ago?
You went Spadoni. You skipped past last year.
Yeah, you had a great year last year. Yeah, you had a great year last year.
You guys had. I mean, it is a point, but it's not all of it, man. It's not all his fault.
Hey, it's the 2025 95.7 The Game Red and Gold Summit, and it's happening on Thursday, September 4th, live from King's Fish House at Westfield Valley Fair Mall in Santa Clara. Willard and Dibs, they're there from 2 to 4. Then comes the summit with all the hosts, 4 to 6. Come on out and hang with us. We'll get you ready for the season. Great food, great place to hang, and your chance to see all the hosts, all 6 of us, one spot. Might be a battle royal. Who knows? Maybe a steel cage match. That's Thursday, September 4th, King's Fish House, Westfield Valley Fair Mall in Santa Clara. Come out and get the season started with a bang. And Valley Fair Mall in Santa Clara, that's where you experience the ultimate in shopping, dining, and entertainment. Your game day destination, and you can catch all the games this season at King's Fish House, the go-to spot for fans. All right. That's Thursday of next week. Well, a week from today.
Oh, week one of the first game of the year.
Yeah, we'll have that Cowboys-Eagles game on, I'm sure, for you, right?
I'm sure they got screens there.
It's your game day destination.
Yeah, I got you.
King's Fish House. So they'll have it on, and you'll be distracted a little bit.
Please. You know I know how to hide from the world.
All right, I see Marvin Paul. I'll get to you on the other side. Jauan Jennings, get to work. That segment brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is the 2025 Red and Gold Summit, and it is happening on Thursday, September 4th, live from King's Fish House at Westfield Valley Fair in Santa Clara. Me and Dibs will be live from 2 to 4, and then the summit from 4 to 6. So Steiny and Goo and Shasky and Spadoni are all going to be there, and we invite you to come over for the hang. Are we really doing this?
A strong heart, a steady stride, a life full of milestones. El Camino Health is here for you. From advanced heart and vascular care that keeps you on beat, to expert orthopedic treatments that keep you moving, and innovative cancer care that fights alongside you, with expert care for women, men, and new moms, supporting you through every chapter of your health, because every life we touch is built on trust and compassion. El Camino Health, our strength, your health.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Star One makes home loans simple. Dream big, start small. At Star One Credit Union, everything we do is in your best interest, which is why we offer low down payment options with flexible terms that put you first. Your dedicated Star One loan advisor will facilitate a fast approval for a quick close. We also offer special benefits for first-time home buyers and jumbo loans up to $5 million at the same competitive rate. Apply today. Star1.org. Star One Credit Union, in your best interest. Federally insured by NCUA, Equal Housing Opportunity.
Celebrating 40 years with extraordinary rewards. Since our humble beginnings, we believed in setting the standard for luxury, entertainment, and hospitality. This year, we invite you to be part of a defining moment in our story. Join us as we celebrate 4 decades of excellence and experience the unparalleled luxury that has made us a legend. Indulge in the extraordinary. Be part of our legacy. Cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you
coffee maker? That one's still on you, which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots on us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year, you guessed it, on us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/22/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of 1 unlimited intro line apply via 12 monthly internet bill credits. 1 discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data in service areas. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence 2H24.
The long weekend sale is on at Target with exciting deals you won't want to miss. Stock up on grilling must-haves for a few more sunny barbecues. And while you're at it, Ease into sweater weather with fresh new fits for the fam. Whether you're hosting, relaxing, or showing off your new style, Target has your deal in-store, online, and in the Target app. Hurry and save more with the long weekend sale happening now through Monday. Only at Target.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Clouds and sun for San Francisco today. High temperature of 70.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Let me tell you what my new name is. Jauan Jennings. Trade me or pay me.
Got to be delicate with those calves.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh,
Go
man.
ahead.
Well, you want the good news or bad news?
Bad news first.
Now, I said Don Wrinkles.
Yeah, that's funny.
And you know I don't do this a lot, but
Call
I'm
him
mad at Ken and Risotto for not saying this to you. You did a wonderful read right before we signed off last segment. But you said Casino Royale. And I thought it was Casino Royale. Ken?
I said Battle Royal. Battle Royal, not Casino Royal.
Risotto, help me because you got my ear and told me.
Well, I think it's Battle Royale.
It's not.
So what is a Battle Royal?
A Battle Royal is it's a wrestling event where they have 20 participants in the ring and the last guy standing wins. It's a Battle Royal. I mean, now, in fairness, no, I'm being dead serious. Now, in fairness, after you say it a while, you start saying Battle Royale. But when I was watching wrestling and Vince McMahon was announcing with Freddie Blassie and Captain Lou Albano, it was called a Battle Royal.
Oh, I learned something today.
Battle Royal.
Okay. So that's how it was meant to be royal on that read, because you did a great read.
Wait, no, I don't have royal on this read, do I?
Oh. Well, we thought it was Royale.
You ad-libbed.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
And then the good news is we met the boss's son, Boston.
Yeah, I met him already. Good kid.
I have too, but boy.
Good kid.
When you're taller than your parents, you're on your way.
Yep. He's got another son too, right? Hudson. That's right.
Huddy.
Yep.
We call him Huddy.
Do we know why he named him Boston?
I hope you're playing, right?
I'm not. And don't say, well, it's probably after the city. Like, no kidding. But, like, do you know why? I don't.
Yeah. They were in here. We could bring him on. He could tell us.
I'll ask Matt Nahigian at the break. All right, we talk about Jauan Jennings.
Good Lord. When will it end? And we did mention the black uniforms. We both, I'm not mad at them. Black helmet, though, Steiny. Remember the black ones they had before? They still wore the traditional helmet.
Sure. Mm-hmm. Let's go to Marvin Livermore. Hey, Marv. How you doing, Marv?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Enjoy the show as always.
Thank you.
But Steiny, I got to get at you today and the rest of the haters regarding Jauan Jennings and Kuminga when the callers and you are saying, he didn't impact winning. But a question for you. Normally on a team, the rest of the guys would say, hey, when our best player is out, we all have to step up our game. But somehow Pods, Green, Butler, and whoever the other fourth starter was, they didn't have to step up their game or impact winning, but Kuminga did. But Kuminga balled out. They didn't, but he wasn't impactful in winning. Same thing with Jauan Jennings. He's not the best player in the Niners. Nick Bosa, what did he do? What did Purdy do? Kittle balled out, but he didn't do enough to win. So how are these two guys, like, that's when you know people are hating, when they pick out two guys who are not the stars on the team and say they didn't impact winning, but you don't talk about the other guys, particularly Jimmy Butler, $61 million man who proclaimed as Robin, didn't step up his game to impact winning because he said he wants to play the right way. Kuminga balls out, but it's not the right way. Please explain that to me.
Ooh, boy, you preaching.
Well, I would never, knowing Matt Steinmetz, I would never say Kuminga has no impact on winning. Like, or Jennings, for that matter. One guy's a third receiver. The other guy's comes off the bench. And as for a double standard there, I agree.
Beautiful. I love that you use that. Not you,
so
but it's there.
Well, the bottom line is, he's coming down your road too, a little bit with that, because you don't like to get on the stars. You don't like to come down Curry's road.
No, but what about Bosa? I'm on his neck right now, and I'm not by myself, Steiny.
You're not on his neck.
You are the help. You are the help. You know that. I love how he said that, but the double standard just applies to, like, Kittle had a great season. We all saw that. But we never say, they were 6-11. But then when you want to selectively cook the books, not you, just anybody, you say, okay, Kuminga's, balling didn't lead to wins, but he was the only reason you were in those games.
Well, Kittle's been a star.
Yeah,
on a Super Bowl
But
contender.
you know what? I like that call. There was a lot to that.
I'm not saying they don't impact winning, but I'm saying they don't impact winning like higher profile players.
So Niner Game 4 saying that's Cap Guru. I wonder what it could be talking about.
The other thing is, we're talking about it and we're making our case for what we think, but the reality is the Warriors and the 49ers are also speaking with their actions, and they're the ones right now who seem to be saying, we don't think Kuminga's worth this much, and the Niners are saying we don't think Jennings is worth that much.
Okay, but allow me to do this, Steiny, and we got some Niner news I'll read to you. Ken sent to us. Bosa wasn't. I know Bosa is more talented than Jauan Jennings, but if I'm correct and my calendar is right, he was not signed when he got his deal up until this point going into week 1 in Pittsburgh, right? So technically we still got days and hours and time for Jauan Jennings to, quote-unquote, get his bread or the Niners meet his demand, right? So I'm in the Ferrari with you, top down, thinking they've sent their message and called their shot, the team that is. And to be honest, Steiny, we have time, or they have time, to kind of meet in the middle and get this thing rectified, even if you are right, because you mentioned this earlier, that Lynch was alluding to that they might not even be talking. But that all can change by one phone call.
Yes, but it's the way the Niners are talking, it doesn't look like they have an interest in redoing his deal.
Yeah. And that's the one thing going against him, man, is they just did it.
Yeah, let's go to Paul's in San Jose. How you doing, Paul?
Hey, y'all. How y'all doing?
Hey.
Good.
Hey, so I'm almost always pro-labor when it comes to football or any other industry. You know, when Bosa sat out 3 years ago or 2 years ago, it's bam. When Debo sat out 3 years ago, I said bam. CMC and Trent, when they missed OTAs last year, I said bam. Michael Parsons, I'm a Niners fan. I say pay that guy because they are what makes the game move. But you also got to know your worth. Jauan Jennings, man, I'm sorry. I love the guy. He's never had a 1,000-yard season. He's hurt right now. Why would the Niners go ahead and pay him when they can draft a receiver in the first round next year and he's going to be cost controlled for the next 3 years? It just doesn't make sense. Who's giving him the advice to do what he's doing now? You got to know your worth.
Yeah.
Well said.
I used to tell my kids that, Steiny. Got to know your worth. That doesn't mean you can walk into a company and tell them, hey, mate, see you later, Marcy, and tell them, hey, give me this. But you think he's getting bad advice from his agent?
Yeah.
Kuminga getting bad advice from his agent?
Yeah. Yeah. Kuminga should have signed a contract last year.
If that money was out there like they say it was, man.
I don't care if it was for $20 million. He should have signed it.
And that's why Draymond wrote that. That's why Draymond wrote that letter, and he was talking to Kuminga and others.
You cannot tell me that he should have. If the Warriors were offering him 3 for $60, he should have taken it.
But what if his goal was to get up out of here?
Then he's doing it the right way.
Let me read this to you, Steiny.
Going about it the right way to get out of here.
Yeah. We had it. 49ers today re-signed wide receiver Russell Gage Jr. to a 1-year deal and released safety Richie Grant. Additionally, Steiny, the 49ers have signed quarterback Adrian Martinez, never heard this name, running back Sincere McCormick, and wide receiver Marquez Valdez-Scantling to their practice squad. Sincere. Never heard that as a first name.
No, me neither.
No.
The Guru, Frank B says, Guru, that's one way. Okay, let's go to Carlos. Carlos is in Oakland. What's up, Los? How you doing, man?
Hey guys, I'm a long-time listener, first-time caller.
Cool.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. Okay, yeah, I'm an Oakland fan, so I like the Raiders, but I'm kind of interested in this topic.
All right.
Because I feel like this is the one time that the Niners could actually say no. Because, I mean, you can't really compare Jennings to, like, Bosa, Ayuk, or even Debo. I feel like the Niners could actually say no, right? All right, that's all I have. Thank you, guys.
Appreciate it, Carlos. Thanks for listening.
Yeah.
Don't be afraid to
well, he wasn't.
Call back in. He got out, he made his point. Who's the caller before him? Not Carlos, it was Paul.
Yeah.
Paul? You sure?
The one that I said, yeah, he preaching.
Well, the one who said he's usually pro-labor.
Oh, yeah.
I am too, especially in football. Without guaranteed contracts, I think guys should hold out, do whatever they can. Anything. And, I do not blame Jennings for trying. You got to do what you got to do.
But what hurts is he just got a new deal.
Right.
And so, I'm rooting for him, but that hurts.
Go get another deal. But go ahead and get another. Try to get another. You can't. Okay, you can try,
all right,
but it doesn't mean it's going to happen. So I get what he's doing. He made his play, and he still may have some cards to play, but I don't know what they really are.
But also,
but he's got to.
If
he's got to play.
But what about the timing? If he is truly hurt, how the hell are you gonna ask for new bread and you got a calf issue?
Yeah, that's another. Like
seriously, if that thing is legit, dude. That's all I would say. His name could be Tony. It doesn't matter. If you are truly hurt and they have no idea when you can get out there, how the hell are you asking for new bread and think that the injury is not messing you up in all this?
I don't think he's really hurt. That's just me. But this is the other thing. This is kind of the only thing a player can do is
But now you're messing up the team. Yeah. Now you're messing your team up, though.
How so?
If you're lollygagging, you ain't caught passes. If you're not truly hurt, and then now you might not be available
Trent
week
Williams
1.
Did? Like Trent Williams just doesn't show up.
Well, he was there week 1.
Not last year.
Well.
So, you know what I mean? I mean, Jennings is at least sitting there.
Well, sitting there, but we don't know if he's gimpy or he can play. Give him the pay, we'll find out, right?
I think we might know. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. And I'm telling you, if I were a player in the NFL, I could see doing exactly what Jennings did. I hold nothing against Jennings. Nothing at all.
Both of us feel that way.
But if you play this game, doesn't always work out.
Would you have given up by now, or are you taking this thing all the way to the end? That's the question, Steiny.
I can't say. I don't know his situation. I don't know how much money he's got. You know what I mean?
I hate that we don't even know what he's asking for.
Yeah.
That area's best kept secret. Normally stuff gets out when you have a clue.
Let's go to Vince. Vince is in Martinez. Hey, Vince, how you doing?
Hey, guys, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
So, yeah, I'm a fan, but I live here in the Bay Area, so I listen to you guys, like, every day. So I'm tapped into the Niners, too. But, I mean, Jauan Jennings, he's going to take it as far as he can. And this is, like the last caller said, this is kind of the Niners, like, one chance to put their foot down because I kind of agree with you, Steiny. Like, he's a number 3 receiver, and if you're paying your quarterback that much money, you can't let a number 3 receiver dictate what you're going to spend in your salary cap. And so I think they're going to be pretty stubborn with this one, and it sucks for them because Jauan is he's good for their system, but
yes.
like he might not have that value in the NFL. But last thing, I had to weigh in. I was listening to you guys yesterday on the Lorenzo Neal race, and I was cracking up.
Oh, here we go.
This was Steiny's. He did his best at not ripping into Guru, and he was trying to be as neutral as possible. And so I work as a sports performance coach, and I teach athletes. Like I do speed training for kids like youth through collegiate. Yeah, play the drop. And actually, so Steiny, I met you once because your daughter, she trained at a Copa Soccer Training Center.
Oh yeah, I remember meeting you.
Wow.
Yeah, Vince, I remember that over in Walnut Creek, right?
Yeah. So for all the listeners who think Steiny's, a hard guy. I saw her last name when we were doing stuff, and I was like, Steinmetz. Jokingly, I was like, you're not related to Matt Steinmetz, are you? And she kind of rolls her eyes, and she's like, yeah, that's my dad. and so I'm like, no, you're kidding. She goes, no, seriously. And then she kind of goes, she's like, he'll meet you if you want. And I was like, no, I don't want to bug him or anything. She goes, no, he loves that. He loves that kind of stuff.
No, they're right.
Wow.
No, they're right.
He knows it.
No, they're right.
But Goo, I respect how much belief you have in yourself, but he is a professional NFL athlete, and he's lighter than when he played. And he's the same age as you.
Yeah, but I got to say this to that. I saw the video where he raced KPIX's Matt Lively. There were some things off him getting off the line to where I could take advantage. It's just I can still run at my age. That's all I'll say. I have a chance, man.
All right. Getting off the line, but it's 100 meters, so you got to worry about the last 50 meters, Guru. So you better train before you do it because we don't want to hear about you can't call out on Thursday because of pulled hamstring.
Yeah, I've never had a blown. Oh, that's a wow.
Thanks, Vince. Yeah. You can end on that high note.
I've never pulled a hammy. Steiny never had any of the
This
soft
would be the
stuff.
time.
I wouldn't be a Niner.
This would be the time.
You think?
Yeah, I could see you.
But what about me still playing hoop?
It doesn't matter. It's
going
irrelevant.
Up, down. I'm stopping. I stretch before
That's
I work
the problem.
out.
This is a 100-yard dash.
So you think it's too far?
Yes.
That's what Dibs was kind of saying, like I run out of gas.
And you know what I can sense?
I was shocked.
And I can only sense this because I know this man better than most, and that's you. I can sense you're starting to think you got over your skis a little too much.
Oh, no, not at all. 100 is not.
It's nothing you're saying. It's I just know. You know what it is? Like you looked into Wiggins' eyes. Yeah. I'm looking into yours right now. You don't believe. I can tell you don't believe.
I'm thinking about Bills and the caddy in the shop. But listen, Steiny, during COVID, and we'll get back to Wiggins, I went with my son to the local high school. They had turf. I ran the 100, Steiny. We would run up, back. Now, if you're telling me it's a race, but if you're telling me it's a race and I just got to let loose, I got the goose. I'm telling you, I'll be okay.
I'm just hoping if it happens that we can bet.
It's not oh my God. I'm taking all of them.
Well, first of all, you're going to be like 10-1 against.
Dibs will set that.
I mean, he will.
Yeah,
Dibs will set. And then we'll set over under times.
No, people saying, Goo, your knee is shot. I'm back. Knee is fine.
Of course it is. I knew you were milking that at the time.
Dude.
I knew it. And sure enough, now he's fine.
No, I'm like a Rari. Something was off. The piston. I had to go get it checked out. I can't wait.
What are you going to wear?
I already got it. Just gym shorts and some. I'm going to wear cleats when we run.
Wear like one of those track suits.
Nah, that'll slow me down at this age.
No, it won't. It's aerodynamic.
I need the wind to be on my skin and tingle. This is happening.
Yeah, I got
Jim Olay saying I'm over my skis.
Do you guys know what the average 100-meter dash time is for an adult?
For an adult. Let me think of that. So that's the length of a football field, not the end zones. That's 120.
22 seconds, Risotto.
Goo, how long's a football field?
100 yards.
No, you're wrong. See?
What do you mean?
It's 120. No. You didn't count the end zones.
No, but we're not.
I'm just telling you. You got snookered.
Risotto, how far?
Well, I was looking at meters.
I would say, all right, 100 yards, 100 meters. I would say the average would be...
I said 22 seconds.
I was going to say like 18. I think it's going to be more the more I think about it.
22. I said 22. I should know.
For untrained individuals,
that's goo.
A time around 18.3 seconds can be considered average for 120 yards.
All right, so drop it to 22 for goo.
What about Lowe? He doesn't play this Sunday, people. He doesn't have a game coming up. That is the benefit of the doubt this guy's getting is that's like Paul Pierce right now. Hey, Paul, you want to come shoot some hoop? Yeah, he's Paul Pierce, but Steiny, he ain't Paul Pierce. You know what I mean?
When you say Steiny, but I'm still hooping, okay, then I would say, and it's Steiny, I hooped.
I can body's moving.
I can throw a ball.
Oh, you've seen that?
Ball.
Yeah.
Okay.
You've seen that.
Lorenzo Neal was an All-American wrestler. Now, you're probably saying, well, what does that have to do with a race?
It was coming right out of my mouth.
Crap have to do with a race? What does throwing a bowling ball have to do with a race?
Okay, real quick, and we'll get back. My engine's still getting cranked up. You guys are acting like I've been in a morgue or in a coffin. I know how to move. I run to my BART train. I run to Amtrak.
You don't even take BART.
Well, I've been this week.
Okay, so great. You've run for 2 days in a row.
Steiny, stop. I'm going to quit talking, Kenny. I'm going to just let it happen.
Well, you won't.
Hey, Goo, it's a little different animal, man. Just because
So
I'll give myself a drop here, but I used to wrestle in high school, and the conditioning is relentless.
It is unbelievable.
We're running 100 yards, guys, and it's over. Nobody's wrestling or grabbing at you. It's you against the wind.
Well, then why does the bowling ball matter?
Hey, Kenny, what's it about?
The burst.
And that's what you're underestimating from the Goo. That's what I got.
You are not, and you have never been quick twitch, ever.
Oh, this hurts.
You are not a quick twitch athlete.
I played receiver in high school.
I know you did, but
People
I know
said I look like a power forward. You're
That's right. But you're not quick. You're not quick twitch. You have to acknowledge that.
What was low on that video? He was not McCaffrey. Oh my God. I gotta stop because now I'm sounding like Uncle Rico. If it happens, it happens. You know what? This Saturday, I'm going to film me running a 100-yard dash and little Daryl timing me.
Why don't you do that?
I swear. I'll post it.
Okay. And
you think I'm slow and it bothers me.
Well, I think you're slower than...
arms.
See, this is what
my legs are long. The strides.
This is what you do. You say, Steiny, you think I'm slow. I never said you were slow. See, this is the preciseness I'm talking about. I never said you were slow. I just don't think you're as fast as Lorenzo Neal. I'll bet you're faster than me. I try to keep it real.
Okay.
Kids say keep it a buck.
Yeah, no doubt.
Okay.
Can I just say this to you and Kenny and Risotto?
You can say it to the whole
Just a couple years ago, I'm removed from playing flag football. I was receiver and quarterback on the run. But hey, I can't sell you. I just got to show you.
You are.
I just got to show you. That's it. Let's stop. Stop. Like I'm getting uncomfortable.
My dad used to. Have you guys ever heard this phrase? My dad used to use this all the time when people started talking like Goo. Don't be a high school Harry.
Yeah, no, Uncle Rico. It's bothering me.
That, guys? It's an old one. Okay.
Kenny tried to give me his wrestling story.
Well, you don't know anything about
wrestling.
Right, but you don't know anything about wrestling.
I'm Chad Johnson on the outside, Steiny. I can run 100 meters. I won't fall off or get tired.
You know what? Let's set it up because I'm sick of hearing you talk.
No, let's do it. And I'm going to send you the practice video Saturday. I might not even do that.
Okay. I'll tell you what. I don't think you will even do that. But I would love to come in here Tuesday or over the weekend to see your 100 time. Don't get Darryl.
I think I'll beat that 18.
Little Darryl may cheat too. That's the other thing we got to look out for.
Oh, if he hears you say that, he'll be disappointed.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. And coming up on the other side, we can continue.
We got some other stuff too.
Yeah, I want to run something by you. Right. There's a bunch of stuff I want to get into on the other side. And what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Nobody breaks down an NFL game better.
They're trying to zone it and take it away and squeeze it, yet the throw just cuts right through it. The outside noise, none of the players subscribe to it. Brock Purdy doesn't care about it.
The players love him.
What I love about Baldy is that he loves ball. You can tell by the way he talks about guys, the way he breaks down their tape.
Brian Baldinger on the Morning Roast with Spadoni and Shasky every Tuesday at 7:30.
Sleep is overrated. I'm just trying to give America what they want.
We are the Bay Area's football station, 95.7 The Game.
Here we go.
Count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
This is incredible.
Watch your local NFL game live all season long.
And he's in for a touchdown.
Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Experience hands-on automotive history at Cars in the Park on Saturday, September 13th at History Park in San Jose. See restored classics that once roared down America's earliest speedways and watch skilled mechanics assemble an authentic Ford Model T right before your eyes. Cars in the Park offers activities for automotive enthusiasts of all ages, and children under 5 attend the event free. Adult tickets start at $5. Visit historysanjose.org for more information.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
Big rigs that hit the center divide.
Turn to the traffic leader, KCBS.
Where the 2 right lanes are
Don't
blocked.
wait. Get into a new Honda HR-V now. It's the Honda Summer Event, brought to you by your Northern California Honda dealers.
There's a party at your house, but some are uninvited. Yeah, it's bugs. You've got ants, spiders, maybe a mouse or two. It's a full-blown shindig. But don't let these party crashers ruin your good time. Visit atgopestcontrol.com and let them show those pests the door permanently. Because when the only guests you want are your friends, leave the pests to them. Visit their website today, atcopestcontrol.com, before your house becomes a full-blown infestation. Call 888-900-9697 now for 10% off your initial service.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle, and with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Your first month is just $99 when you join Jumpstart MD's medically supervised weight loss program today. Licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medications. No insurance, no problem. Jumpstart MD has options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to start transforming your health today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Back to school is on the brain. That means new notebooks, pencils, new everything. And while the kids are getting ready to get book smart, it's time for you to save smart with Straight Talk Wireless. Switch now and get a free Moto G 2025 with 5G when you activate select plans. Now that's a smart call. Get Straight Talk covered by Verizon's 5G network. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Offer valid through 10/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Purchase of gold unlimited plan or higher required for offer. Must activate the plan in-store at Walmart. Cannot be combined with other offers.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
My debit card.
their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Join 95.7 The Game at our annual Red and Gold Summit on September 4th at Westfield Valley Fair Mall in Santa Clara. We'll be live from King's Fish House from 2 to 6 p.m. See all of your favorite hosts kick off the new football season. For info, visit 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, when we talk football on 95.7 The Game, it's presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. All you got to do is visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL, and you can get started today.
How you doing, buddy?
Okay, good. I thought you were going to jump in with something.
Oh, no, I was saving that for later.
Okay.
Yeah. Mixed signals from us.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, we talk a lot about the 49ers the first couple hours. Something caught my eye yesterday. A little different. Did you watch any of the U.S. Open?
Briefly, but not enough to know where you're going.
Okay.
All right.
There was a match
I know
yesterday.
Evan was there. I was looking for him.
In fact, I just texted him to see if he was at this match. So I hope I'm saying these names right. There was a women's match between Jelena Ostapenko and Taylor Townsend, who's an American player. And in tennis, when you approach the net, okay,
right?
Let's say you're having
I played the game.
Yeah. Okay. So you come to the net, and now the other person's got to try to pass you. That's what they call it. Hit to one side or the other.
No, it's beautiful.
Okay. So when you try to do that, every once in a while, what happens is the ball will hit the net, pop up, go over the player's racket on the other side, and then they lose the point.
Yeah.
And so in tennis, over the years, and it's become kind of a custom that when you try to pass somebody who's at the net, and it hits the net and therefore pops over their racket and you win the point, you either gesture or you acknowledge to the other player like, sorry, that was lucky.
I never knew.
Oh, that's been going on forever.
Okay, and I just got to say this. I hate that you got to do that.
Okay?
Please.
So, right. Okay, you hate that. Okay, so you hate a tradition that was started a long, long time ago, And it's just an acknowledgement that I caught a little break there. That's all.
Like the ball hitting the first base bag and then bounces somewhere and the guy gets a hit when you were about to be out.
Right. And then
but they don't do a salute.
No, but they get up to first base and they probably say, that was lucky.
All right.
So my point is, not my point. So Townsend passed her at the net. It's called a net cord. It's when it hits the net,
all right,
and then goes over. Anyway, she did that, and apparently she never acknowledged, like, they usually hold up their racket. You know what I mean? Yeah, you hit it hits a net, and the player loses the point, and the person looks up, and the other person hold up their racket, or they'll be like, yeah, my bad, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
Anyway, she didn't do that, Taylor Townsend, and Ostapenko,
the other,
got
the point scored on her.
And after the match, when they shook hands, Ostapenko was like, you have no class.
I love it.
You have no education, and you have no this, that, and the other thing. So here's the press conference after with Taylor Townsend. I just find this interesting.
She told me that I have no education, no class, and to see what happens if we play each other outside of the U.S. And I said, I'm excited, bring it. So I can't speak on how she felt about it. That's something that you're going to have to ask her. I didn't take it in that way. But also, that has been a stigma in our community of, being non-educated and all the things when it's the furthest thing from the truth. And the thing that I'm the most proud of is that I let my racket talk. Because ultimately, I'm the one here sitting in front of you guys, moving on to the next round, getting the next check, moving on, being able to still be here and speak to you guys. And that's what's the most important. She's packed up and she's gone. I'm here. And that's the only thing that matters. So whether it had racial undertones or not, that's something that she could speak on. But the only thing that I'm worried about right now is continuing to move forward through this tournament. I know that I'm a fantastic tennis player, and I know that I have a lot of things that I want to accomplish. And this is another stepping stone. It's another brick that I'm laying on my foundation, or on my road to greatness, And so ultimately, whatever it is that it is, I don't take any offense to it, but I'm really proud of the way that I handle myself. And, more than anything, if my son sees that, I know that he'll be proud of me as well. And that's what matters the most.
What's her name?
Taylor Townsend.
I'm a fan. That was my daughter. Spit that. You messed up. You missed a moment, but damn.
Let me, this is what happened after the match.
I like that, Kenny.
I don't know if you could be able to make out a lot of this. That's a little shaky, but that's all right. So
I like that.
The question she responded to had to do with whether saying not educated was a racial component. Good for her. She said she did not take it that way, and what I was thinking is,
she also won too, Steiny.
Right.
So it was sour grapes by the other young lady, I believe.
I'm with. Although I don't know, but I'm kind of with the 925 here.
What is it?
On the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. Education, that may be a language barrier thing that the woman used. And what she really meant was, there's some norms in tennis. You got to learn them. You don't even know the norms. Like, you don't, they say about golf, you have to learn the etiquette of golf before you should ever go out onto the course, because there's a lot of stuff that you should just know. You don't hit when you're closer to the pin than somebody else.
Unwritten rules, Steiny.
Right. There you go. And so, I'll give the woman the benefit of the doubt that she just meant, you need better etiquette on the court, on the court.
And do you think Townsend, if this happens in her next match, if that were to happen and she was to benefit, do you think she would salute or acknowledge, boy, I got lucky?
That's a good question. Here's all I know. I would. It
sounded like she's not far. Maybe she forgot. But I'll tell you this, partner. I'm going to sound ignorant. I'm being as real as all outdoors. Am I good at my craft, or do I stink at my craft and I mastered the unwritten rules in regard to be a gentleman? I want to be good at my craft. I don't want to be rude, but I just love what she said. And again, Steiny, Is she wrong? If you want to say she's wrong and she didn't do it, maybe this is a learning lesson. But, Kenny, am I wrong to say I like how that young lady composed herself in her verbal game at the podium?
Yeah, I mean, and that sound was bad because it was really hard to hear. But for the listeners, she said to her as she was getting like scolded for not doing proper etiquette, she said, Townsend said, you can learn how to take a loss. And then she said, great play, thank you. And then just walked away. Well, and that was it. But yeah, I think, I
like Townsend.
Miscommunication.
Yeah. Remember something like that happened to you on the golf course and the guys in front of you didn't kind of.
Do you want to know what
Yeah.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And you thought I could handle this a few ways.
Now you're going to.
Be real.
How do I want to say it? I wanted to make a grand. I don't want to necessarily make a grand statement, but I'll give you some golf stuff.
Yeah.
And here's my point. Tennis had a norm, where tennis has an unwritten rule that when you hit that shot and you catch that break, you make eye contact with the other player and you acknowledge that I got a little lucky there. All right, to me, why do we do that? Like, why? Well, it had to originate from sportsmanship. All right?
Totally get that.
In competition, you compete as hard as you can, but there's a sportsmanship aspect of it, at least in that little bit where you just say, hey, I got a break there. Okay, let's go. I'll keep playing the game, but appreciate you saying that. Like, okay, now we're not doing that anymore. Let's just say you don't do that anymore. Is it a big deal? Probably not, but it's one more little pebble off. It's like one more little pebble off the
achievement,
sportsmanship, and competing. With okay. So here's the way I look at it for golf. All right, I'm on the golf course, and a guy from another hole hits onto our fairway.
That's happened. I remember.
It happens. Well, the rule is that guy's got to wait until the people who are actually playing the right hole are past him. In other words, guy in another hole hits a ball into the fairway. I'm teeing off.
I get it.
I now see his ball out there. He starts to see. He's got to wait.
I understand that.
Okay. Yeah. Well, people aren't waiting anymore. Like, I've been playing more and more golf where a guy just walks out into the middle of the fairway when we have four guys ready to tee off because he hit an errant shot and it's supposed to be the other way around. What should I do? Cause a scene? I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to be like, these guys don't know they don't know the etiquette. Okay. Well, that's just one more little, how do I want to put it? One more little chip off the,
I got you.
Off the norms are going away. Like, just those things don't matter anymore. And I don't know how good it is.
And real quick, I appreciate the story we do, Steiny, but that's recreational. This is the open. I mean, what if she, in the 510 on the text line says it best, what if Townsend comes from the Kobe Bryant mentality? But she didn't say that. She basically, without saying it, probably said, I didn't know. I hadn't heard of it. And then the racial part of it, I get. That's just our society now. But the bottom line is you practice blood, sweat, and tears to kick your opponent's butt. And now I'm reading, Steiny, you help me out. The young lady that was mad that she didn't give her the gesture has a history of getting into it with other players.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a big...
Right, just let's all acknowledge that it doesn't matter that much, but it's just one more... I got to put it right. I'm using my words terribly
You
here.
ever see the boxers at the ring and they don't...
Sportsmanship continues to die.
No, I got it. Look at our society.
Continues to die.
How many boxers, when you see a boxer, hey, let's go, and then one guy won't put him up, Steiny, or gal? It's like, okay, you're in that zone. I get it. But wow, to say, what did she say? You're uneducated?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did it warrant those words, though, Steiny? I think that's the question.
What?
Her saying you have no class.
But if race wasn't a part of it, we'd even say
no, she was probably caught up in the heat of the moment after losing.
Right, so even though her etiquette was off, Townsend, I think the words that she got back weren't...
Ostapenko was not in the right.
But
definitely not. She should have just said, she should have found a different venue. You know,
because of Townsend's skin color, right, Steiny?
No. Just because.
I believe that wouldn't have hit had she said it to somebody.
No, I'm talking about the act of acknowledging a lucky point.
Okay. All right,
And if Ostapenko felt like Townsend wasn't acknowledging that, and she wanted to say, you know, that's what we've been doing in tennis forever, okay, do it back in the corridor and say, you know, great match, Taylor. Yeah. You know, I got to tell you, it might not be anything, but, you know, that just kind of bothered me. And then Taylor Townsend can say, hit the pike, or, oh, I got you. Whatever.
Yeah.
But I'm just talking about.
I'm a hypocrite on this.
I can say it. Ostapenko was wrong. Yeah. All right? She overreacted and she blew it.
But Townsend might tell you, had she handled it different and it was brought to her attention, I'm just saying, woulda, coulda, shoulda, Steiny, she might say, I blew it. I didn't know, but
I find it hard to believe she wouldn't know.
Okay. But then what if she was in that black mama mentality?
Okay, that's great. That's okay. But
if that were your daughter, what would you say? Would you say Mary Page?
Which one is she?
Townsend, the one that forgot to do it.
I'd probably say, just hold your racket up. They've been doing it for 100 years, honey. And just hold your racket up.
And you're in a good mood because you're winning the damn match.
Yeah, I don't know when the point occurred.
That was my next part. But I'm going to say this about just sportsmanship, and you're going to be shocked. Steiny, I hate baseball when the hitter's talking to the first baseman, even if they went to college together. But I know we're in a different era, right?
Right, they're
I can't
friends
stand
now.
them. Yeah. Oh, Kenny, I can't stand it. One team's up 8-2, 10 games out.
Jersey swaps.
I'm not of that cloth.
I don't really have a problem.
The yucking it up on first?
No. That's
I do like when the pitcher beams a guy and the
this.
pitcher goes over and says, that got away from me. I like that stuff.
We can't pretend like a guy at first base who meets the first baseman, like, hey, they just started talking. They remember back in the 60s when a guy walked and went to first base, they never said a word. That's not the way it was. That's like that's another baseball thing where it's like you're on first base and the first baseman comes to hold you on. Hey, what's up, Jimmy? Hey, Bill. Haven't seen you in a while. What's up? Don't get picked off.
I like that. But I damn sure can't get it from the NBA because there are besties now. It's just out of control in the NBA. And I get it, AAU, whatever, but I do like that old school Magic and Bird, McHale and Rambis. Make me Parrish and Kareem. They didn't like each other when they had the jerseys on. And some still don't. Michael Cooper.
Yeah, but I feel like you can still have it both. You can be the ultimate competitor and also be a good sportsman.
John McEnroe. He just went at John McEnroe.
Sorry, what did he do?
No, he went at the rest all the time. That was in! But I love that about him. Yeah.
Let's go to KC in Marin. Hey, KC, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, gentlemen, good afternoon.
Yeah.
Tennis is up, so I want to lend my 2 cents regarding Goo and this controversy. I was I don't know, maybe I was probably top 5,000 in the world when I played internationally. Take me now and put me against a top 100 player and have us play at our age, and they're going to beat me. Goo, I love you, man, but it's the difference between a professional and an amateur.
He's talking about Low Neal.
You played City. You played.
Yeah, but this is running. This is running, though. This is truly running.
Collegiate and professional athlete running against a City Rec League football player. Who's going to win, Goo?
I know where you're going, but if he was a track star, I would understand it. He's not.
I guarantee you threw the shot put.
Oh my God. I get your caller. I do, man.
I guarantee you Lorenzo Neal
the benefit of the doubt that he's getting like he is McCaffrey it's incredible now.
And the disrespect you're showing him is what I'm focusing on.
No, the disrespect is me running 100 yards. There are some fast people, guys, that have not played NFL football.
Yep. There are.
Yeah. I appreciate the call.
And there's some fast people who have played football, and Lorenzo Neal's one of them. You act as though he was like slow and plodding.
I look at Willard, but wow, man.
You know what? You know what race I'd rather see?
What?
Lorenzo Neal's going to beat you. I'd like to see you against Willard. You think he can beat Willard?
No.
You can't.
It doesn't even bring out the same
bring Willard.
No,
that's weird.
Well, probably with Desmi. But the low one, I can win.
Let me ask I'll ask Willard if Willard thinks he can beat Lorenzo. Because if Willard says he doesn't think he can, then that means you can't. Because you can't beat Willard.
Listen,
you say.
All right. There's groupies, there's nerds, and there's wannabes in this world, Ken. And I've been around a lot of athletic, brilliant, smart people. Some have acted like they've been there before, but the notion I'm getting from a lot of people on the chat, the text line, the callers are, you're putting Low Neal on this pedestal and you're not subtracting life has gone on and we've all gotten older. I'm still in shape, Steiny. I still can run. I'm telling you, I'm faster than you think. And me watching Low on that video, I can take him. But you think I'm going to die out at 60 yards. And that's incredulous. Like, seriously, Kenny got his head down like Gooey's embarrassed for me.
I'm kind of getting there, too.
Oh, my God. I'm going to stop.
Please.
Yeah. Well, the caller brought it up.
He did. We got somebody called Cadillac in the town.
Boy,
what's up, Cadillac in the town? Maybe your car's ready.
How y'all doing, man?
What's up, man? What's going on? To us.
Oh man, I'm chilling. I was calling in reference to the tennis debate you guys were having.
Mm-hmm.
I was saying that maybe, I don't know where the lady's from, but her translation of the word etiquette, or that word she was trying to say is it's translated, and from America to that language as education, because words in translation in different states they mean the same, but they're different. So we take things as what you're trying to say, but she was saying like you need to. There's etiquette, like you were saying on the golf course. There's certain things you got to do, but and then that pebble you was talking about, man, that's leaving from life. Period. As we progress, all the etiquette, all the little things, like not to but like in crime. Been old folks, kids, like they were off limits. Like anybody can get in nowadays, and that's what we're losing from society. Even if it's translated into sports, like all those little pebbles of respect and etiquette. Some don't make sense, but this is how the game is played. Wow. You know what I'm saying? Like, and so that's like I said, and basically in life.
Hey, Cadillac,
y'all have a good day.
Real quick. So you're giving Ostapenko a little break for the education word.
I'm sure she was upset and she was getting at her, but I don't think it was a racial thing. It was just like you say, the translation of what she was trying to say, whatever chip she was throwing at her is translated to education in the English translation. It could have been some slang out there or however, but over here, this is what we say. Over there, that's what you say. And like I said, she made reference to, it's not going to be like that when you get outside the state.
Right.
So that,
well,
that's
interesting.
how she was getting at her.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Good stuff, Cadillac.
Yep.
Appreciate it, man. From the 510 on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line, sportsmanship died when youth sports became profitable. Thank you. That's another
to your
little
point,
league.
when they start filming
another little league.
Stop, Steiny.
Little league is ruining everything.
Seriously, man. Do you see the fights at these games?
Which
that
game?
We just football game, any sporting event now.
Yes.
Sportsmanship has died. It is gone. No, I'm just telling you, I'm backing you up. Since the internet, that's when it left, Steiny. We are barbaric, men, women, kids,
and yet,
seriously.
You said, but do you practice the sportsmanship that you want to preach? I'm just asking.
No, I'm the guy that you tried to say I need to go turn myself in because I cheated the basketball score at the local 24-hour fitness.
I forgot about that.
But then you're the same guy that'll cheat the camera, that'll take a picture on his tippy toes to try to trick people to make him be taller.
That's a bad analogy.
It's the same.
One's harmless.
You're a hypocrite.
One, I'm harming.
You're tricking the viewer.
I'm harming nobody, and when you cheat at
harming yourself.
You're harming 9 other players.
Let me just real quick,
it's an act of selfishness.
No, you're harming yourself because you know what you're giving off. I'm insecure with my height.
Nice try.
You're like, I want it.
Nice try.
Kenny, Insecurity.
Well, that's not a crime, insecurity.
What's next, a wig? A hairpiece?
Maybe. Not a hairpiece.
Don't stop, I can't
Actually,
judge.
it ain't going to be a hairpiece.
Or abs? Where does it stop, Steiny? You're a good-looking dude.
You ain't kidding. You ain't kidding. All right. We got a break. 888-957-9570 is the number. I see some calls. We'll get to you all on the other side. Big smoothies on the horn.
Oh, man. What's he got?
The number, if you want to jump in, 888-957-9570. And that segment was brought to you by Cars for Kids. Cars with a K.
95.7 The Game congratulates Cars for Kids on 30 years of turning car donations into supporting children. Cars for Kids has helped more than 100,000 kids nationwide. Donate your used car today at carsforkids.org and join over 1 million proud donors making a real difference.
Your game day headquarters is here. Splash at Thrive City in the heart of San Francisco. They've got the largest LED screen in the Bay Area, immersive sound, and a private or semi-private spaces for your crew. Host your fantasy football draft or watch every NFL and college football game in style. With craft cocktails, elevated pub fare, and ice-cold beer on tap, not to mention golf simulators, pool, and shuffleboard. Fun for the whole family. College Saturdays kick off at 8:30, NFL at 9:30. Mention Willard and Dibs or 95.7 The Game to score an exclusive game day perk. Reserve your spot now at splashsportsbar.com.
Hey, this is Willard and Dibs from 95.7 The Game with great news from Safeway. You can earn Safeway rewards with each purchase you make. Then use your rewards for discounts on groceries or up to 20 cents off per gallon in gas rewards at participating Chevron or Texaco stations, and up to $1 off per gallon at participating Safeway fuel stations.
Not a member? Register for an account with your phone number at checkout and start earning rewards today. I personally love shopping at Safeway and saving up to 20% on my purchases for you with personalized deals, meal plans that list the ingredients needed to make shopping easy, and pet perks. There's something for everyone, including a free item every month from some of my favorite brands.
If you sign up today, you can get $5 off your first purchase of $25. Restrictions and exclusions apply. Learn more at Safeway.com/4U. That's Safeway.com/FORU, as in the letter U. We will see you at Safeway soon.
Coach, the energy out there felt different. What changed for the team today?
It was the new game day scratchers from the California Lottery. Players everything. Those games sent the team's energy through the roof.
Are you saying it was the off-field play that made the difference on the field?
Hey, a little play makes your day, and today, it made the game. That's all for now.
Coach, one more question.
Play the new Los Angeles Chargers, San Francisco 49ers, and Los Angeles Rams Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
This Labor Day weekend, we're celebrating Bob's Discount Furniture's 200th store milestone with the entire Bob's family across the country. For more than 30 years, we've believed everyone deserves the home they love. That's why we brought our everyday low prices on furniture, mattresses, and more to over 200 locations from coast to coast and counting. Not to mention free treats for the whole family in our cafes. Celebrate Bob's Discount Furniture's 200 store milestone this Labor Day weekend.
Oh, my Bob!
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
My debit card.
their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with Full Suite Savings Event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Hey, it's Butcher Boy here for the one and only Ceremony Ford in Colma. And listen up, Tesla owners. It's time to make the switch. Right now, you can upgrade to a 2025 Mustang Mach-E Select for just $239 a month, plus tax for 36 months. And it's only $19.99 due at signing. No trade-in required. And here's the kicker. 0% APR on every Mach-E in stock. We're talking over 100 to choose from. One of the largest inventories in Northern California. Plus, you get a $2,500 rebate, 2 years of complimentary maintenance, and the Ford Power Promise. That's a complimentary home charger with installation. Not a current EV owner? No problem. You still get the Ford Power Promise. But hurry, these offers end September 2nd. Don't wait. Don't overthink it. Ceremony Ford in Colma, your NorCal Mach-E headquarters. See dealer or ceremonyford.com for details.
You need parts? O'Reilly has parts. Get one free set of brake pads when you buy 2 brake rotors. Upgrade to Brake Best Select pads for just $10. Or upgrade to Brake Best Select Pro or Import Direct pads for just $20. Product availability. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing your schedule, and responding to Jim's long emails. Leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC at dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
I saw her last name when we were doing stuff, and I was like, Steinmetz. Jokingly, I was like, you're not related to Matt Steinmetz, are you? And she kind of rolls her eyes, and she's like, yeah, that's my dad.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm a dad.
And your daughter knows you like the limelight. I picked up on that. You, Kitty?
That's
he
right.
Likes that type stuff. I'm networking.
See, and you
Just tap it. It's okay.
No, you mischaracterize everything. It's not the limelight that I like. It's meeting listeners and being able to interact with them.
Right. Okay, I got you.
Because I'm not in the limelight. I'm just talking to a guy or a woman at a place.
You do a show
I enjoy
in the fourth
conversing.
largest market, 10 to 2 in the afternoon.
I don't think we're that high.
Yes, it's not to me. It's 4.
Please.
Dude, you're big time. Come on.
New York, L.A., Chicago,
and
Philly, Miami, Washington, Detroit.
I
we're
Google
Cowtown.
it. Stop.
We may as well be in Ames. Seriously.
Anyway.
All right. By the way, Evan Giddings, our great producer, has weighed in. He's in New York, and he's watching the U.S. Open. He didn't see yesterday's match, but he said Ostapenko is a well-known sore loser.
Oh, there it is.
And he goes, and also a poor winner.
Townsend's my new favorite. When's she go again?
Right, because she doesn't play by the rules?
No, I like I loved her verbal game. I got you. Yeah, she was raised right.
All right, let's see. Let's just go. Boy. All right, we'll go to Big Smoothie in Oakland. What's up, Big Smoothie?
Our man.
How you doing?
Man, your producer messed my thunder up, man. He is a well-known sore loser. And I'm going to say this, man. It might not have been racial, but it sure doggone look like it. You point your finger at me and say, I'm uneducated. But I
Guru,
get it.
Big Smoothie, Guru points his finger at me all the time.
Guru, you can't be pointing your finger. But let me say this.
I'm kidding.
The abuse I take, Big Smoothie, I got to do something. Right? Yeah.
No doubt.
Hey, you know what Skip? Remember what Skip told us?
Yeah, that's our thing. Put your glasses back on.
Stop pointing that finger. But anyway, listen, I'm gonna leave it alone, man. Whatever. But here's the thing, Guru. You could take Low Neal. Let me tell you why.
And this is my guy. Go ahead. The floor is yours.
I'm with you, Goo, because number one, you know your body, you know your training. And we're not talking about tackling. We're not talking about extra yardage. We're talking about a straight line. I don't care what Low Neal did back then. Can you run a straight line faster than me? That's all. So So the other guy talking about trained athlete, we're running a straight line. I put my money on Guru.
Oh, my God, Smoothie.
Guru's lost about 8-9 pounds.
Come on.
Guru, I put my coin on Guru.
This is my guy. He broke it down. Hey. Oppenheimer just called to Steiny. That was incredible. It's a straight line. We're not in the what's the Saints Superdome. It's none of that. It's just a straight line.
All right.
I just wonder what you're going to do and how you'll look at me if I pull this off. I know how you give credit. Equifax. You're going to, our relationship might change.
I'll be surprised.
Yeah. And that's worth it.
You guys still got to pull it off. Let's go to Angelo's in Santa Rosa.
How do I feel better?
Hey, Angelo, how you doing, man?
What's up, guys? First time caller. Love what you guys do.
Thank you.
I'm an immigrator from the other station. So
there you go.
Back.
Sweet.
No, I'm following up on the tennis stuff.
Okay.
I watched the match from beginning to end. It was a both-sided thing. Ostapenko was definitely doing the gamemanship as well. She got broken early in the first set. After she lost the first set, she went and hid in the bathroom for what seemed to be about 15 minutes. Townsend stayed warming up on court. Another thing that wasn't mentioned, Townsend had a huge following in the stands.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Every point, you heard it all. Ostapenko, even at one point, and was super demonstrative, almost like mocking the crowd. So it was definitely a both-sided thing. Townsend is an experienced tennis player, more of a double specialist, but she's close to her 30, so she isn't a youngster. But I just wanted to follow up there.
Good stuff.
Thank you.
Like Evan said, super sore loser, sore winner. But yeah, I saw Townsend do nothing wrong. Just wanted to follow up there.
Love it.
Thanks, Angelo. Appreciate the call.
And starting when you have a 143 IQ like myself, you get to that gist. Like that's how I solved it to me. And then to hear Angelo, Evan tell us something that was oozing out of the story, it sounded like the other young lady was a sore loser.
Okay.
So I got that right.
Let's say Ostapenko was a sore loser.
Okay.
She is a sore winner, and she's not well liked on tour. In Townsend's next match, if she hits a net cord and earns the point, should she hold her racket up?
Yeah, oh, no doubt.
Okay.
This has to be a learning lesson for her.
Ending.
Okay.
Then it's got a happy ending.
But it sounds like, what's my girl, Anko? Sounds like Bill Lambier. It's like she's not liked, Steiny.
Ostapenko.
Yeah, Ostapenko.
All right, let's get back to the Niners. Let's go to Doug in Wichita.
Wichita Falls.
I'm going to Wichita. A seven-nation army couldn't hold me back. What's up, man?
Man, I looked that song up, man, like I told you I would a while back.
It's great. White Stripes, baby.
Man, it was a good song. I dug it. It was cool.
Cool.
Hey, so I called in because I did want to talk about the Jauan Jennings situation.
For sure.
And also this tennis thing and how they kind of relate to each other.
All right.
If I may.
Sure.
So, number one, Jauan Jennings, I got no problem with the man trying to get more money, but I also got no problem with the man living up to a contract he just signed. So, like the girl said on that tennis interview, she said, hey, I'll let my racket do the talking. Jauan, get out there as soon as you can, play, and let that do the talking for you. Now, with these two girls, I think if we take all things true, one's a bad sport, the other one didn't know the etiquette. Steiny, what you're trying to say is that there's an erosion of decorum and genteel endeavors.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
There was an erosion of decorum and genteel endeavors because you mentioned the term etiquette on the golf course. Well, tennis is just like that. There's etiquette involved. It's more of a friendly competition. It's not a combat sport.
Right.
So there are certain things. Guru, you said, this is crazy. Why would I give you a tip of the hat when I made a mistake?
Right.
I won the point. Yeah, you did. But this is where decorum and etiquette comes into play. We're not out here to kill each other. We're out here to have a good time. And if we win, that's what we're trying to do. But let's be polite and considerate of one another.
Yeah.
Well said.
We need
well
more
said,
of that.
Doug.
Even at the high school level, little league level. AAU. I mean, these refs are getting jumped. These refs are getting jumped by families.
AAU's a problem.
Men, women. Now, when you say that, what do you mean?
I don't.
You know what? Like, that's got a negative kind of like. What
exactly. I mean, I'm not going to get into it. Your hero, Kobe Bryant, said AAU's at the root of all basketball evil. So I don't need to. That's your guy.
I love Kobe.
Yeah, that's what he said. 415 on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Why does Guru always bring up his IQ?
No. We just happen to happen natural, organically on the show. But anyway, partner, I don't think Townsend did anything wrong. And now we got the backstory, and I'm looking at it right now, Steiny. She was the other young lady was a sore loser. There it is.
All right. Back to the Niners. Mike Florio was on with the morning show with Shasky and Spinoni, though Sam Lubman's filling in admirably.
Great job.
How about a simple question? What are the expectations for the Niners?
Things set up well this year for the 49ers. Number one, the expectations are lower than they've been probably since 2021, the year after they most recently had a season that was derailed by injury after injury. And the schedule is much more favorable this year. Outside of the division, all four teams of the AFC South, all four teams of the NFC South. And when you compare Rams' first-place schedule to 49ers' fourth-place schedule, there's 3 games where there's that deviation, and that's the benefit you get from finishing in fourth place. 3 of your games are, in theory, unless those other fourth-place teams from last year are a lot better, those are easier games than what the defending champion has to face. And that alone, where the margins are so tight, the playoff spots come down to a win here, a loss there, the division title can go all the way down to the wire. Those things benefit the 49ers if they can be healthy and if they can stay healthy.
Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk. And
we all have an opinion.
Are you mad at him?
No, I'm not mad.
You're mad at him because he brought up the schedule?
No, I get
said
that.
It was kind of favorable?
No, hey, favorable is softer than what you guys were saying. Easy. But
it's the easiest schedule in the last 2 decades. I got Kenny's ear.
Like, are the expectations really that low? Because they're favored in some books, sport books, Donnie, to win the division over the Rams. So the expectations to me are still there. Now, again, I don't know how to, when it's all said and done, because we only got umpteen days to kind of get it out of our system, talk about what happened in that 6-11 campaign. But I'll tell you what did happen in that 6-11 campaign. There was bad football at times. Now, you could say, Steiny, there were injuries, this and that going on, but the bottom line is they got to improve their run defense. Saul is here. They're counting on these youngsters. Brock Purdy's got to carry more of the load than he ever has, and that doesn't mean he's going to throw for 80 pass attempts, but the bottom line, Steiny, is you've been around. We are almost we ain't the same age, but, we're 70 babies.
I'm not.
What are you?
60s.
That makes me feel like, dude, like I'm 18. Baby! Yeah, Steiny.
Well, when we talk football here like we just did, it's always presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, Goo, but what you can count on is Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus. All season long. Just visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Back to football.
Yeah.
That's what's known as an in-segment read, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, you left. I got to just throw something at you. Because
Can I do one thing real quick?
Go ahead. My bad.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. And the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Now, you have oftentimes outside of the station, when it's personal, Steiny, you've been my confidant. You've been my psychiatrist. I run stuff by you. I don't always agree with you. But since you went on your trip, we've really never gotten into this Jerry Jones thing with Micah if we're doing the Niner version of it with Jauan Jennings. And I don't know how much you've watched, but I do know Micah is Bosa. He's a talent, right, Steiny?
All right.
How the hell can owner say, we had an arrangement, we had a deal, I don't want to deal with your agent. I've never, and I back Jerry Jones all the time. Steiny, he is, what word am I looking for? When you get old and it passes you by, senile. That's how he sound. How can you expect an athlete not to have representation and say, Steiny and I, we're in a room, we have, like, dude, you're at your, can I say it, Steiny? You sound like Biden at the end.
Not just him. Another guy's been rambling like a...
Kitty talk.
Rambling like an old...
Kitty gave you the kill sign.
Jalopy.
Yeah, but come on. What's going on there? You're mad the dude? You don't want to talk to a dude's agent? That almost comes off as racial.
Is the agent black?
He ain't white.
Oh.
And I'm just saying, Steiny, like, what are you doing? Now I'm just saying, you've risked him out there. They got a game next Thursday at Philly, a division rival. Like, I'm being serious, Steiny. What is going on in the world of sports today? What's next?
What do you mean? What's next?
It's all just, I don't want to get fired, effed up.
Okay.
It truly is.
Let me channel my inner Joe Lacob. Would you relax? It's a negotiation. That's all it is. They're negotiating. What is
He's your best
the world
player.
Is not coming
He's
to an end for that.
He's a generational talent.
Okay,
you need him. What the hell is there negotiating? And Steiny, behind closed doors, Jerry just told Stephen A. over the weekend on his podcast, the money's not the issue.
All right.
So he's tripping on almost some type of Frank Sinatra, do it my way. Like, I don't want to deal with the fact that you got an agent, and that reeks of, Steiny, you know where I'm going. It reeks of something that I'm like, I know Jerry's not this. Then I think about when Neilgate happened with Cap, what he was saying, every Cowboy's going to take a knee. Then he got past that. But the longer this thing goes, I'm just like, dude, you're telling on yourself.
What about, did he tell on himself last year with Dak?
That was different. Dak had been paid 2 other times. So that was Dak's third one, and they paid him the day of.
But they made Dak Prescott the highest paid quarterback.
They did, but they also made Dak go into seasons to where he just got the franchise tag twice.
Is Micah Parsons asking to be the highest paid player on defense in football?
I believe so, and I believe they're willing to meet that to give him that.
Stein, so then what's the problem?
That he doesn't want to talk to his agent. And Mike is like,
well, you don't have
to
talk.
Just talk
you can just
me.
Sign the contract.
No. Would you do that if you're Micah and you got an agent?
I have no idea what he wants, but it's like if
he's not versed in reading the contract. That's why he's got an agent.
So to have the agent do it, if they're making him not like, I get it. It's Are they?
It's as stupid as I'm making it sound.
Why would Micah Parsons not sign a contract that makes him the highest paid defensive player probably in football history?
Because the Joneses will not incorporate his representation into getting it to that plateau. By all accounts, the numbers, the guaranteed money, Micah is going to be the highest paid defensive player ever. But the Joneses don't like, basically, the fact that they don't want to deal with the dude's agent. And Jerry just told Stephen A. in front of everybody, we called the agent, he told us to stick it up, you know what? Stop.
I am confused because if the Cowboys are willing to make him the highest paid player on defense in football, then
there's a way
draw
to
up that contract.
Okay. Send it to the agent.
Give it to Micah Parsons. Tell Micah, we're not dealing with your agent. Tell him to look it over. If he likes it, sign it, and we'll bring it back.
But think about what you're saying, Steiny. I guess Mike is like, why do we have to do that? Why can't you just send it to my guy? Why can't you get him on the phone? What does that symbolize or represent to you that I got an agent? Like, I know you look perplexed and baffled, but that's what's going on here.
I like Jerry Jones.
I do too.
Okay, well then.
I don't agree with, but this is bad. Steiny, it's embarrassing. That's why
it's not
Biden.
Bad. It's not embarrassing. It's a negotiation. That's what the greatest owner
to talk
in
to
sports.
The players' representation. Why, Matthew Steinmetz?
Because he doesn't like him.
But for the betterment of the football team, would you, okay, I don't like you, but I know I got to do this to get to point B so we can be full throttle come Philly next Thursday?
Well, I mean,
it's actually stupid on Jerry's part.
Okay, well then it's stupid on Lynch's part with Jennings.
That's different.
Why?
Jennings is not as talented as Micah. This is not even about money. This is about respect.
Okay, just move him then.
Well, Kenny just sent us something from, who was that, Kenny?
There you go.
That the Cowboys, I think this is bull hucky.
Oh.
But, Pucky, I don't think this is real, but Adam Schefter, several teams have spoken to the Cowboys about a potential Michael Parsons trade, and for the first time, the Cowboys appear willing to at least listen, sources tell Todd Archer and Dan Graziano. Okay. Come on, Steiny.
What?
Are you really going to let that be the reason you trade this dude? Is you didn't want to talk to his agent?
Well, let's see. Miami traded Jimmy Butler because there was stuff going on.
You got me. True.
Like, when there's stuff going, like, I wouldn't be shocked if the 49ers, even though they just said they're not, they could trade Jennings if they think they have a good deal for him.
But they would never trade Bosa. They would never
know that. Hell, they almost traded IU.
Well, they had a chance, Donnie, and when he did his contract, and he got all the money and some. Bosa. You know what I mean? Like, some stuff just don't. You don't trade Jordan. You don't trade Curry. You don't trade Kobe. You know? In their prime. So, I'm just giving you the tea leaves, Donnie.
How old's Parsons?
I want to say 25, 26.
How many years has he been in the league?
I want to say 4. He's got one sack in 4 playoff games.
Okay.
That's bad. So do you think they're looking at it like, could we get a Herschel Walker deal?
I just think this is so par for the course for the NFL.
But this isn't about money is what makes it maddening. That's why people are questioning Jerry. He said, I've offered him the most, and I'm willing to guarantee we got it. Okay. I talked to him, Steiny, in the office, just him and I thought we had a deal. That's not how it works, though. You guys did have that conversation. He still has an agent. Why are you hate the agent that bad? You won't fax him the papers?
Something's missing.
No, I know you think.
Something's missing.
Kenny, can you help me? I watched it. Come on now.
I'm with Ray Ratto here, the great Ray Ratto. Nobody knows anything.
I mean, just judging in the list of events, like Jerry Jones tried to negotiate with Micah without his representation.
What is that, man?
And he said, well, I thought we were negotiating. He's like, no, we were just talking. So what does that tell you with the business that Jerry Jones is doing? I put it back to him.
And Steiny, like what?
Okay.
There's something like eating at him to where he don't want to deal with his agent. But to the point to where now you're starting to mess up the team as far as come this season? No, I get that. But you know what I mean?
Capitalism.
It's called stupidism.
Well,
Mike is 26, Steiny.
Oh, boy. And you compared him to Jordan, Kobe, and Steph.
No, I'm just saying to this defense, that's what he is. He's a generational player, man.
Well,
go ahead. No, go ahead, Sonny.
Can you be a generational player if you played one playoff game in 6 years?
Well, you got 4. No, he's got 1 sack in 4 playoff games.
Can you be a generational player?
Well, no. Hey, if you told me they got a Herschel Walker deal, you know I'm hardcore, to trade Micah, I would say do it in a Texas second.
Okay. Is that faster than a regular second?
No, man, a millisecond.
I think it's slower because Texas goes more slowly.
I know you think I've left some stuff out on this, the money being there, Jerry's willing to do this, and the agent talking to his representation is like, this is, I'm like, Jerry's done some stuff. This might be the all-timer. All because you don't like his dude? And now people have brought up the race card like.
It's not the first time with Jerry Jones.
I'll give you that.
I'll say this. I'm glad you could get to talk about that.
Yeah,
I honestly, I swear to God,
I never believed any of this. And these reports, real quick, Steiny, he's not getting traded. That's what they're not going to do. Shout out Richie Rich from Oakland, the rapper.
I guess what I'm saying is, if this were happening in San Francisco, obviously I'd be really interested in it. But I don't care. Like, I just don't
York
care.
Ain't Jerry, he's not dumb like that, man. Jerry's trying to make
it. No, the point is like, yes, when like York and Harbaugh were in a feud, and that was a story. And I
hated how it ended. Yeah.
Right. But like, Jerry Jones is in 3 of these a year.
Okay, right. He actually probably likes this.
And I don't like Micah Parsons. I don't like Penn State guys.
I've never heard that from you.
I don't like Penn State guys. Now you've heard it twice.
Can I ask why?
Because of Sandusky.
Oh, well, then nobody like. Yeah, you got.
And that's unfair.
That is totally. It is kind of like he had nothing to do. But I
don't like Penn State. I don't dislike their athletes. Put it that way. They're fine. All right, we got to go.
You're gonna miss me for. I got to go get the caddy.
It's finished.
Yeah, it's finished.
All right, good.
Some people said I was lying. Didn't have the money to get it out.
Oh, it's payday tomorrow. Is it?
Kitty, let me.
Is it payday tomorrow?
Yeah,
that's right.
You got that.
I was on vacation last week. I don't know if something dropped or.
That's more the reason for it to be like Christmas tomorrow. Payday. I would know when it was anyway. You living good, my man.
All right, we got one more segment, and then it's the crossover. What's coming up next in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
He sees things others don't see.
Purdy just executes what he's asked to execute at a really high level.
He spends hours and hours in the film room to find the nuggets.
He has way better mobility than people might think, and we've seen that a number of times, but he just knows how to play the position and neatly.
He's Greg Cosell from NFL Films, and he's on every Wednesday with Willard and Dibs.
Greg freaking Cosell right there.
We are the Bay Area's football station, 95.7 The Game.
Save on organic summer produce at Whole Foods Market. Get organic heirloom tomatoes for $3.99 per pound with Prime through September 2nd. Use as a burger topping or as the star of their own sandwich. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
This hour is brought to you by the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. Introducing the business card that gives back all you put in.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on OpenSignal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
I've used drugs from the age of 15 till 29. I had no friends. I had no family. I wanted to quit because I didn't want to die. Since I've been in recovery, I could write a novel. of the good things that happened to me. I finished college. I've held great jobs. It's never too late to recover from addiction. I am living proof that recovery is possible.
Get treatment. It works. To learn more, visit livingproofsf.org.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Mila, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Mila kitchen package. Visit the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
This is McGruff the Crime Dog, and I need you to help me take a bite out of crime. Another teenager, victim to fake pills bought from social media. This doesn't seem like a drug deal, but it definitely is. Should buying prescription pills be that easy? Many fake pills contain fentanyl, and an amount small enough to fit on the tip of a pencil can be lethal. So listen, before buying pills from social media, think again. Learn more at mcgruffpsa.org and go for real. Brought to you by USPTO and the National Crime Prevention Council.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
My debit card.
their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound, that's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's almost over, but the heat is pressing on. If you've got battery trouble, stop by AutoZone for free battery testing. It may just need a charge, and we'll do that for free too. If you do need a battery, we've got options starting at just $89.99. And we'll recycle your old battery for free. Now that's a strong start. Don't miss the end of summer sale. Now at AutoZone until September 22nd.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Join 95.7 The Game at our annual Red and Gold Summit on September 4th at Westfield Valley Fair Mall in Santa Clara. We'll be live from King's Fish House from 2 to 6 p.m. See all of your favorite hosts kick off the new football season. For info, visit 957thegame.com.
You can't be serious, man. You cannot be serious! That ball was on the line. Chalk flew up.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Speaking of decorum.
Man, Johnny Mac, Steiny. That was incredible.
Get the running faucet ready. McEnroe's a good dude.
Oh, you've met him?
Oh, yeah.
That's his persona on the tennis court.
I had dinner with him.
How about Brad Gilbert, who I love?
I love him.
Yeah.
Great guy.
I'm sure they're
You don't want to ask me about my dinner?
Man, how did it materialize?
I was at a party, and we were sitting at a long table.
Where at?
New York.
Dude, and who were you with?
It was a party. It was a retirement party for Chris Mullin.
Oh, you were there?
Yeah.
This was before the camera phone?
Yeah. It's the camera phone.
You couldn't take pictures yet.
Not really.
Dude, that's Molly.
Met, who else? Lou Carnesecca was there.
I got to believe Patrick Ewing.
Did not see Patrick Ewing.
You see Bonte. That's a 4.
Who?
Bonte.
No.
Because they're boys now.
No, this was 15 years ago.
That was the joke.
Oh.
Kenny, come get your uncle, man.
Penny Marshall was there.
Laverne and Shirley?
Yeah.
Come on, man. Yeah. Let me guess. One of the members of Run DMC, because he's a rap fan. Russell Simmons?
Mitch Richmond was there.
Okay. That's not who I was talking about.
I can't remember who else.
Any actors? Actress? Or actors?
Yes, there was actually. It was, oh, God, what was his name? Now, the funny thing is I'm
dope.
pretty sure right now, like, you know, this is the way I look at things, Goo. And this is, I think you should be the same way. Like, they're just people. Like, McEnroe's just a guy.
No, I get.
Right. He's just a guy.
I've lived that life with famous people, Steiny.
And what you don't know is, without even knowing, I kind of know, is that, you know, when McEnroe's in New York, he'd probably be like, oh, yeah, I've met Matt Steinmetz.
Please. The odds of that are...
Where, Johnny?
Wow.
Johnny Mac, where? Oh, he was at Chris Mullin's retirement party.
You cannot be serious.
You remember what you had?
What do you mean?
Like, what'd you order?
Probably about 29 beers.
Food, Steiny.
Oh, food. Yeah, no clue. It was good, though.
That's pretty dope. I didn't know that. You guys go back.
How about, you know what? Hashtag random.
It should be a podcast.
We can do this for tomorrow, too. I'm just going to bring it up. I think this would be a fun little topic.
Kim will tell us.
Do you have a most treasured sports memento, souvenir?
I know what it means. Dude, talking to me like I'm from the, come on now. What if I said I want to wait till tomorrow
That's fine.
to give you that answer?
That's fine. You know, like a sign ball or just something that's sports related that is your.
I heard you and Evan kind of going down this road when I was off. I tuned in.
We did?
Yeah, and I to myself, I felt kind of, I felt bad.
Why?
Because
he didn't have anything?
No, I don't have anything.
That's all right.
I
You're
have
not
memories.
sentimental.
Yeah, no, I got memories.
Those don't count.
The time Milt May stiffed me at the Pirate game against the Giants at the stick, and he goes, no, I got to use this. I was like, you don't even start. I didn't say that, but I was thinking it. But no, the time Chris Washburn didn't have a jersey underneath his warm-up sweater, and a young coach told him to get in the game. Steiny, Ron Tillman was at I could have Ron T in my bad government name.
You're getting that mixed up with Happy Days. Ralph Mouth one time wore a button-down shirt and khakis
Chris
under.
Washburn did not have his jersey underneath, and at the end of the game go in. He was out there.
I don't know that one. Like I
loved him,
Steiny.
I loved him.
Who?
Chris Washburn coming out of NC State. I'm sorry. That was my Chris Webber before Webber. And the streets got him. The town.
Yeah.
Yep. Do you have one? Not a graph. Like,
yes, I actually do.
I think the internet has, and the boss will probably throw something at me. Tell me what you think of this. I think the internet has ruined, or AI, autographs. I don't believe anything that I see now. I'm like, oh, somebody else wrote that, and you think it's Steve Carlton's, but it's not.
Yeah. Back in 74.
I wasn't even here.
Yeah, right.
What you mean? Yeah, right.
On my 10th birthday, I got a birthday card from I
already know who.
Rocky Colavito.
Mom's friend.
And he was coaching the Cleveland, and he was a third base coach for the Cleveland Indians. And I got a card in the mail, and it said, "Happy birthday from the whole gang." And I opened up the card, and it was signed by every single player. Still have it.
Where is it at?
It's in my office.
You got to bring it tomorrow.
I wouldn't bring it. No.
We'll take a picture of it.
Okay.
Yeah. The whole gang?
Yeah.
That's sick.
Tell me if you're, okay, he's like, remember Andre Thornton?
No.
How about, well, Dwayne Kuiper was on that team.
Okay.
I have his on. Like, he was.
That's tight.
I brought it up to him, and he never remembered.
Oh, no.
Let's see. Ron Hassey, catcher.
I remember him.
Oscar Gamble.
Ron Hassey was also on the Cubs.
Oscar Gamble.
With the afro, first baseman or outfielder.
You know who else? Dennis Eckersley.
So he had to be young.
He was a starter back then.
Wow.
How about, that's about it.
Anything remotely close to, man, Texas.
Bell?
I remember him from Texas.
Yeah.
Anything remotely close to that after that memento. It's got to be your Curry autograph birthday
Oh, I forgot
jersey.
about that one.
That's it to me.
Still behind the Indians one will be forever because I got it when I was 10. I was 60 when I got
Speaking
Curry's
of which, Evan and Dibs pretty much have the same birthday. So you were gone last week, and we were doing the crossover, and I truly meant it from a good place. I said, you guys going to have Curry call in for you, Dibs? And they both looked at me as if I was trying to stick something at them, but no, it was nothing but love. So I won't be here today.
Excited for college football.
I can't wait, man. 2 big games.
Buffalo tonight?
Buffalo, and take the over. I think it's 46.
The University of Buffalo? Yeah. They always play on Thursdays, right?
Do you know their nickname?
Bison. Absolutely.
God, man.
They're not bad.
The Bison.
Of course, we got a big one on Saturday.
We got 2 big ones.
Yep.
Miami.
That's not one of them.
Texas.
That's not one either.
What are you talking about? Texas is
Sunday
the
go. Sunday's Miami and Notre Dame.
But nevertheless. Sounds like you're wrong.
Texas. It's Saturday at 9.
Yeah, but you said Miami too. They play Sunday.
Yeah.
I said the weekend. So Sunday is the weekend. I didn't say Saturday for Miami. I said the weekend. I know when Texas is. I said Sunday. We got football. You know what, Kenny? I know what you're doing. I know what you're doing.
Northwestern at Tulane.
Now look at you.
Season opener.
Who's their QB?
Retzlaff.
That's a name for that ass. Retzlaff.
Of course, the game I have circled, September 13th versus Duke in the Big Easy.
That won't even be televised.
Yes, it will. Darian Mensah coming back. To play against Tulane. He transferred to Duke last year. So it could be some hard feelings. Oh, it's going to get chippy. Go Green Wave. Yes, sir. Okay. By the way,
I'm talking to my producer. Like, you are so insecure.
I can't. No, it's not insecurity.
Everything's not about you,
I
though.
get it. It's not about insecurity. It's about distraction.
And you're a natural one. It's just, dude, I'm whispering to you do it all the time.
Right. So I lost my, I look over.
You do a lot.
You're talking, and I'm like, I think he wants to talk, so stop.
I was whispering.
Exactly. It's even worse. What were you saying?
No, I can't say it.
What you got?
No, this I can't say.
Kenny, what was he saying?
No, this will get me canceled.
Kenny, now you must tell.
Wow, that hurts. Hey, we had a good week with Ken and Risotto. What you think?
Yeah, for sure.
Still not done yet.
I can't even give compliments. I'm just, good job.
No, I appreciate it, Go.
Yeah.
I've had fun with you guys.
And I like your input at night, your text, you keep it going.
I try.
Good ideas, for sure.
It's probably why we both showed up to his birthday party.
You were a little late, but yeah, I appreciate that.
CPT.
I'm not allowed to say that. That's.
I gotta be careful, man. Yeah, I need my check.
What if you got fired for saying something like that?
What?
CPT.
You know what it means, huh?
I do, of course.
I could have said BPT.
Let's see. What do I have on my list here? Well, I got some stuff that's going to hold well for tomorrow. Did you hear about Dawn Staley?
I did not, and I'm interested.
She interviewed with the Knicks.
Now, I'm being real.
Yep.
Was that how will we ever know? Was it Steiny, look at me, a real interview or?
Well, she said.
Doing it for the clicks?
She got interviewed, and they said, well, if you were offered the job, what would you have done? And she said, I would have had to have taken it.
Wow.
I'm telling you. That's another hot take of mine. We will see a woman NBA coach.
Well, how soon?
In our lifetime. Next 20 years. I really believe that.
20, that's
my lifetime.
Do you have a problem?
I'm saying I'm going to die at 80.
Okay. Would you or Kenny have a problem? I mean this because you won't even know where I'm going here, but you'll remember. The first female coach in the NBA should be Becky Hammon.
Well, no. Why would you say that?
Because she sat on that Spurs bench under one of the greatest coaches, if not the greatest coach to ever do it. I just feel like, Kenny, does that come off wrong when I say, I feel like she paid her dues?
What about?
And Staley is qualified, but if she had got that job first over Becky, it's still groundbreaking. But I would have been like, I just felt like Hammon.
She's a better coach than Becky Hammon.
Which could very well be. But I'm just looking at, you said something Patrick Ewing didn't do, but he actually did, why he couldn't get a head coach. You got to keep up with me. But she was on the NBA Live for a long time, Steiny. That means something to me.
But here's the thing.
Coached the game, too. I'm just saying.
Do we know that Becky Hammon is a better coach than Nikasi?
No, that we don't. But I thought it was about experience, too. And all I was saying is she had been in that NBA Live.
Well, so is Nikasi. She worked for the Clippers under Doc Rivers. The worm has turned.
I love me, Natalie. But
honestly, I think that's why she is the way she is, because of Doc.
I agree.
And especially in postgame, she's fantastic.
So yeah. She done like this when they win. Oh, that's great. No, I love the Valkyries. We ain't giving the Valkyries. We got to get into it, man.
The Valkyries, they don't play tonight.
Sunday, I believe.
3 games in 4 nights. They play Saturday, Sunday, Tuesday.
Okay.
I believe. I took a look at the schedule.
That's too many days off for me in a row. I know there's a joke there. You just let me live, Steiny. Let your boy live. But yeah, so you don't have a problem with me saying Hammond's. Am I kind of saying she deserves it because she'd been? But then you brought up Nikasi, so I get that. Well, let me ask you this: who do you think's the better coach out of Staley and Hammond?
Oh my God, I have no freaking idea. None. Hammond and who?
Staley.
I respect them both. I don't know. I like Dawn Staley. She's from Philly.
Well, go figure.
Did you see Doris? Oh, yeah, Doris Burke got demoted.
Well, she's still with the network. It's not fired.
No, it's demoted.
All right.
It's like
I'll give you that.
It's like when they tell you in a year or two,
all right,
we got to put you back on weekends.
All right, the man. And if I needed, well, what about Skip Bayless? I got to say something there.
Anything?
He got a job. Gilbert Arenas. Gilbert is big time if he can pull this off. Dude, why are you looking like
what?
Skip is the plague? He started this whole thing on TV. You got to give him that. But anyway, he's back. He'll be doing a 5-day show on YouTube on Gilbert Arenas' quote-unquote network. And
what
there's
channel?
2 other guys.
Tell me what channel I won't be watching.
Well, it's not on TV.
Even better.
All right. Well, that's where everything else is at these days.
Gilbert Arenas. I tell you what.
Dude, that dude, man.
Mark my words.
He's popular.
When I run into Gilbert the next time.
Will he remember you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Come on, Steiny.
He will. And he has a talking to coming from me.
About? He's doing what it takes right now, Steiny.
About how he's living.
Yeah. And he's living well. Who are you to come on, Steiny?
I'm gonna.
Your dude's winning right now. I'm not saying I approve of Howie, but he's winning.
He can. I'm gonna help him make strides.
All right.
Because I do like him, but he's flawed, and I'm not afraid to tell him he's flawed. In fact, I have before.
Yeah, I just don't like what he did to Kobe.
What'd he do?
He was his best friend when he was alive, and then when he's passed, now all of a sudden he ain't as good. You're trying to tell us he ain't as good as we all think he is. That's what I don't like.
Top 15. Kobe.
Stop.
Hey, Theodore Rand. We'll just play a little word association. Yeah. Theodore Rand saying, what do you think about Jason Whitlock?
His own worst enemy.
Oh, my God. I think he is right now.
He ruined himself. Let's be honest.
He did, but I'm finding him so amusing.
No, a lot of people are, but it's sad. He used to be the man. And now what I don't like is your plan is going against what you used to be. But that's all you got left. You blew it everywhere you went. I mean, this dude was the undefeated before it even took off. You messed that up. Do some research on that, how he was acting in the corporate environment. But, dude, I get what he's doing.
He said
now.
He had to stay away from Joy Taylor.
That peanut butter skin. Dude, that's a favorite. Anyway, give me another person. And I told
Tim Legler.
It's time. He's ready. I like him.
It's going to be with Mike Breen.
Yeah. I got to say this. I told Evan, we talked about it briefly. Klay Thompson and Meg Thee Stallion, Steiny.
All right.
Please don't show me another clip of their relationship. I'm so happy for Klay. I'm happy for Meg. But don't force it down our throat. It's not Reagan and Nancy. Ronald, hey, Steiny, how's it going there?
On that is Harrison, our good old friend. How's he living wrong, Steiny? He's living in sin.
Aren't we all? Where are you about to go once your show's over?
It's not a sin.
It ain't church.
To walk to bars.
Well, please, you'll make a pit stop. Like, don't judge people. Like, now I'm uncomfortable.
Don't judge who?
Arenas. He is. He's winning the game of attention.
When I was covered. Well, not him, but
get him on the show. You guys' number still?
You know what?
No, seriously, that would bring the house down. He would tell you right now you couldn't do it.
I would bet you Arenas would be like, here's a guy. Come on the radio. I got my own show. Come on a show of a guy who covered me 30 years ago.
Do it for the old Steiner, though.
Hey, Goo, I think you buried the lead with that, though.
Oh.
Because you didn't mention that they're going to be talking football. It's a football show. Go to Arenas and Skip Bayless.
But for now, Kenny, I'm the G is for Guru for now. Wink, wink. It's going to branch off into hoop. I expect. But you're right.
Why wouldn't you start there then?
Who was his partner? Former athlete. What's my guy's name? And they used to get into it.
What are you talking about?
Skip will have two other guys on the show. One will rotate. But the other guy is not my man that went to Penn State, the linebacker. It's not him, but it's like
Arrington.
him. Yeah, but it's not him.
Oh, it's not?
It's like Arrington. Give me one more.
Oh, boy, Larry, the running back that played for the Chiefs.
Well, he didn't. He ain't got all his morals.
Penn State?
Yeah, hold on.
It's not Arrington?
No, he's already got a gig. Hold on.
I don't know who it is then.
Okay, just keep talking.
Okay. Nothing's going on with
pressure when you do that.
Nothing's going on with Kuminga, ladies and gentlemen.
But does that mean something's going on?
No, nothing's going on.
He'll be back. Yep.
Nothing's going on. Did you figure it out? Now, I'm going to tell you something. Here's where people say, "Oh, you hate this guy, Steiny, you hate this guy." Let me tell you who I would absolutely, positively listen to doing football, and in fact,
give it to me.
I think he would be great as an analyst. Draymond Green.
Steiny, that's like saying the sky's
on
blue.
Football.
Oh,
on football.
Now, why would you say that? And he played tight end for a little bit.
Because I've heard him talk about other sports, and I just he's great.
I agree with you.
He's great at talking about sports. He just is.
Well. Yes, that's my. Say it to the mic. It wasn't Penn State.
Don't tell me.
Right.
Oh well, if it was, what college? Oh, you didn't even know.
We should know.
Have I heard of him?
Yeah, you have. He got in a little trouble before too.
Michael Irvin.
He used to do the NFL games on Fox. Was damn
Olsen.
good. No, keep going.
He went to Kansas.
He went to Kansas. Then got in some trouble off the field with firearms.
Art Schleister.
Give it to him.
Aqib Talib, former Patriot.
Remember
Buccaneer.
him? Yeah, he got in a little trouble off the field.
I only remember one thing about him. Do you know what it is? Your old buddy. Remember that drop they used to play? I think he said Aqib Talib or something.
Oh, Zachariah.
Yeah, your guy.
Yeah.
That was not fair to him.
Yep. Yeah, they'll be getting down together.
Did Steiny just compliment Draymond? Absolutely.
But you said everything.
Dude, when he went to see Macklin Celebrini,
that was
in
incredible.
Chicago, and then talked about him.
Incredible.
It's like, man, this guy,
he's a savant.
Watches sports in a different way.
But he knows how to break it down and also teach and explain.
Right, so you're agreeing with me. Thank you.
The world was already, TNT knew, we knew this.
I said other sports. And that's what makes my take unique.
But he's not doing other sports, Donnie. He's just hoop.
I bet you he does other sports at some point. He's good at football.
No, he's good at everything.
He'll talk football on his podcast once in a while. Oh, yeah, Talib's the guy who snatched Crabtree's. That's right. I forgot about that.
But he also got some other.
Thank you, 510. I forgot about that.
Let me be careful.
Let's see. A couple other things. Oh, we didn't even get into Keegan Bradley, who in this age of selfishness and me, and it's all about me, boy, did he take one for the team yesterday.
Talk about it.
You wouldn't have done it.
I'm Mr. Team Guy.
He's the captain of the Ryder Cup.
Okay.
And he's one of the best players, but he did not pick himself to be what they call a playing captain, which would have been the first one since 1963. Not only that, he was left off the last Ryder Cup. It was heartbreaking for him.
But he's not the best then.
This was 2 years ago.
Okay.
So they play the Ryder Cup. It's over. And they say, do you want to be the captain of the next Ryder Cup team? Means you get to pick the team. Yes, I'll do that. He could have picked himself. He could have. He said he was thinking about. He did not pick himself. He's just going to be the captain / coach. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
he could have had it all, like Bogey and Bacall.
But would he have earned it?
Yes, he would. Yes, he would have had a right to say, "I belong on this team."
Kenny.
Well, not to argue with Steiny, but I think that was the reason why he wasn't captain, because I feel like, personally, he didn't think he earned it, that other guys stepped up and earned it over him. Yeah. And that's the selflessness I think Steiny's going for.
Yeah.
Because he said...
when nepotism works...
Because he said when he was made the captain, or he just said earlier this year, I was probably playing, but that what happened over the summer, other guys emerged, and he said, you know what? I'll just be the coach.
Who's the second best golfer behind Scheffler right now? Can you two just yell into the look at you both?
I still think it's Rory.
Wow. That's a far behind second, though, it feels like.
Yeah. No, Rory got one this year. All right, 888. Scratch that. We got Willard and Dibs coming in. That segment was brought to you by Cars for Kids. That's Cars with a K.
95.7 The Game congratulates Cars for Kids on 30 years of changing lives. Over 1 million cars donated. More than 100,000 kids helped. Be part of the legacy. Donate your car today at carsforkids.org and join over 1 million satisfied donors.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is the 2025 Red and Gold Summit, and it is happening on Thursday, September 4th, live from King's Fish House at Westfield Valley Fair in Santa Clara. Me and Dibs will be live from 2 to 4, and then the summit from 4 to 6. So Steiny and Goo and Shasky and Spadoni are all going to be there, and we invite you to come over for the hang. Are we really doing this?
Join 95.7 The Game personalities at Harding Park September 5th for a day of golf with the Pettinelli Financial Partners 10th Annual Tournament to Support Autism Society's San Francisco Bay Area. Committed to providing resources and activities for local families touched by autism. Sponsored in part by Atco Pest Control. This event needs your help. Have your company co-sponsor, volunteer, or provide in-kind auction items like vacation homes or sports tickets. For details on how you can help, search 10th Annual Pettinelli Golf, September 5th at Harding Park.
Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrid models than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
At Odyssey, we believe in creating a diverse and inclusive workforce. We also value the power of community and encourage local organizations to help us in referring qualified applicants to our stations. If you're a community organization interested in receiving our vacancy information, simply email equalemployment@odyssey.com. You'll be notified of all our open positions. That's equalemployment@odyssey.com. And for all our listeners, please visit odysseyinc.com/careers for a list of job openings at all Odyssey radio stations.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on the best network in the U.S. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
After my divorce, the house felt too big, and I wanted to downsize.
At John Buys Bay Area Houses, we help Kelly sell her house and start fresh. We take care of everything. No cleaning or repairs, no fees or commissions, no hassle.
I found the perfect smaller home. It's such a huge relief.
Call 510-800-JOHN or search online for John Buys Bay Area Houses to get a fair cash offer today.
Start fresh with John Buys Bay Area Houses.
For full details, including terms and conditions, visit unlock.com/legal. Call 1-888-780-6854 to speak with a representative today. Actor Portrayal. Terms and conditions apply. Not available in all states.
Hey homeowners, can I get a minute of your time? If you need cash but don't want another loan, I've got the perfect solution. You can access up to $500,000 of your home's equity without monthly payments or interest ever with Unlock. This isn't a loan. It's a home equity agreement. With Unlock, you may qualify for cash today in exchange for a share of your home's future value. No debt, no extra bills, just financial flexibility on your terms. Use the money however you want. Home improvements, paying off debt, investing, or boosting your retirement savings. Unlike HELOCs, home equity loans, or cash out refis, there are no monthly payments. No stress. You've built this equity. Now it's time to use it. Go to unlock.com for more information.
Don't wait. Call 888-780-6854 to unlock the equity in your home and get up to $500,000 in cash with no monthly payments and no interest ever. Call 888-780-6854. 888-780-6854 or visit unlock.com. That's unlock.com for more information.
Your cold is coming. Your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things, like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Guru, you could take Low Neal. Let me tell you why. Because #1, you know your body, you know your training. And we're not talking about tackling. We're not talking about extra yardage. We're talking about a straight line.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, it is time for the crossover. Let's welcome in Willard and Dibs. Guru had to duck out. He's getting that caddy picked up. So, what's going on? What do you think of Lynchy yesterday in Shanny?
Lynchy.
Yeah, big responsibility for you today.
How so?
You got to be two people now.
Yes, which means you got to stay twice as long. I think it's the way that works.
And I'm super bummed that Goo's not here because I wanted to say something to him about this race with Low Neal. I wanted to say something to him directly, and I hope it would help him understand because Goo, as we all know, we love our Goo. He takes things very, very personally. And I don't think people are not believing in Goo. Like, he thinks he's being disrespected, right?
Exactly.
No one's disrespecting Goo. It's that we feel he's disrespecting professional athletes. Yes. Professional athletes are out of this world.
Even former ones who are in their mid-50s.
It is a different animal completely. Anyway.
No, it is very different.
That's it. That's all I wanted to say. I wanted to say it to him. But he's not here.
Unfortunately.
I'll tell him tomorrow.
And many thought that I was disrespecting Low Neal when I went for a neutral sport to play him in one-on-one basketball. And it was less about disrespect and it was more about my own hubris, much like Guru is feeling. We actually had Joe Lacob in studio for about an hour. And at the end of it, my former partner, whose name escapes me, asked Joe Lacob who he picks, and Joe Lacob, matter of fact, he goes, never seen either one of them play, but when I get into these questions, I'm just going to go with the former athlete.
Yeah, let's do that.
And I was like, it's pretty sensible.
Yeah, it is. Very
and then I told him that I was more of a goober guy, and I'm like,
right, I remember that.
And he looked at me, and I was like, uh-oh, I'm either fired or he liked it, and he started laughing. So I was like, whew.
It's funny.
Not fired.
I'm more of a goober guy.
Well, after you pick low, I'm like, that's okay. And to be honest, I'm more of a goober guy.
I love it.
He doesn't mind. Like he doesn't.
I loved
He's
it.
fine with that.
Totally.
Like, he.
You get a big laugh out of it.
I'm more of a Lakem guy. Goober's part of the Dodger group.
Yeah.
So
I used to do a goober, but not anymore.
An impression?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I haven't heard him recently enough.
That's true. He lays low.
Yeah,
he
I don't think people know him well enough for him to be
That's right.
impersonated.
And I tell you, my goober's a solid 4, but I'll save it.
I wish people understood. Like, please take this the right way. But when you impersonate Jason Barrett, I'm like, are there any listeners that have any clue what's happening here? It's funny to us,
right?
But like, do your Barrett so people know what I'm talking about. Yeah, like that is a guy that was the program director when this station launched. That's microphone 3. It doesn't work.
He's a slee stack for those of you who remember.
All right.
It's kind of like the Nahigian impersonations where it became a caricature in and of itself with the look. And I don't remember the last time he actually said look. But he used to do a thing, da-da-da. You need to break on time, have good guests, da-da-da. And so that became all part of the caricature, which now lives on its own.
Yeah. And my impersonation of Nahigian has no sound because it's just more of a look.
It's a look.
Yeah, so like, yeah, it doesn't work on the radio. So anyway, hi, Steiny.
When I close my eyes and think of Nahigian, I imagine him with the ear pods in and looking at his phone.
Do you close your eyes and think of Nahigian?
When I do.
Okay. What's that
right
scenario?
Before he goes to sleep.
It's one of my
what's happening here?
Well, it's one of my verbal crutches I sometimes use where I'll be like, all right, just if you close your eyes and picture Kuminga's game, you don't see three-pointer or whatever.
All roads lead to Kuminga.
Yep.
I should have said
Potts,
Jennings.
or Moody. Anyone. Yeah.
All right, so what are the conclusions we drew from yesterday?
That Jauan Jennings is in a contract dispute with the 49ers. And both sides are being very, very stubborn, and it has not been figured out yet.
And their stubbornness is more stubborn than his stubbornness, and so he's down to his last couple of options. It's either play or don't play. I don't think that there is more money afoot for Jauan Jennings.
Tell me if you agree with some of this stuff. There is no resolution at this point, obviously. They're not trading him.
Oh no, I believed that.
We're not doing that.
That was pretty definitive.
Do you think that rules out a possible trade in the next 3 weeks?
Probably.
Okay.
I don't think there's anything out there on the trade market for him.
Probably right. Would you say the 49ers are obviously playing hardball with Jennings?
I don't think they're playing ball anymore.
That's kind of what I think. I don't even think they're talking anymore.
It went from hardball to what you used to play on rainy days as a PE teacher, silent ball. Now they're playing silent ball.
Yeah, in a way, it's almost softball, which is, hey, Jauan, like, you hear how many times Lynch was like, either use the word onward or we're moving on or we're not doing that. All those phrases to me sort of feel like the 49ers, they've talked this out with Jauan and Drew Rosenhaus for I don't know how many months. And they've come to their decision that this is what they are doing, and we're moving on. And they probably just looked at Jauan and said, "You can either join us or not. The ball's in your court. We're not mad at you, but like this is going to cost us nothing. So like, love to have you out there. So we're going to go on about our business. You know what I mean? They're kind of giving him the treatment that you give the kid who's having a tantrum inside Target, and you just start walking away. Are you coming home or not?
Yeah.
Like that. That's it.
Our go-to now, or my go-to for the past year is
give it to me.
You ask Mila to do something, and she won't do it. And then I say, do you want to walk or be carried? So it's either A or B. And if it's Jauan, it's do you want to play or stay home?
Yep.
Because, the other option, which in her case, my daughter is, I want a special treat. We're not having a special treat. You didn't have a good dinner. So do you want to walk or be carried? And usually she'll say, walk. And then she won't walk, and then I'll have to scoop her up. I want to walk. All right? Then she walks. But with Jauan, it's, do you want to play for the contract that you have, or do you want to not play? Do you want to walk or be carried?
I was, of yesterday, there were a couple things that I thought were interesting. One is, when I was here when it happened, Kawakami asked Lynch, has he asked to be traded? And I was just expecting, we're not getting into that. And Lynch is like, yeah, he did. A while ago. Like, And I looked at him and I'm like, man, Kawakami gets the answers. And his questions are they're legit. But it's like he just gets that. I think if it's anybody else, Lynch may go, I'm not getting into that.
Might.
Because Kawakami's there all the time.
He's been here. He's paid his dues.
Yeah.
He's been here forever. He has their respect. Sure, he's going to get their answers. Although he did ask that one follow-up that John would not answer.
No.
When was the trade request? I'm not getting into it.
Yeah.
Tim, who joins us, by the way, at 4:15.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, he asked him, did it happen during camp? I'm not getting into that. Okay.
Yep.
Which means it probably happened before camp and during camp, and then again toward the end of camp, and maybe this morning as well.
Well, I was like talking to Goo about it, and he's like, God, man, 49ers didn't see this coming. And I was like, he didn't say it like that, but they had to know this at times last year, right? Like the Jennings, okay, Ayuk goes through his thing. Do you believe Jennings was feeling a kind of way about that?
Last year?
Yeah, about what was going on with Ayuk.
Well, Mooney Ward was. We know that.
No way to know, but remember, Jauan at that time had not done anything of note statistically in the league.
That's true.
Right? So I doubt it. Like, he signed it too.
Late May.
Yeah, he signed it last offseason, so I got to think that he was actually feeling pretty good. Like, oh, they want me, and so let's do this. And then last year goes the way it goes, and now we're dealing with a whole new deal because he's got numbers.
Right.
Now he's producing at like WR1/2 level.
You know how many yards he had 2 years ago?
Yeah, I looked yesterday. It was, I think, 286.
Is it that low?
I
was going to say about 350.
He had 24 catches, more than half of which were for first downs, which is where the nickname came from. And I've been saying, Steiny, last year his numbers, they were what they were because he had a great year and he caught the football and he gained yards and stuff, but they were a byproduct of them throwing more than usual, Pearsall being shot, and Ayuk being hurt, and Debo having a down year. So this year, and I don't have it in front of me, but the over-under on Jauan Jennings' total receiving yards, it's not 975.
No.
It's probably closer to about 600.
Oh, and I'd take the under. I would take the under big time. I think that, again, among the Niners' points, I think that's their point. Their point is what you did last year was wonderful. It was very circumstantial. This is not the plan. This is not what we're planning to have you do this year. We've got two other receivers who are first-round draft picks. This is not what we see into the future, which is why we don't want to do some sort of a long-term extension.
Yeah.
So anyway, to answer your first question, I have to think no. I have to think that he was not feeling any sort of a weird way about Brandon. He was probably thrilled to get a 2-year extension off of 280 yards. I would think.
Yeah,
don't you think?
Yes, but at some point things changed, and I'm wondering, like let's say halfway through the year, 10 games through the year, is he looking at his numbers saying, "I'll tell you what, I'm not playing for 7.5 next year. Like I'm going to catch for 1,000." Like when between when he signed and when he asked for a trade or a new contract, did he start to get disgruntled?
Somewhere between 975 yards and looking around the league and seeing what other wide receivers are getting paid.
Yeah.
That's got to be the answer.
Yeah. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco.
T. Higgins is a number 2 wide receiver. And in March of this offseason, signed a 4-year, $115 million contract extension to be his team's number 2. Now, he's probably the best number 2 in the league.
Right.
I'll grant you that. But if I'm Jauan Jennings and I put up 975 yards, and how many yards did T. Higgins put up last year? I know that there were some injuries.
Yeah, probably fewer, but no one would say that Jauan Jennings is a better receiver than T. Higgins.
Nobody would. No, but I don't think he's asking for 4 years and $115 million either. And you're so good at math. What is that? About
4 and 115?
28?
It's about 28 and a quarter, I believe.
And he's only 26 years old. He's younger. Last year, T. Higgins went for 911 yards, less than Jauan Jennings.
In what, 14 games, if you have it there?
Actually 12.
Okay.
Only 12 games.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, no, he's a great player. But aren't you looking at that and going, I don't know, could I have half that?
You're allowed to.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
This is not Niners related, but it is the biggest story of the NFL offseason. The Cowboys are trading All-Pro Micah Parsons to the Green Bay Packers, and they agreed to a 4-year, $188 million deal, including $136 million guaranteed. That's that's $47 million per year.
Wow.
Kapow.
Is that a lot?
That sounds like a lot. Man.
Oh, my goodness.
That's almost Jimmy Butler money.
Somebody get Goo on the phone.
Where is Guru? What a moronic thing to do.
What?
The Cowboys. What are you doing?
Let's not be so... Hey, let's wait to see what they get.
No, I don't care what they got.
What do you mean?
They just traded a young superstar defensive player when they suck on defense and have the highest paid player in the league who's their mediocre, oft-injured quarterback. They have no running game. They have no defense.
That should please you. What should worry you is now he's on the Packers.
Green Bay. What do they do? Oh, my God.
It's so funny because
he's such a stubborn
Guru was saying, oh, now they say they're going to trade him. They're not trading him.
They traded him.
It was just a negotiating tactic is what we all thought. And then now, boom, I think Rap Sheet, Ian Rappaport had it first. Maybe Tom Pelissero. I've seen everyone now weighing in with it. And, yeah, I don't know yet what the compensation package was, but you'd have to imagine it's at least
it's massive.
3 first-round picks.
Massive. Yeah, that's all they've said. It's
2
a massive,
first and,
massive package, TBD.
Exactly. And so, I mean, if you're Dallas and you don't want to pay him and you've made that decision, which I think is the wrong decision, you might as well trade him and get something for him if this is the direction you're looking to go.
I got to believe if you're a Cowboys fan, you are not happy.
How can you be?
Well, you could. Maybe you can. There's a possibility you could be happy in 6 months. Look at like the Boston Giants trade. Apparently, Boston was not happy about the Devers trade. Now they're what? So I mean, if that
Giants
was
getting happier by the day, but still,
yeah, I know. If if the Cowboys are good, and let's see what they get. But I gotta believe it's going to be a lot.
People are comparing it to the Herschel Walker deal. Yeah. I mean, the Cowboys. And that's the only perspective where I would look at it and go, 3 years from now, maybe what I just said will be wrong. Like, the Cowboys do have a lot of needs. And so if they turn this into some unbelievable haul over the next 3 years, that's great. But in general, in sports, your homegrown stars need to be kept. Like it's
hard to argue with.
Yeah, the mark.
Really.
The mark to me of a healthy organization versus a not healthy. Let's talk about, for instance, teams in the baseball like the Marlins and A's who just keep bringing up good players, and then as soon as they're ready to get paid, they send them elsewhere. To me, that's the mark of an unhealthy organization. The opposite is when you draft correctly and have a good player, you're able to keep them. And so that's stunning to me that they let this get personal and now let him out the door.
Dallas has now seen 2 26-year-olds traded, Micah Parsons and Luka Doncic. Both. Thank you, Adam Schefter, for that.
Wow.
A couple of 26-year-olds both traded this calendar year from Dallas. So tough time to be a Dallas sports fan when 2 of your biggest stars are on the move.
Interesting.
Waiting on that package, man. I'm scrolling right now.
Oh, yeah.
I'm waiting on that package.
And you'd figure,
holy smokes.
I mean, maybe the Green Bay side of it would come first, but when you think about, even if you want to think about how Dallas could win this trade, you'd be looking at, 3 firsts and 3 second-round picks or something on that order, that sort of a package. And as Steiny famously said, that's a damn good package.
That wouldn't be a bad one at all.
But dude, he got quarterback money.
Yeah.
Dude,
highest non-quarterback ever.
Yeah, he's only $5 million short of Brock. Huh.
Yeah.
The agent did the darn thing. That's an agent who gave good advice.
Right.
As opposed to some of the other ones that we've been discussing.
You mind if I ask you guys to weigh in on the Ostapenko-Townsend kerfuffle?
Absolutely. I was glad you asked me that because I don't know if you saw it, Mark, but U.S. Open match, Townsend beats Ostapenko, and they do the quick handshake, and now they're jawing at each other, and they go around the net, and they're still jawing, and Ostapenko, in this case, for me, was out of pocket. There was a point in the match where Townsend hit the ball off the net, the top of the net, and it trickled over. And the unwritten rule is you hold up your racket and apologize.
You give like a little,
Townsend did not apologize when that happened.
Okay.
Which unwritten rules, I mean, there's so many of these in so many sports, but Ostapenko was mad, and she went on to berate Townsend, calling her things like uneducated. Townsend happens to be African-American. Ostapenko saying, you're uneducated, you're rude, and Townsend held her ground and incited the crowd behind her, the hometown crowd, and Ostapenko even said, like, oh, you can do that here. Wait till I catch you outside the United States.
In a match.
Perhaps.
Right? Or not. Yeah, who knows?
But anyway, I thought that Ostapenko was out of line. Townsend didn't do anything to diffuse it. She kind of ramped up the crowd, too. I thought it was a great moment for tennis.
Apparently Ostapenko's not a great sport.
Right.
Yeah.
I wonder how you think that.
Neither was tennis, but anyway.
Oh.
I'm kidding. It was an opportunity. I went for it.
So, Dibs, here's the other thing. When people say it's not even really an apology. All you got to do is hold your racket up.
Yeah, it's kind
That's
of like,
all you got to do.
It's kind of like when somebody lets you go first into the parking lot.
Yeah, you give him a wave.
You give him a wave.
Exactly.
Like, thanks for letting me in.
See,
totally unnecessary, though. And it's not, it's almost like infuriating when somebody does that. Yes, I know you got lucky. It's like when you watch a baseball game and the guy has like a check swing, broken bat, base hit. You don't apologize to the pitcher who sawed you off.
Oh, I'm with you.
You take first base and you try to steal second.
But even if you want it, if you want the wave when you get let into the parking lot and you don't get it, like, don't get mad. I feel the same way here. Like, yeah, sure, give the wave. But if you don't, this is not worth berating somebody at mid-court after a match. That's stupid.
Yep.
My question is this. Ostapenko was in the wrong. Next match, if Townsend has a net cord, should she raise her racket?
No, she should give the point up.
I think she should raise her racket.
She should petition the sport to actually not get the point.
You're being silly.
Sort of. But
she should not raise her racket, depending on who the opponent is, because as you know, Steiny, a former high school tennis player, tennis is basically mental. And if you can get a mental edge, as I did in so many matches where I was overwhelmed physically, but I would win because my brain game was elite. And if I know that you want me to wave my racket, I'm not waving my racket. There are all these little things you can do, subterfuge, to win the match. So no, don't raise your racket.
I believe that, and I'll in a very small way, it's just like, I get it, it's just an unwritten rule, but yeah, it's just more erosion of decorum in our society.
Hang on, I'm trying to get Guru to call in.
Well, he might be on a train. Well,
no, he texted me.
Are you allowed to use a phone on a train?
You know what's funny?
Of course you are.
He just asked me, is the number 888-957-957?
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did. Look at how he responded. Look at how he responded.
I love
and I'm
him.
like, yeah, first of all,
no, I love
Guru
him.
Don't we all? He should use the guest line, but yes, that line will work. Yes, you can use the caller line. So I'm trying to get him to call in. I also like Bill Williamson's tweet. He just wrote, Dallas should have gotten more.
Is he still working for ESPN?
No, you notice what he did there? We don't know what they got.
Right.
And he already is saying they should have gotten more. In other words, it doesn't matter what the hell you get. You screwed this up. Wow, I cannot believe Micah Parsons is a Packer. And apparently the word is this deal has been worked on now for about 3 or 4 days.
Yeah, because Micah Parsons has already tweeted out a thank you to Cowboys Nation, which I didn't know that was a thing. He grew up in Harrisburg, Steiny.
Yes, he did.
And he
went
goes
to Penn State.
He goes on and on to talk about this is a sad day, but not a bitter one. And thank you, is Cowboy Nation, with gratitude and love, number 11, Micah Parsons. So yeah, this trade has been worked on and finally announced and consummated today. and Micah Parsons is going to be wearing green and gold.
Wow. I like the Packers better than I did this morning.
It's hard not to.
I wasn't really big on them. I feel like they overachieved last year, but this changes things big time. Edge rusher, probably one of the 4 most important positions in the sport.
I think you're going to say one of the 4 best at that position in the sport, but you're right.
If you ask a coach, where do you want a great player? I think what's going on, Steiny? What's up?
Lucas goes, should the 49ers, I'm just messing. Should the 49ers have been in on Parsons? I said, what are you asking me for? Ask these guys. They're your show.
He was telling you to ask them.
It is after 2 o'clock, Lucas, yeah. No, they should not have been. That's too much money.
Matt Schneiderman, Packer beat writer, is saying, according to his source, the Packers are trading at least 2 first-rounders to the Cowboys.
There's no way it stops there.
Well, he said at least.
Lord, that would be crazy.
Schneiderman, at least 2 first-round picks.
That almost could be like just an educated guess that he's definitely going to be.
He's got a source.
All right.
My source tells me that they're trading something to Dallas.
My sources tell me it's 2 first-rounders and more.
Yep.
Those are my sources.
That's what Schneiderman said, at least, which implies and more.
Trey Wingo is based, I think, in Dallas, right? Longtime NFL voice. Quote, if you had any doubts that Jerry Jones is the worst general manager in the league, you can let them go now. It's not even a debate. So,
wow.
Yeah.
All right.
Jerry Jones needs to not be making these kinds of decisions anymore. Needs to be a delegation sensation.
Yeah, that's a buck right there.
And that buck is payable too.
Wait a minute. Has Guru not called yet? I wanted you to be here when he called. Well, he hasn't called?
No,
Come on.
Probably in mourning.
All right.
That's about it,
if
right?
you have to go, you can go. All right.
I have to get out of a meeting with a boss.
All right. We're going to
95.7.
Okay. Bye.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, all right, let's do this. We walk right into breaking news today here on 95.7 The Game. If you are just tuning in, Micah Parsons is a member of the Green Bay Packers. Adam Schefter now tweeting that it's 2 first-round draft picks and a frontline player. We don't know who it is yet. Maybe it's Jordan Love. I don't know. We're going to find out here very, very soon. And Dibs, would you mind if I had a very brief, and I want your involvement in this, but a very brief conversation with my wife right here on the air?
Sure.
Because she's listening, and she texted, Cowboys had too much animosity. I don't necessarily disagree. This thing had gotten very, very ugly. Jerry Jones was on Michael Irvin's podcast just last week and was literally being like, so we had a deal and the agent told me to go bleep myself. So Jerry Jones is way too proud of a man. He thinks he runs the league. I'm not surprised that it got to a divorce. I think as of a week or two ago, it absolutely looked like it was headed that way. But what I would say back to anybody who says too much animosity is who's responsible for the animosity. That's not all on Micah. So I don't think the Cowboys had to, because they are very much complicit in getting it to this moment. Now, was Micah being reasonable? Guess what? The Packers sure think so. Because if the Cowboys are sitting there going, we're not doing $47 million a year for an edge rusher. Well, guess what? The market says you will. And you have to do that. And this, it's interesting how this relates to Jauan and more, because I know that Jauan he's not even a third of the player that Micah Parsons is. But again, what you need to know in the NFL, you need to know your worth. You need to know what someone else will pay. This is like when Tyreek Hill was all mad at the Chiefs, and they're like, we're not doing $30 million for a receiver, and the Dolphins are like, we will. And now everybody does. And now we're closing in on 50 for a non-quarterback. And if Micah and his agent knew that that was out there, then very well played. And I'll also say if the Cowboys only got 2 firsts and a player, wow, they got schooled on this one.
But Kenny Clark is the player, according to Adam Schefter. He's the nose tackle for Green Bay. So
holy crap.
Dallas loses an edge, and they bring in a guy who was a first-round pick in 2016. So a veteran, highly regarded, and a guy who's been a mainstay for Green Bay. Did they get anything else, Grandy, besides the firsts and Kenny Clark?
Adam Schefter says trade terms is just Kenny Clark and the 2 first-round picks. Yeah.
Are they both? They're the next 2 years?
We don't know that.
26 and 27, I would assume.
Probably, yeah.
And they're probably not even good first-round picks. This is the Packers.
Yeah. Kenny Clark will also be 30 in October.
Okay.
So this is not like a young guy to build your defense around.
No. Wow. Total mismanagement and just complete and utter lack of understanding how to do this.
But it feels like they could have gotten more if that's all they got.
Wow.
And, the idea about animosity, whether or not there was real animus or not, it seemed like it. And, you can, as ownership, you can go about these things in a number of different ways. And even with the Niners and Nick Bosa, I don't think it ever got to the point of animosity. It got uncomfortable. It stretched out all the way into week 1. They got it done, and Nick Bosa has maintained and continued to be a productive player. Yet Dallas, the way that went, it clearly was not something that could be salvaged. And so you get to this point, and you're a little desperate to make a move.
I'm stunned. I'm absolutely stunned. And again, just to sort of like bring a few different aspects of this in, especially to our listeners here in the Bay Area, I want to go back to something I said there on the crossover, which is, to me, it has to be the hallmark of a healthy organization, which is that when you are lucky enough to strike gold in the draft, and you like it's a drafted player who ends up being an absolute star, I just do not see many scenarios where it's ever right to let that person go over money until that person is like not producing. Do you know what I mean? If the Niners ever got into some sort of squabble over dollars with Fred Warner or George Kittle, like that would infuriate me as a fan. So if you're a Dallas fan, to have this guy still be coming off of his rookie deal and be 26 years old and as surefire of an absolute defensive stud as he is for the next 5 to 7 years, for you to let that guy out of the building because your feelings got hurt, that just shows Jerry Jones is being run by his own ego. I get it. He might be the most powerful person in the league, but it has clearly reached a spot where it is a net negative within the organization. And I'm glad that the San Francisco 49ers, at least like that's something that they try. It doesn't work every time, but they try to make a hallmark of the organization. If we draft a guy who's really good, A-listers, we keep him.
And they've done that. Yep. And you're hard-pressed to find any of those guys that they haven't kept. And you can look at Mike McGlinchey, who they drafted and they kept, and he got to a point, and you realized you could probably replace him, and he was maybe not an A-lister. And you look at the other guys, Ayuk, they think is an A-lister, and Brock Purdy, and Nick Bosa, and Fred Warner, and George Kittle, and you go all around the guys that they have drafted and they've kept, they value that. And yet the Cowboys, they did that with Dak. Okay, you did that with CeeDee Lamb, and that's about it.
That's it.
And you have this opportunity with Micah Parsons, and you just alienated him so badly. You tried to go around the agent and go straight to the player. And, basically Micah saw that, and he sided with the agent over the owner.
I can't believe that somebody tweeted out, well, what Dallas is hoping here is to kind of reboot a Herschel Walker type trade. 2 picks and Kenny? And I'm sorry, Kenny's a good player. Kenny Clark that's a good football player. But are you serious? Whoa. I mean, we'll see how things play out. But on paper, that is one of the worst trades that I can remember in recent memory in the National Football League.
It makes the Luka Doncic trade look like a pretty even swap, because at least in that trade, the Mavericks got Anthony Davis, right? They got a real Hall of Fame caliber player. Kenny Clark is a good player, but you got 2 firsts and an interior defensive lineman, and you gave up one of the, 15 best players in all of football? You got fleeced.
One time in the last 6 years has the Packers' first-round pick even been in the top 20. That's the other thing. You just got first-round picks from a really good football team. So they're not even good first-round picks. Like, you could use yours and theirs and package that and maybe move up to number 1 or 2 or 3 or whatever in the future. I don't know how this is all going to play out. Again, if you're just joining us, Micah Parsons has been traded to the Green Bay Packers for 2 first-round picks and nose tackle Kenny Clark. And Parsons signs the richest non-quarterback deal in the history of the league, which is predictable, by the way. What maybe was not predictable is how high the AAV is. It's $47 million a year. Woo. A 4-year, is that 188? Did I get that right? 4-year, yep. 188 for Micah Parsons.
Talk about resetting the market.
Yeah, and the guarantee is well above $100 million as well. But if you are Jerry Jones and the Cowboys, and I know his ego is big enough that he don't care, but get ready, dude. You're about to have a week-long news cycle where the people on your side equal 0%.
It's going to be a small number.
0% think you just did a good thing.
Maybe Kenny Clark's family, and they've always wanted to get back to the Texas area. But you mentioned Herschel Walker before. Dallas traded Herschel Walker, a couple of thirds and a fifth, and they got back 3 firsts, 3 seconds, a third, and 4 players. That's what the Herschel Walker trade netted. Skip ahead. Micah Parsons is maybe not as good as Herschel was then, you could argue.
I think a more important position.
Sure, but the point is Dallas got 2 firsts and a player, whereas before they got 4 players and they got 8 picks, including 3 firsts and 3 seconds.
Wow, man. Absolutely crazy. And I like, you know what I also want to do? Because there's also people always, they like there's an immediate reaction to that. What has this done to the Packers Super Bowl odds? Like, how does this kind of change? Yeah, they have vaulted to the 3rd team in the NFC just because of this move. The Green Bay Packers are now trailing only the Eagles and the Detroit Lions in the NFC. And then immediately behind the Packers and tied are the Washington Commanders and the San Francisco 49ers, tied for 4th in terms of Super Bowl odds in the NFC. So the Packers fire up the board because they got the best in the game at a very, very key position, or at least among the best. I don't know who the other names are, Bosa, Watt, whatever, Micah Parsons.
Yeah, Crosby, sure.
Yeah, sure. Those are the guys. And it is an incredibly important position. It will change the Packers' defense. We watched how Nick Bosa did that for the 49ers a few years ago, and I believe that Micah will do that for the Packers. You love a little potential downgrade for the Detroit Lions this year. I don't know, man. Are the Packers now the favorite in that very difficult division?
You'd be hard-pressed to pick another team. I think Minnesota takes a step back with a rookie quarterback we just don't know. Chicago takes a step up. Can they take 2 up? And Detroit, still good, lost both coordinators, and tough to have a year like the one you had last year. There was a little bit of a natural regression. So if I was to bet, my money would be on Green Bay. Just one other note, Mark, about Kenny Clark making $2.3 million this year. Then it goes to 21.5 and then 20 in the next 2 years. Okay. So you basically got Kenny Clark for 1 year, unless you want to pay a nose tackle $21.5 million next year. You largely just got a player for this year and 2 first-round picks.
I can't explain this one. Other than that I'm a human being, and I know that some people let the emotions get the best of them. But that's the only thing I can say about the Dallas Cowboys and Jerry Jones here. Let the emotions get the best of you. And you just sent an absolute surefire 26-year-old Hall of Fame track edge rusher out the door for 3 whatevers. Honestly, didn't Kyle Shanahan say the other day that almost all draft picks are essentially 50-50? You just got 2 late first-round draft picks and a guy named Kenny for a year. It's stunning.
It is.
It's absolutely stunning what they just did.
It's one thing if you're going to trade him, which I think is nonsensical in and of itself, but if to get this back, to get 2 firsts, like you said, Green Bay should be good enough to where those picks may not even be in the top 20. So, yeah, you'll have your pick, and you'll have a second first-round pick, which is not nothing, but compared to an actual, we found him, real-life edge rusher game wrecker, now you don't have that. And guess what? You're going to have to use one of those picks in the draft and find that guy and hope you get it right.
And you probably won't.
At 20, yeah.
I mean, well, actually, you almost definitely won't. You're not going to find Micah. You know what we're talking about here? Like, I would bet that general managers around the league think that that's one of the 10 most important players in the game. Quarterbacks included. I mean, Micah Parsons, if you just opened up a draft to the general managers of the league right now and went, take any player you want, where does Micah go? Top 15 for sure. For sure. Absolutely stunning stuff. All right. 888-957-9570. Tim Kawakami is going to join us at 4:15. We got a lot of stuff to get to. The phrase Super Bowl or bust gets used a lot around here. Would like to play with that a little bit coming up, but we have this news and sort of how does it affect the framework of the NFC, in your opinion? Certainly open to that. At 888-957-9570, we'll take your phone calls right now. Micah Parsons is a member of the Green Bay Packers. This is Willard and Dibs.
Head to Safeway this week for this amazing deal and more for members. USDA choice beef ribeye, New York strip steak or boneless beef tri-tip roast, bone-in steak or untrimmed tri-tip roast. Buy one, get one free of equal or lesser value when you buy 2. See you in the aisles.
Football is back. The road to Santa Clara starts now.
I want to go back to the playoffs, and the road to Levi's starts now.
Your station for the best football talk in the Bay.
I love football.
Is 95.7 The Game.
A strong heart, a steady stride, a life full of milestones. El Camino Health is here for you. From advanced heart and vascular care that keeps you on beat, to expert orthopedic treatments that keep you moving, and innovative cancer care that fights alongside you, with expert care for women, men, and new moms, supporting you through every chapter of your health, because every life we touch is built on trust and compassion. El Camino Health, our strength, your health.
If your end of summer plans don't include a trip to Macy's, then you're missing out, because our Labor Day sale has huge savings to wrap up the season in style. Like dresses from Karl Lagerfeld and INC, 100 and under. Plus, just what you need for fall. Like Levi's for your whole crew, 30 to 40% off. It's also the best time to update your home with our lowest prices of the season on furniture, mattresses, and more. Hurry in. Macy's Labor Day sale is going on now. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, though. No double bagging your food. No pet sitting. Mention KCBS and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC. 800-PACIFIC or go to PacificCoastTermite.com.
Visit Friedman's Appliance for the Sub-Zero Wolf and Cove Grand Kitchen event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. You'll find the largest selection at the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you
You can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Let me tell you about this new Pretzel Cheddar Club. Hey, I'm Carlos.
And I'm Ebony. And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Pretzel Cheddar Club
is the tangy Dijon with the pretzel bun. It takes it to a whole nother level.
It goes perfectly with the chicken and the cheddar cheese and the bacon.
Man, you know how much you love bacon. And I love the different varieties. Grilled, spicy, original. It gets you nice and excited for fall.
Order the Pretzel Cheddar Club with Cherry Berry and Sprite for a limited time on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Moms and dads, do you wish you could know where your kids' shoes are at all times? Now you can with Skechers' newest Apple AirTag compatible sneakers, Find My Skechers. It's the latest genius invention from Skechers, the comfort technology company. With Find My Skechers, there's a clever hidden AirTag compartment under the shoe's insole. You just pull up the insole and pop in the AirTag. It's sleek, secure, and your child can't feel it or see it. Then you can check where your kids' shoes are on the Find My app. Imagine that, just one look at the phone and you can see where your kids' shoes are. No more wondering or worrying. It's as easy as that. Plus, they're machine washable and durable, so they're long lasting. And Find My Skechers are available for boys and girls. Look, we all know Skechers is famous for comfort. And now they're giving us comfort of mind when it comes to our kids. Get Find My Skechers, Skechers' newest Apple AirTag compatible sneakers at Skechers.com, a Skechers store near you, or wherever kids' shoes are sold. Apple AirTag sold separately.
Join 95.7 The Game at our annual Red and Gold Summit on September 4th at Westfield Valley Fair Mall in Santa Clara. We'll be live from King's Fish House from 2 to 6 p.m. See all of your favorite hosts kick off the new football season. For info, visit 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
It's a great question.
Wow, that's a great question. That's a great question.
That's a great question. And that's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
How about them Jauan?
Yeah! Woo! How about them Cowboys? Man.
Still trying to get Guru to call in. So far, I'm not getting any more responses.
I can imagine. I mean, I would imagine he's upset. If you're a Dallas fan and you're not upset, I don't really understand that.
Micah Parsons traded to the Green Bay Packers for 2 first-round draft picks and Kenny Clark.
Right.
I'm not trying to disrespect Kenny.
You do it every time.
I know.
Every time you just say Kenny.
Well, compared to Micah Parsons, that's who he is. He's Kenny Clark.
Right, and I'm sure is not voluntarily a part of this, but now he will forever be linked to the Micah Parsons trade.
He's a very good player. He's a good player. But, I mean, it's just beyond stunning. I could only tell you, if I were a Niner fan, I'd be livid if the Niners did this.
If they traded Nick Bosa and got back Kenny Clark and 2 firsts.
I'd be livid.
Oh, yeah?
Livid. I'd be like, what are you going to do with first-round draft picks, Niners?
Probably draft Javon Kinlaw.
Yeah, you barely get those right.
Yeah, it's hit and miss. Trey Lance.
Trade him for a bunch of fifths.
Exactly.
That's when you're going to actually get
a lot
some
of fifths for a first.
All right, we're going to go to the phones in a sec, but take a listen to this. So this is 105.3 in Dallas.
The Fan.
The Fan, right. It's 105.3 The Fan in Dallas. Their hosts on the air as this came down about a half hour ago. Here is their immediate reaction to the trade.
I would have tried to push this thing for more, but the Cowboys clearly were saying, screw this. We want to get rid of this guy. This isn't going to work for us. I am just blown away and stunned that they actually did this. I did not think we would live in a world where Jerry and Steven would move a player of the status of a Micah Parsons and I would like to applaud them for doing so.
Yes, I'll join
because
you in
I
that
think
applause.
big picture, this is great for the organization.
What? Get that guy on. When are they done? Get that guy. How can this be great for your organization?
They are the flagship. I'll just open with that.
Okay.
So the Cowboys flagship station, and so there might be a little bit of that in the comment. And you could look at it from the standpoint of if you thought that Micah Parsons wasn't going to play, and I don't know how contentious it had gotten, if there was no way Micah Parsons was going to be a Cowboy any longer, then yeah, you need to trade him and get something for him. But I liked what he said in his opening comment. I would have liked to have seen them get a little bit more. I think that's basically what he said at the start of his comment. And that to me is the biggest piece. Like, okay, you're going to do this. You got to get more than what you got for Micah Parsons. I mean, you just have to.
Well, if you were going to do this, then do it in the weeds. Do it 3 months ago. You would have gotten twice as much. But you wait until now. You let it get so messy. And then everybody sort of knows that it's coming and everybody's rosters are set and all of these things. And yeah, you get stuck. There are probably a very small number of teams out there that could even have this financial discussion, quite frankly.
Yeah.
And so then you're stuck. Because where you want to send him is like Jacksonville or Tennessee or something like that. Because those are going to be some first-round freaking draft picks right there.
Exactly.
But not this. This is not going to be good. You just traded him for the 24th pick next year and the 26th pick the year after that.
Most likely, right? I mean,
maybe the 32nd.
Depending on how good Green Bay is going to be. And, with Micah Parsons, you would imagine that they're going to be better than they were earlier this morning.
For sure, they're a better team now. Let's go to Bob in the city here on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Bob. Thanks for the call.
Yeah, you stole a little of my thunder there. This got Charles Haley written all over it. If you're Dallas, you don't send him to a team in your conference. You send him to the other conference. They should have learned when they took Charles Haley from us. Because look what that did. They gave him 2 Super Bowls right off the bat. Anyway, I think the Niners kind of did it with DeForest Buckner, in my opinion, because I wasn't happy about that letting him go. But anyway, that's what I got.
Thanks, Bob. Appreciate it. Yeah, a lot of people, and maybe it's because of the uniforms involved, have sort of brought up the Charles Haley thing. Look, in general, and I can't, I guess, put a blanket over this, but in general, when you nail a draft pick and you have a superstar in the making, you have to keep that guy. And I think I know where Jerry was coming from in this position. Jerry Jones does have a weak point, and the weak point is his strength, in other words. This is what I mean by that. Jerry is one of the biggest, if not the biggest people in the league. From a financial standpoint, from a power standpoint, that's the dude. The Cowboys are the flagship. They are right. They're worth the most money, all of those things. But Jerry Jones, he takes, therefore, in my opinion, he takes all of that to heart and personally. And if he ever believes that there's anyone that's challenging his authority, he acts on that as opposed to acting on what's best for the football team. You can't let your emotions get involved here. Let's go live to Dallas. Odyssey Station, 105.3 The Fan. Joining us right now, River Island's guest line. Thank you so much, short notice, for doing it. It's RJ Choppy, who is on in the mornings on 105.3 The Fan in Dallas. RJ, thanks for hopping on. How you doing, man?
I'm doing well. I'm on my way to baseball practice. I have a feeling that all the dads are going to have questions.
Yeah.
That's the way it's going, right?
Yeah, we're dads and we have questions.
Exactly. What's your answer? Because you know what the question is. Hey, RJ, what the hell are the Cowboys doing?
Man, I was trying to fix something in the house, and I get up and I see 74 unread text messages.
Oh, my God.
And I was like, oh, no, what happened here? And I figured it was a group chat blowing up, but man, I'm a little surprised, not because this isn't a move that 31 other teams wouldn't make. I'm surprised that this team does, because Jerry is very much in a win now. He's always said, I ain't got time for a bad time. That's his line, right? I ain't got time for a bad time. He's getting older. Never thought he would effectively punt on a season at this age. But I was stunned because for that very reason, I never thought he would go down this road and go through with this. He's always eventually paid, but something here, whether it was the quote unquote handshake agreement and Jerry felt very slighted, or whether it was Micah just not kind of refusing to talk, or David Mulligeta, the agent, refusing to talk. I don't know what it was, but something went astray here.
And do you think that it is as simple as, the handshake agreement where Jerry allegedly went behind the agent's back and then he found out and then Micah rallied up with the agent? How long has this situation been this badly broken? Well,
I do think it's very possible that was the issue, that, the agent and Micah just were like, we're not doing this. And remember, Micah, back on, August 1st, said, he requested a trade. And I never thought the Cowboys would go through with it and actually trade him. But, yeah, something happened. Something went sideways with this. And I don't know if Micah's camp just never got over the fact that Jerry refused to start negotiations again. Jerry had said, that the offer they made was a great offer. It was over $40 million per year. And, he made that offer to them back when it was just to him and Micah. And when that handshake agreement got kind of, stepped back on, I don't think Jerry ever offered it again. I think that was a problem.
RJ Choppy is with us, 105.3 The Fan in Dallas. After the big news, Micah Parsons traded to the Cowboys. Traded to the Packers. Cowboys get 2 first-rounders and Kenny Clark, the nose tackle from the Packers, on the way. RJ, do you happen to be listening to your station right now, or when this went down, did you tune into the Fan?
No, I was. I just finished getting ready for the next day's show, and I had started on my honeydew list before I leave for baseball. Baseball Friday. I was trying to put together a vacuum cleaner. I was not listening to anything. I got my phone just kept dinging.
Okay.
And my wife was like, "Dude, your phone's blowing up."
All right, so can we play for you what was said right as it happened? This is clearly your coworker. Would love to get your reaction.
I would have tried to push this thing for more, but the Cowboys clearly were saying, screw this. We want to get rid of this guy. This isn't going to work for us. I am just blown away and stunned that they actually did this. I did not think we would live in a world where Jerry and Steven would move a player of the status of a Micah Parsons. And I would like to applaud them for doing so.
Yes, I'll join you in that
because I think
applause.
big picture, this is great for the organization.
Okay, we got multiple hosts on your station applauding this, RJ.
Look, team building wise, it's absolutely the right thing to do, right? You move on from, you can't have a $60 million quarterback, a $35 million receiver, and a $45 million edge rusher. You just can't do it. That's $130 million on 3 guys. Dak is not good enough to be able to put that kind of emphasis on a top-heavy roster. If this was the Chiefs, you can get away with it, right? If this is the Bills, but not this team. So strictly team building, I've got no qualms with this. I'm just stunned they did it. I didn't think they would do it.
It's an interesting statement, and I think it begs 2 questions. First of all, one of them is, if that's how you feel, that the other 2 guys that you paid are sort of like, if they're going to have that, then you can't keep this guy. I'd ask you, then should they have paid those guys? Should they have $60 million a year wrapped up in Dak?
Look, I don't think they should. I didn't have a problem. I didn't have a problem when they did it because they still had a good roster. But now that the roster is it's obvious you don't have Micah anymore, and Micah was a kind of a cheat code on defense. Their defensive EPA is number 1 in the league when he's on the field, and it's last in the league when he's off it. So that's what I'm saying. If you're not going to have Micah Parsons, there's no point in having Dak Prescott because you're not going to win. So there's no point in spending 60. You might as well just punt, let Joe Milton quarterback, get a top 5 pick, and start over. That's that team building wise. That's probably what they should do. They're not going to do that. They're dug in, and you can't really get rid of Dak anyway. because of the contract. But I mean, it just put them in a bind. Like it really did. Like having to pay 3 guys $130 million is not sustainable.
I got to be honest with you, RJ. I think the world right now, especially if you look on social media, they're expecting Dallas, and you guys are just a handful of representatives, but they're expecting Dallas to be much more angry about this than you all sound.
You'd be stunned at the text I have. Like, they're all like, good riddance, let's move on. Now, I'm not a good riddance guy. I think Mike is tremendous. I think he is, easily one of the 5 best non-quarterbacks in the league to me. But, yeah, from like the money that you were going to have to spend that it was going to take, because they dragged their feet, and that's their own fault, right? That's also their own fault, but because they dragged their feet. I thought for sure that it was going to be a problem to have $45 million there, $35 million with CeeDee Lamb, and then $60 with Dak.
Fascinating. Yeah. Hey, RJ, good luck at baseball.
Thank you.
Okay.
Nice and warm.
Yeah.
Only 109 degrees, according to my car.
Oh, is that all?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a nice $109, yeah.
We're
in the Metroplex.
We're shorts. All right. RJ, thanks, man. Appreciate you jumping on.
Yeah. No problem.
Okay. RJ Choppy.
Yep.
105.3 The Fan in Dallas.
Definite whiffs of the Charles Haley trade, and if you're Dallas, that's the worst case scenario because Haley went to the Cowboys and won 2 of 3 Super Bowls over the next 3 years. So if you're the Packers, you're kind of hoping that this is exactly the way that goes for them.
I just don't know. Like my second question I was going to ask him, I'm like, did you, if that's how you feel, you can't do that much money for 3 guys, then did you pay the correct guys? That's question number 1.
Of course not.
Question number 2 is, can you really not? Can you not break off an edge rusher, a receiver, and a quarterback? I know that the Micah thing, that's very large, 47. That's a lot more than Nick.
Right, and he said 60, 47, and what does CD make? About 33?
30, I think it's 35.
You'd have to look at all of the average annual value of all the contracts, but I don't know if there is a team that is doing that.
Probably
even the
not.
49ers, if it's 52 for Brock, that's not 60, and Nick is not making 47, and Ayuk is making 30, so those are all incrementally lower than what these would be.
Right, but that's also because in each case, I believe the Dallas counterpart was well after, not the Dak one, but the CD one was after Ayuk, and clearly the Micah Parsons situation is well after Nick. Like, these numbers go up. The Niners are going to have to. They're going to have
Brock's
to do
didn't
that.
go up. I mean, Brock didn't reset the market. Like, he didn't get 65.
No. But the numbers, like what we wrap our head around as far as a contract for X player, it's going to keep going up. When Nick Bosa did this, it's $35 million. Now it's $47 million. Well, pretty soon someone's going to go over 50. I don't know who the next guy up is as far as great edge rushers in the league, but yeah, it's gonna go up. So I don't know. I look around the league and more think about it in terms of, can you break someone off at each of those positions and be in decent shape? And the Niners have broken someone off at each of those positions. The Eagles have 2 receivers making north of $25 million, and they've broken off their quarterback. No, not 60, but very high. And the Cowboys, it's like, who else are you paying? I don't even know who any of their other good players are.
Do they have other good players?
Not really.
And that's kind of the point of this. And yeah, Philadelphia, they've got other guys who are making a ton of money, but they also have a lot of drafted guys who've come up and who have not yet gotten that paycheck. Landon Dickerson, the Eagles guard, is making $21 million. And that is top 80 in football. The interesting team, Mark, that has paid a lot to a few is Cincinnati with Burrow and Chase and Higgins. And, now with Trey Hendrickson getting...
Yeah, although that's only 1 year.
Right, but it still is, it's not huge money, but those other 3 are all top 40 in football, and yet Cincinnati's not very good.
No, because they don't have any good defensive players, and they've drafted that way. I get what teams try to do. You try to get somebody young who's cost-controlled for a handful of years. But that's a very dangerous game because you don't know who you're drafting. And even if you nail it, you're not getting Micah Parsons. I just think Dallas is going to suck at football for the time being. And if that's the goal, and if everybody apparently out in Dallas is all okay with that, then great. But did you hear what R.J. Choppy just said to us? Your defensive EPA with him on the field is number one. And when he's off the field, it's last.
Number 32.
What, are you talking about leverage here? There's no better leverage than that. No wonder the agent's what are you guys talking about?
Right. Well, the agent actually heard from the player that the owner had made him an offer and there was a handshake agreement. And turns out the agent was able to get him from $40 million average annual up to 47 or 48. So good job, agent. Way to handle it. And Micah Parsons was clearly either put off by the process or Jerry Jones got PO'd that this handshake agreement wasn't held, and so he didn't make any more offers because he was, I'm all dug in, I'm Jerry Jones. Well, okay, fine. You're not going to keep him. If you're going to trade him, you've got to get more than this.
Poll has just been put up on 95.7 The Game's Twitter feed. If you're John Lynch and the 49ers, would you have given up 2 first-round draft picks and a solid veteran player for Micah Parsons? Would you have
yes,
done
of
that?
course.
You would have?
Of course.
Well,
I think any team would have.
Well, but I don't think the question is that simple. I actually probably would say no. Because in a vacuum, yes, but that's not how, you've already got one of the top paid edge rushers in the game. So now, remember, you have to do that too. You got to sign him. You got to sign him to $47 million a year.
Fine. You've got cap room. I mean, they keep telling us all this cap room they have. And you'll make room for a player of his caliber.
But the cap room is this year. A lot of it goes away. They're trying to...
Well, cap schmap, right? That's what you've always told me.
Yeah, okay. Cap schmap, unless you want to get excessive at the very, very top of the market, then yes, there are rules in which you have to fit. So I understand that. Cap schmap means don't tell me you can't re-sign your third cornerback like they were doing that year, the first year when Trent Williams needed a new deal. This is a number of years ago, and they're like, we have no cap space. And then they retained everyone. So you can create more cap space, but yeah. Do I think that's a fair exchange? I would love that for the 49ers. But, yeah, if you were going to do 47 for Micah, 34 for Nick, 52 for Brock, 30 for Brandon, whatever Trent's making now, 26, some odd. Christian's up just south of 20. George and Fred just got repaid. I mean, I don't even know if you could field a roster. You'd have to cut everybody else. Lenore's gotten paid. So, yeah, I'm with you. But the reality is, and again, this is why he ends up on the Packers, the reality is there's probably very few NFL teams that could even have this financial conversation. If you're Dallas, the Packers have to be one of the top 3 or 4 teams you don't want to send him to. In your conference, the team that knocked you out of the playoffs 2 years ago, you don't want, that's the last team. I mean, within your division would be worse. And outside of that, I'd say the Niners and the Packers are the 2 next teams outside your division you don't want to send him to.
Obviously, they didn't even really care about it at that level because they were dealing with the Packers now for a while, according to reports. And, also depending on how much money you want to pay up front in a signing bonus, you can work the cap in that fashion. And that's what the Niners have done so well, is they pay a lot of money in signing bonus and you stretch that out over the course of the 5 years of the contract. So there's ways around it, even if you are a team that's up against it.
All right, so we can keep chatting this out, sort of how you see this restructuring your thought process in the NFC. Micah Parsons goes to the Green Bay Packers. The Dallas Cowboys pull the trigger on the deal. They get 2 first-round draft picks in return and nose tackle Kenny Clark. That's it. That's the other part of it. It is kind of sort of like the Luka deal, where they're like, man, if you were going to do this, I don't like you doing it, but if you're going to do it, you got to get more than that, right? And you got to get more than that. That's got to be more than just a couple of first-round draft picks that, by all likelihood, are not even high first-round draft picks.
Right, and that's where you think about it, and you get to this point, how could you not have, shopped him a little bit more to get a better offer than just 2 firsts and a player?
Yeah, so crazy, man. All right, 888-957-9570. And how it affects the framework of the NFC is where we want to take this conversation next, because Dan Graziano wrote an article on ESPN, and you're going to want to hear this. It's just a bold prediction article. Potential surprises for each of the 32 teams. Wait until you hear what he wrote about the 49ers. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. This is Willard and Dibs.
The Floor Store is your Bay Area flooring authority. Selection, expertise, price, guaranteed installation. Visit floorstores.com.
Now at Whole Foods Market, get 20% off 80% lean ground beef with Prime through September 2nd. As always, there are no antibiotics ever. Make burgers or bolognese with this versatile protein. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
When you own your own business, you own every decision. Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with the toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge.
Big props to this team.
Some decisions are a win-win. Like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Introducing Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. With $2,500 in annual value, it's the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member of FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
All right, team, it's game time. Blue 42, California ace scratch right on 1.
Wait, what play is that? Keep up, man. You said play scratchers for the California Lottery. Oh. With the new Los Angeles Chargers, San Francisco 49ers, and Los Angeles Rams scratchers, it's always a great call. For sure.
On 1. Ready, set,
Play the new Game Day Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Mila, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Mila kitchen package. Visit the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Brought to you by Stevens Creek Subaru. Custom order your next Subaru at StevensCreekSubaru.com.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same day or next day delivery, or order online and pick it up in store. Kills primers. Pro results faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Amy in Hayward. What started as an emergency garage door issue was quickly resolved thanks to Christine's support, who dispatched Marcos to assist. Marcos, Terry, and Tracy, all outstanding representatives of RNS. Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out. Pour down in the rinse change. Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
This
This Labor Day weekend, we're celebrating Bob's Discount Furniture's 200th store milestone with the entire Bob's family across the country. For more than 30 years, we've believed everyone deserves the home they love. That's why we brought our everyday low prices on furniture, mattresses, and more to over 200 locations from coast to coast and counting. Not to mention free treats for the whole family in our cafes. Celebrate Bob's Discount Furniture's 200 store milestone this Labor Day weekend. Oh, my Bob!
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus tax and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM in HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
I am scared. Slap me for what I'm doing.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
I like this text that we just got on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorney's text line. Yo, Jerry, what do you want for Brandon Aubrey?
Yeah, I mean, we'll give you our kicker in the 5th.
We'll give you a 2034 7th rounder.
Right?
Come on, send him our way.
How mad is he at Brandon Aubrey? Because clearly he was mad at Micah Parsons, and I'm hell-bent on trading him. We don't want an edge rusher like that in this team. We're team building.
He showed Micah Parsons who he is. Boy, he showed him what's up, didn't he?
He showed him who's boss.
Yeah, now Micah goes to Wisconsin to a better football team for $47 million a year. $120 million guaranteed.
Yeah, play for a better team and a better coach and a better city with a better chance to go out and win the damn Super Bowl. So
no doubt.
Yeah, look colder. That's about it for Micah. It's not going to be 109 in Green Bay.
It's bothering me.
I bet. We can't wait to hear from him, but Guru has gone into the abyss, no doubt. 888-957-9570. Here's what I want to ask everybody, especially you Niner fans out there. What are you worried about? What worries you right now? And
about the season?
Yeah, like I say this to you all the time. I try to figure out what's echo chamber and what's real. But are y'all optimistic about the Niners or not? And I'm not telling you have to be. We all know that there are questions. We all know that there are things going on right now. Wide receiver room. Oh no. Okay. I get it. But what exactly is it that y'all are worried about when it comes to the 49ers? And here was the inspiration for this question. And he's not right on all of these. Nobody's right on all of anything. But Dan Graziano wrote an article on ESPN. Potential surprises for 32 teams. And here's the way he wrote it. He went through every team, and with each team, there was a headline of don't be surprised if, and then he would fill in the gap. Now, the real funny one today is the Cowboy one. Ready for this? Don't be surprised if the Cowboys call Micah Parsons bluff.
Yeah.
Oops.
They didn't call that bluff. They traded him.
Yeah. Yeah. But go around the league. Washington Commanders. Don't be surprised if Deebo Samuel gets some work at running back.
Right. That I wouldn't be surprised. So that's kind of what he does.
Yeah, but that's what he did with the Niners, and he did it a lot more when they were running back needy. I don't think Washington sees themselves as running back needy, so much so that they just got rid of their number one running back.
Yeah, but that's what Deebo does. That's one of his difference-making skills is the ability to get the ball in the jet sweep or just line up back there and run it.
Detroit Lions, don't be surprised if Jahmyr Gibbs is the top-scoring fantasy running back.
I like that. It's always been kind of a job share, but he's better than David Montgomery, and he tends to get more opportunities than Montgomery.
Minnesota Vikings. Don't be surprised if Jordan Mason leads the team in rushing.
Yep, that'd be fun.
You got any other teams you want to throw at me, and I'll tell you what their don't be surprised if is?
Sure, I know the Niners one is a little further down, but what about the Rams? Don't be surprised if Matthew Stafford is in traction.
Don't be surprised if quarterback Jimmy Garoppolo has to start at some point.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
Okay.
That would be no surprise. What about Seattle? What is their don't be surprised if?
Don't be surprised if their defense keeps them in the playoff race.
Yeah, I'll buy that.
People like their defense this year.
And their head coach is a defensive-minded guy, and Sam Darnold is not built to win a lot of 38-37 games anyway.
Arizona Cardinals, don't be surprised if tight end Trey McBride is their leading receiver again.
He was amazing last year.
He's incredible.
Yep.
But this is also a way of saying, I'm not
Harrison
sure
Jr.
about Marvin Harrison Jr. Not sure if he's great. All right, you want me to do the Niner one?
Do the Niners.
Don't be surprised if the 49ers end up back in the Super Bowl.
I would not be surprised, and I don't think you would be either.
I definitely wouldn't be, but that's how my brain works.
Yes, but honestly, if you took it outside of your do you have to be such a homer brain and just looked at it from a number of different angles, I think that we would agree that they should be a playoff team. If they're not in the playoffs, I would be disappointed.
Yeah,
if you want to do the hope versus disappointment or expectations.
It's not a catch-all. I would be surprised if the Giants ended up in the World Series. I would be surprised if the Warriors ended up in the NBA Finals.
Right.
I would not be surprised if the 49ers end up in the Super Bowl. But it's sort of it begs this question. Last year at this time, everybody was running around with the same phrase, and that I always reject. Super Bowl or bust. Super Bowl or bust. Nobody's Super Bowl or busting this year. I don't hear that this year.
You had it wrong last year.
What do you mean I had it wrong?
This year is Super Bowl or try again.
No, they're always
last year
that.
was Super Bowl or bust.
No, it
and
wasn't.
if you look at it, they busted that team up. They have about 15 players from that team that are no longer here. Mainstays and guys, they busted the team up.
That had nothing to do with not making the Super Bowl. That had everything to do with, first of all, Brock Purdy needed a contract.
Perhaps.
And secondly,
if they would have went to the Super Bowl and won it, they would not have had so much of an exodus.
No, but their defense sucked. They broke it up not because they didn't make the Super Bowl, because they sucked. They needed a new coordinator. And some of it financially was you get rid of certain guys. I reject the phrase because the phrase it's kind of funny to me.
It's the phrase that pays.
But what does it
paid
even
last
mean?
year? It means if you don't go to the Super Bowl, you're going to bust this thing up.
No, but
that's what happened.
But that's not why they did it.
You don't know that.
And I actually would totally disagree with the idea that they busted the thing up.
They busted the thing wide open.
Not at all.
Debo gone.
Yeah.
Long snapper gone. Punter gone.
Coach still there. Quarterback,
two coordinators gone.
Yeah.
Quarterback coach into retirement. Hufanga and Greenlaw.
And two coordinators is not right.
Devondre Campbell.
We know who the offensive coordinator is.
They lost Devondre Campbell. Super Bowl or bust.
When I hear Super Bowl or bust, I believe what you're saying is this should go to the Super Bowl or else the coach is in trouble. They're not in the Super Bowl. They didn't even win 7 games, and the coach is clearly not in trouble at all. Super Bowl or try again is what is absolutely correct.
That's what this year is.
Yeah, no.
Because this year you've got a bunch of guys who are young and under contract, so if you don't make the Super Bowl, all those guys are coming back. Unless they're not any good.
That's what happened this year. That's
not what happened last year.
It is. Absolutely it is.
They busted the thing up.
The core is the same people, and you know it.
How far out do you want to go in the core? Was Dre Greenlaw not a part of the core?
He wasn't barely even on the team. He didn't play last year.
He played.
No, he didn't. He played 2 games.
I was there when he played.
Exactly.
So he actually played.
He played for a half. That's not a core player anymore. That's the point.
They busted it up.
No, they didn't.
Hufanga gone. Debo Samuel was not part of the core?
Debo Samuel was, but that had nothing to do with losing. That had to do with finances. It had to do with Brandon Ayuk's injury. It had to do with his poor performance. It had to do with him slapping long snappers.
But it had to do with losing, too, because if you would have won, then all these things wouldn't have been predicated on busting it up, which is what they did.
I mean, again, you can have your opinion on that. I have mine on that. The core and the coaching staff are largely the same people. Saleh is the big addition to this whole thing. And the bottom line for me is I'm trying to take this conversation to a spot of why not this year?
Right. I don't see why not.
Why not those same expectations this year? Just because you didn't have questions last year, you actually did. We just didn't know them. We didn't have Christian McCaffrey, as it turned out.
And you didn't have Trent Williams, and you didn't have Charvarius Mooney Ward.
And you didn't have a defensive coordinator that knew his head from a hole in the ground.
Sure.
So, sorry, Nick.
This year you have questions. They're just different questions. And, are your linebackers going to be good enough? And can you stop the run with these youngsters, these young pups in the front? We don't have answers yet. The questions are just different from last year.
Yeah, but last year we didn't have those questions, and we should have. Because as it turns out, the people that we thought were good weren't. And they couldn't stop the run. They were terrible at it. There's no way they could be worse.
Even in the opener, we thought it was going to be Christian McCaffrey running the football, and it wasn't. We found out about 20 minutes before kick.
Yeah, Grandy, what do you got?
Some news from Ian Rappaport of NFL Network. Free agent wide receiver Kendrick Bourne is visiting the Niners on Monday and the Commanders on Tuesday. A source said the framework of a deal is in place for both, just in case.
Interesting.
For both?
For both teams.
Interesting.
So I guess it's up to Kendrick to decide.
Yeah.
Why does Washington want Kendrick Bourne?
Adam Peters, the former 49er.
Sure, but they're I see them as relatively deep at that position right now. Maybe I'm wrong. I mean, they just broke off McLaurin. They've got Debo on the team. I'm going to pull up their depth chart. They got a couple young guys I know that they like. There's one kid named Jalen Lane. They got Christian McCaffrey's little brother is on the team. I mean, it's not like a terribly deep group. Is Noah Brown still on that group? I think he's maybe dealing with a little bit of an injury. But, interesting. Okay. What's your read on that with regard to the Niners?
My read is they would love to have him. And I don't know what the deal is relative to what Washington's deal is, but the very fact that you've already signed one, you traded for another, and now you are potentially coveting a third, this just gives me more reason to think that Jauan Jennings may not play for the 49ers this year.
Yeah. I mean, Tim Kawakami in an hour will get the latest on this. Absolutely, you can throw your hat into the ring. What are you worried about? And we got some people want to weigh in. Dave, you'll be first up. 888-957-9570 is the number. Should your expectations this year be lower than they were last year? It feels like they are, other than the reasoning of, well, last year at this time, we had just seen them in the Super Bowl. This year at this time, we watched them go 6-11. But we all understand all of the circumstances surrounding all of those things. And outside of Jauan Jennings, this was a much better off season, right? So anyway, let's get into that. 888-957-9570. We're sponsored by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. This Labor Day weekend, be road trip ready with Valvoline Instant Oil Change. No appointment needed. Stay in your car while they change your oil and check your tires. Battery and fluids, too. Before you head down the coast or over the Golden Gate, go to BayAreaOilChange.com. It's Willard and Dibs.
And it's Dan Dibley over here to talk about Fremont Bank, a family-owned bank with the family-owned feel. And I've been a part of this family for 7 years now as a customer. And I love this bank because they're always contributing to not only my goals as a client, but also my community. And they're in more than 21 different communities. That's how many branches they have right here in the Bay Area. It started back in 1964 in Fremont with their anchor branch, and they have branched out, pun intended, so many times while still finding a way to keep things local. You deposit your money with the bank, and they reinvest it into home ownership and philanthropy and businesses, all through loans and other activities that make the Bay Area tick and hum. If you're a part of a big box bank, you're going to want to switch to a good local bank that cares about good local people. It's Fremont Bank, here for you and here for good.
Game day just got an upgrade. Whether you're gearing up or winding down, Westfield Valley Fair is your go-to spot. Hit the latest gear at Shoe Palace, grab bold bites at Shake Shack and Eataly, and catch the action on big screens at King's Fish House. From premium shopping to epic eats and entertainment, make every football Sunday legendary. Westfield Valley Fair, where football fans fuel up in style.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath. You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked!
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Cache Creek Casino Resort has never been ordinary. For 40 years, we've redefined how a luxury casino resort experience should feel. We've hosted some of the biggest names in entertainment, partnered with luxury brands and championship sports teams. This summer, play at Cache Creek Casino Resort for your chance to win a breathtaking 2025 Porsche. Luxury isn't just something you see, it's something you feel. Win the drive of a lifetime. Cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
This Labor Day, after doing it all, nothing resets you like a Lazy Boy recliner or kicking back on your Lazy Boy sofa, taking you from workday to wind down with comfort that never quits. Don't miss the Labor Day sale with 30% off everything. Visit your local Lazy Boy today.
What time is it? Game time. What time is it? You know what time it is. It's football season, and it's the big fella, Lorenzo Neal. Join me and Evan Giddings every home game for the kickoff show, live at the Laughing Mock Gastropub, Sunnyville, right around the corner from the stadium. We're talking Niner football and hosting the best game day tailgate in the Bay. Laughing Mock Game Day is the faithful's first stop with games, prizes, free parking, and a shuttle straight to the stadium. Righteously brewed in San Francisco and faithfully brewed for the family.
At Star One, we make savings simple because everything we do is in your best interest. That's why we provide super simple products with the best rates possible, like our savings account, which we have increased to pay an outstanding return at 3.35% annual percentage yield. That's way above the market average. Apply today at starone.org. Star One Credit Union. In your best interest. Federally insured by NCUA. Rate current as of August 1st, 2025 and is subject to change. $50 minimum deposit to open account and earn APY.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
The pumpkin spice latte is back at Starbucks. Crafted with our signature espresso and real pumpkin sauce. Then topped with whipped cream, cinnamon, and nutmeg. The PSL. Get it while it's hot or iced. Only at Starbucks.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
It's in our nature to worry.
Kind of. I mean, there's always something to worry about.
You believe that stat that everyone always throws out there?
Which one?
85% of what we worry about never happens.
93% of stats are made up on the spot.
Is that true?
I just made that up on the spot. I mean,
yeah, but it could have been.
This guy just fell off the boat.
No, it could have been part of the 7%.
It's part of the bit, and every time you do the bit, you throw out a different number. 81% of all stats are made up on the spot.
Well, that's what I want to track. How the hell can someone tell me that 85% of what you worry about never happens? You don't know what I'm worried about.
Fair, and different people worry about different things. What time is it? 3:20 is a risky time to say this, but I happen to live with somebody who I would say 99% of the things that she worries about doesn't happen, but she worries about 1,000 different things, which means about 10 of those things actually do happen.
I got a mom like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mark?
You want to know what happens if there's nothing to worry about? She worry about the fact that there's nothing to worry about.
Yeah.
Can you help me fix my phone? She's out there looking for stuff. Looking for things to worry about.
I know somebody like that.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. And
that's kind of that's that whole deal of like, we got to be at the dentist. When's the appointment? 3. When are you leaving? 1 o'clock. Why? Because something could go wrong. Like, what happens if you get there at 1:15? Well, we'll figure it out. Like, yeah. But I wonder where you are on that, because I do think that a little bit right now about the 49ers season. Not all of it. I'm not going to sit here and blue sky this for you. They're out there on the market trying to find pass catchers with 10 days until they're a game, and they're like, you? What about you? You ever run a route? You get in here. That's all true. But this hand-wringing about health, the Niners are like, I couldn't have asked for them to be this healthy at the start of the season. Tell me who the big, massive, oh no, he's hurt is. Who is it?
Well, there really isn't one. And some people will worry about the fact that you're going to have guys get hurt.
Well, of course
that's a reality of it. And 2 years ago, your main core guys, they didn't get hurt. Last year, a lot of them got hurt. So I usually don't worry about things like that are out of your control.
Totally out of your control.
So as a fan, what am I worried about? I'm a little worried about the wide receiver core and having their not maybe be the ability to get open. And guys can actually, separate. Last year you were last in separation. So I'm worried about the receiving core. I'm not worried about much else with this team, to be honest.
Yeah.
I like the running backs, even if McCaffrey misses games. The quarterback, if the quarterback misses some games, Mac Jones, I'm not thrilled, but he's capable.
It's better than it was last year.
Sure.
Don't you think?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's what I hear a lot of things where I'm like, all right, you might be right, but I don't think that you have a rational worry of that. And there are narratives that are just flat out untrue. The Niners are decimated by injuries right now.
They're not.
No, they're not. Where did that come from?
Yeah, I don't know.
There have been weeks in camp where he's not available. Who gives a crap?
Yep,
There's no game this week. There's no game. Yes, Brandon Ayuk's hurt. We knew that. Malik Mustafa's hurt. We knew that. What else? Jauan Jennings. Give me a break. Not hurt. His feelings are.
Yeah, his calf. He's got a calf.
Okay.
Who knows?
You want to know? Can I throw that? And then we're going to go to the phones. This dawned on me today, and it's nobody's fault because it's a little intricate based on the way the conversation all went yesterday. But a lot of you might have been with us or heard what John Lynch had to say, right? Remember all the stuff? Here's the update on Jennings.
So Jauan's still working through his calf issue, making progress. We're kind of like everyone else, hopeful but not sure, on week 1, and we'll proceed as such. And so we're working to get the best mix out there. We added a piece today, and in MVS, Marquez Valdez-Scantling, and thrilled to have him part of it. And we move forward.
Eric Branch, Johnny on the spot, goes, okay, Johnny, okay, Jauan's hurt, but we can assume that once he's healthy, he's playing, right?
Well, there's a lot that goes into that, Eric. Ideally, everybody has a training camp. Everyone's out there. That's a perfect world. But, he's been putting in work to the side, and we'll have to make that judgment when the time comes. The other thing is both things can be true. He wants a new contract and he's got a hurt calf. So I think people want to assume one or the other. Both things can be true.
Okay. You want to know what I want to ask him now?
Yeah.
I didn't think of it until today. But if we're going to go down this road, John, and you're going to tell us that you still have a calf injury for Jauan, and it is lingering to the point where 5 days ago, Kyle Shanahan's like, he'll be ready by week 1, and now you don't know. And this thing has been going on and on and on for the entire month of August. Wouldn't that concern you? about signing a player to a new contract if he has a calf injury that you can't figure out, similar to if this thing's a real injury, we're getting to McCaffreyville. It's time to we need to do some PRP, man.
Yeah.
We need to send him to Germany and get this mystery figured out. So the question would have been, hey, John, he wants a new contract. Is that discussion being affected by this lingering mysterious injury?
That's a great question.
I would have loved to hear John work his way through that answer. I don't know what he would have said.
He probably would have said, I'm not going to answer that. I'm not going to give you privileged details about the negotiation, the conversations we're having. It's really none of your business, Mark.
Well, no, it is. Actually, we're covering the 49ers here, John. And are you concerned? I would think you'd be concerned this injury won't go away. And I know calves are tricky.
Very tricky.
At a certain point, they're also concerning, aren't they?
Very concerning. And is it such a concern that it's affecting the contract negotiations? Have you backed away from a deal because you're so concerned about the calf, or is the calf so minor that it has no bearing on what you're trying to do?
Right. Or are you just we're not talking about a contract under any circumstance, health or not?
We're not doing that.
Yeah, I would have loved that answer, but we weren't there. Let's go to Dave in Fresno. Hi, Dave. Thank you for calling Willie and Dibby.
Hello. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Hey, Bill, you posed a question, if there's any concerns if you're a Niner fan. You kind of discussed the injury aspect of it. But, yeah, for me, there's a lot of caveats. The caveat of you're a 37-year-old left tackle. Can you stay upright for a majority of the season, not the full season? You're a 29-year-old running back who's older and who's coming off an injury of his own. You're depending on him. Is your quarterback, is he more 2023 or 2024? I guess we'll find out. Your kicker, who is going through whatever he's going through, is he okay between the ears? That's these rookies that we're depending on. How fast are they gonna, get up to speed here? Just a lot of caveats. And right now, they're just a team filled with more questions and answers, in my opinion. And, we still got to play the games. Maybe we answer those questions when we get on the field. But right now, I don't feel really confident, going into this season. A lot of things need to go our way, and it's just the reality of the situation we are in. It's not to say that we can't achieve our ultimate goal, which is obviously the Super Bowl, but a lot of things have to go our way, and when you're a team in that position, you get nervous. So, I'm hoping for the best, but yeah, there are legitimate concerns, and a lot of it's out of our control. But hopefully, like I said, when they start playing the games, and then also too, Brandon Ayuk, everyone says he's going to come back healthy, but we went through this last year with Greenlaw and CMC. When we get those guys back, everything will be just fine. We don't know until they actually come back and get on the field. So again, those are my concerns, and those are the caveats that you got to worry about.
That's fair.
Dave, thanks.
Concerns and caveats. You're always going to have concerns about players you've never seen before, rookies and guys who are being thrust into the starting lineup. And, Aaron Banks no longer at guard, and so you're going to have new players over there, and you hope that your O-line is better. For me, there's different things as to concerns as opposed to real worries. You could be worried about the kicker, and I think you are actually probably concerned about the kicker, but for me and Jake Moody in particular, I'm not that worried because I do know if he's bad, they're going to make a move. It's not like they're going to stick with him all year because he was a third-round pick and, okay, he's 4 for 9 on field goals and he missed a game winner. No, we're not keeping him just because he was a third-round pick. I do know that. So am I worried for Jake Moody? Yeah, I'm worried for the young man because if he gets replaced, that's him in his life. But for me as a Niner fan, if you replace the kicker, you're probably going to find somebody who's not worse, so I'm not worried about it.
Okay, I guess at a certain point we start playing with different verbiage, right? Of course, if he's not good, they're going to replace him. Some people believe, well, he's already actually given you that answer, and you haven't replaced him. That's some people's opinions. Right? And so, look, I've gotten to a point where, okay, I accept a difference of opinion in this particular case that the 49ers see something in Jake Moody that at this point I don't. They might be right, and I very much hope they are. If they're wrong, yes, they'll make a move. Then there's also the other stuff. Let me spotlight one thing that Dave pointed out. And so we concoct these questions, and sometimes we're right, and then sometimes I think it's just a product of our perceptions. And he says one of his concerns is if Brock Purdy is 2023 Brock or 2024 Brock. And before I say anything, get everybody all hot and bothered, let me just go live to Dan Dibley and say, hey, Dan, what would Greg Cosell say to Dave's concern about whether or not Brock Purdy is 23 Brock or 24 Brock? What would Greg say?
Greg would say he's probably a combination of the two, but before you go disparaging 2024 Brock, you look at the dropbacks, as I have. I'm Greg Cosell, and I thank you. I looked at every one of his dropbacks, and what I saw was a quarterback who was decisive. At times, he fled the pocket too early, but when given some time, he was able to make the throws necessary. And if you want to go to the Aaron Schatzes of the world, who is the creator of DVOA and FTN Fantasy and all the rest of it, the numbers for Brock Purdy on yards per attempt, yards per dropback, expected points added, and all the rest, he was top 5, top 7 in every one of those categories. So I wouldn't mind if he was 2024 Brock Purdy.
There you go.
I mean, 2023 Brock Purdy was a 97.5 out of 100.
Yep.
The year he had. 2024 Brock was probably an 85 out of 100.
At least.
Yeah, I'm going to say 85. And Greg is right, and we've heard this from Brock himself. He, at times, was trying to do too much.
Yep.
At times, he fled the pocket too early because, the pass rush was coming, and instead of hanging in that extra second and letting the play develop, he was, going rogue and running around back there and doing things out of character. So even if you give him an 85 last year, you take an 85 out of 100.
You can win with it.
If you have a better defense and more around him, you absolutely can win with that.
You can win with it. But I sort of accept that from Brock Purdy in terms of what it was we saw that maybe we didn't like last year and how we processed it. And I'm not going to ask anyone, you, me, or anyone listening to this show to be able to pull this apart the way a Greg Cosell or a Brian Balding or tape watcher does, because there's so many things happening on a football field. And we're just sitting there with nacho cheese on our lap going, my fantasy team's up by 2. That's all I want us to do. We've earned that.
Yeah.
We get to Sunday. Just be stupid and turn the TV on. That's all I do. So we've earned that, and that's fine. But when we watch Brock drop back and throw a pick, we'll go, oh, you dummy, where's 23 Brock? And what Brock has basically stated is he, I think, agreed with a lot of you, which is that, oh, this is different. I don't have Christian McCaffrey. I don't have Brandon Ayuk. This is different. The world wants me to step up and be a dog. It's time for me to show everybody that I put the team on my back and not be a game. So he lets y'all get to him. And he started trying to do Brett Favrean things, which is huck that ball through a garden hose or take off and use his legs maybe earlier than he needed to. And did that lead to what looked like a still good but not a great year? I kind of accept that. And what Brock has said, I spent all offseason doing, it's almost more mental than physical, is, hey, stupid, we have a good team. I have a good coach. These are good play calls. Keep it simple, stupid. Drop back. Hit the spot. Don't try to make too much happen. We can outlast this opponent if we just do those things. I think that's his focus this year. I think it's a very, very good focus. But you don't need to worry about whether or not Brock Purdy's good. Brock Purdy's good.
He's good enough, and whether or not he's great or elite or tier 1 or all the rest of that nonsense, do you have a quarterback who can make the plays necessary to win football games? Yes, and you've seen it before. Last year, that was not the case, and it was a total system-wide breakdown. This team relies on complementary football more than almost any other team out there, in that you need a good defense to keep your offense able to run the ball, give your offense a lead. You're not built to come from behind. And so last year when you had a defense that couldn't get off the field, it did put undue pressure on the offense.
I wonder about the word expectations, though. Like, I'm fully on board with everybody who says expectations this year are not as high as they were last year. I think that's just natural. They were in the Super Bowl. They almost won the Super Bowl. Why wouldn't expectations be through the roof? But should they be that different, knowing what we know now? I'd love to. Can we explore that a little bit?
Yeah.
Should the expectations be that different? In other words, let me ask this question. I do think there are some answers, but I wonder what everyone thinks. Where are the 49ers markedly worse this year than they were last year? Where?
Probably the receiver. The receiver room would be markedly worse. I mean, running back, no.
Markedly
offensive
better,
line,
I would argue.
We'll see. Jordan Mason, I mean, I guess we didn't know how good he would be, and he turned out to be great. Can Brian Robinson be Jordan Mason? You would figure.
No, but you have McCaffrey this year, and you didn't last year.
Right. I thought you were saying going into the year.
No, I mean, like, go ahead and grab what we know now. Like, sure, your expectations last year were what they were, but then it played out, and we have all that information. Now blend that with what we think we know. Obviously, there's a journey that's about to unfold, and there could be all kinds of things around the corner. But I want to know that. Like, where are the spots that you think the 49ers this year are worse than what we know they were last year? I'll give you an example. I hear a lot of people go, oh, they're so young on defense. Right, well, they were terrible last year on defense.
Right.
So the only thing that they could be is even. That's the worst thing that could happen, is that the 49ers are as bad this year.
They could be worse. Because they were not bottom of the barrel. I mean, they were 28th.
On run defense, they were.
Right, but overall defense, I think points allowed, they were 28th. So there is a little room for them to be worse. But to your point, yeah, I don't think they could be worse. Could the special teams be worse? I don't.
Probably not.
If the kicker's worse, you're getting a new kicker.
Yeah.
You already have a new punter, and you got a new long snapper, and you have a new special teams coach. So you would expect that to be better. The offense was slightly better than mediocre last year, so can the offense be better? Well, you would hope so.
You'd hope.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm with you. The wide receiver room in the moment is like, oh, that looks a little thin, obviously. However, bunch of different things can happen as this unfolds. I don't know what's going to happen with Jauan. I do know that if this all goes the way we think it's going to go, you're going to acquire Demarcus Robinson for week 4. You're going to probably acquire Brandon Ayuk at some point. Also, Ricky Pearsall starts the year as a much bigger part of all of this. Do you think he's going to be good? Do you think he's not going to be good? Everybody gets their own opinion there. I certainly think he's going to be good, but to me, that's almost like a little bit of an upgrade of one position. You didn't really have him, certainly not at the start of the year last year. But I'll buy that. The wide receiver position, at least the first month of the season, is a downgrade from where you started last year. Give me the other position. I don't see it.
Yeah, not really.
I don't see any other position on the field that this year stacks up as potentially worse than what we know happened last year.
Maybe safety. I mean, if you want to look at the safety spot, because it's a little still unsettled on who those guys are going to be. And, at this point last year, you felt better about who you had coming back, I think, than you do right now.
But were they good?
Turns out they weren't great, no.
That's like, so again, it's like, yeah, let's take the questions that you're worried about. You go, okay, what if it doesn't go well? Well, then you're going to get exactly what you had last year. So it's not going to be worse.
Probably not.
I mean, Jair Brown was not very good. I didn't like his year last year at all. Did you?
I'm not in particular, no. But, he's in a spot now where I don't think that the safeties that you have are necessarily proven commodities. So can they be better just because you've got Robert Saleh? That would be my expectation, yeah.
Like Saleh's presence alone, to me, says this year's defense is going to rate better than last year's defense, even if you got some pups out there.
Yeah. It's interesting as you look at this year and expectations and how some people are thinking that you shouldn't have the same high hopes. Last year, they were the second favorite to win the Super Bowl. They were plus 600. Their over-under for wins was 11.5. This year, their over-under is 10.5. And I know the schedule this year is easier, but as far as expectations and the betting markets, they expected them last year to be 11 or 12 wins. They weren't. Sure. Okay, 6-11. Boy, they must plummet. They're down 1 win in the markets. So now the markets are looking at it and saying, you should win 10 or 11. Last year it was 11 or 12. So even after everything we went through, roster turnover, 2 coordinators out, new ones in, an old guy comes back, and all those changes, is it a rebuild? No, it's just a reload. It's a reload, and we expect you to win 10 or 11.
Mike Florio was on the morning show. Here's what he said about expectations.
Things set up well this year for the 49ers. Number one, the expectations are lower than they've been probably since 2021, the year after they most recently had a season that was derailed by injury after injury. And the schedule is much more favorable this year. Outside of the division, all 4 teams of the AFC South, all 4 teams of the NFC South. And when you compare Rams' first-place schedule to 49ers' fourth-place schedule, there's 3 games where there's that deviation, and that's the benefit you get from finishing in 4th place. 3 of your games are, in theory, unless those other 4th-place teams from last year are a lot better, those are easier games than what the defending champion has to face. And that alone, when the margins are so tight, the playoff spots come down to a win here, a loss there. The division title can go all the way down to the wire. Those things benefit the 49ers if they can be healthy and if they can stay healthy.
Sure, there you go, health. And
the big if every time.
I mean, you get to throw that on the back end of every NFL team out there. Every single one of them. And I get it that Niner fans, we have the right to be a little triggered by that because seemingly it's we're often one of the most injured groups in the league. But outside of that, you can tag that on the end of every single NFL team.
No doubt. And, Mike Florio is kind of right about expectations. They're still high, and you have to go back to 2019, the last time the 49er preseason win total over-under was not double digits. And in that year, their over-under was 8 wins. They went 13-3 in that season. Yeah. And every year since that, it's been 10.5 or 11.5.
Brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. 888-957-9570, that is the number. Tim Kawakami is going to join us in about a half hour. We look forward to that. We hear all the things John Lynch kept saying about Jauan Jennings. I don't think we've spent as much time playing what Kyle Shanahan said about Jennings and the roster and all of the things going on. So we'll get to that coming up here next. We'll continue to take your calls. 888-957-9570 is the number. This is Willard and Dibs. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the 2025 Red and Gold Summit, and it is happening on Thursday, September 4th, live from King's Fish House at Westfield Valley Fair in Santa Clara. Me and Dibs will be live from 2 to 4, and then the summit from 4 to 6. So Steiny and Goo and Shasky and Spadoni are all going to be there, and we invite you to come over for the hang. Are we really doing this?
Hey, it's Butcher Boy here for the one and only Ceremony Ford in Colma. And listen up, Tesla owners. It's time to make the switch. Right now, you can upgrade to a 2025 Mustang Mach-E Select for just $239 a month, plus tax for 36 months. And it's only $19.99 due at signing. No trade-in required. And here's the kicker. 0% APR on every Mach-E in stock. We're talking over 100 to choose from. One of the largest inventories in Northern California. Plus, you get a $2,500 rebate, 2 years of complimentary maintenance, and the Ford Power Promise. That's a complimentary home charger with installation. Not a current EV owner? No problem. You still get the Ford Power Promise. But hurry, these offers end September 2nd. Don't wait. Don't overthink it. Ceremony Ford in Colma, your NorCal Mach-E headquarter. See dealer or ceremonyford.com for details.
Visit Friedman's Appliance for the Sub-Zero Wolf and Cove Grand Kitchen event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. You'll find the largest selection at the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them. But They have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go. And that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with Xfi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
It's a crash block into 2 right lanes and traffic is starting
to turn to the traffic leader, KCBS.
Standing water in the roadway that's causing quite a bit of a
Now is the time for a new Accord. Get a great deal during the Honda Summer Event. Brought to you by your Northern California Honda dealers.
Hey, this is Willard and Dibs from 95.7 The Game with great news from Safeway. You can earn Safeway rewards with each purchase you make. Then use your rewards for discounts on groceries or up to 20 cents off per gallon in gas rewards at participating Chevron or Texaco stations, and up to $1 off per gallon at participating Safeway fuel stations.
Not a member? Register for an account with your phone number at checkout and start earning rewards today. I personally love shopping at Safeway and saving up to 20% on my purchases for you with personalized deals, meal plans that list the ingredients needed to make shopping easy, and pet perks. There's something for everyone, including a free item every month from some of my favorite brands.
If you sign up today, you can get $5 off your first purchase of $25. Restrictions and exclusions apply. Learn more at Safeway.com/4U. That's Safeway.com/FORU, as in the letter U. We will see you at Safeway soon.
Do you have a dark curiosity? Heart Starts Pounding, Horrors, Hauntings, and Mysteries is a weekly podcast hosted by me, Kaylin Moore. Each week, I'll take you on a dark journey through terrifying true urban legends, bizarre true crime cases, chilling tales of backwoods horror, and more. So if you're looking to join a passionate community of the darkly curious, check out Heart Starts Pounding on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. And remember, stay curious.
In a world parched for excitement, one drink will emerge. Twisted Tea, the refreshing thrill ride of flavor. Recreating its classic role as the hard iced tea that goes down smooth. Twisted Tea doesn't just taste like real iced tea, it's made with real brewed tea and a 5% kick of alcohol. Taste the adventure with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Back to school is on the brain. That means new notebooks, pencils, new everything. And while the kids are getting ready to get book smart, it's time for you to save smart with Straight Talk Wireless. Switch now and get a free Moto G 2025 with 5G when you activate select plans. Now that's a smart call. Get Straight Talk covered by Verizon's 5G network. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Offer valid through 10/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Purchase of gold unlimited plan or higher required for offer. Must activate the plan in-store at Walmart. Cannot be combined with other offers.
Oh, no. What happened here?
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Not only did the Niners win the Super Bowl yesterday, Brock Purdy won an MVP award.
Yesterday?
Yeah, either regular season or Super Bowl MVP, one or the other.
What is going on here?
I didn't even think the season started yet.
Well, do you know? Well, no, it has. Did you know what the key is to winning an MVP award as a quarterback in the league? Either MVP, like regular MVP, or Super Bowl MVP. Sometimes both. Sometimes they both happen.
Yeah, what's the key?
Marquez Valdez-Scantling.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
When he's on your team, then your quarterback wins the MVP?
2020, Aaron Rodgers, MVP.
Okay. He was a Packer.
2021, Aaron Rodgers, MVP.
He was still a Packer?
Yep. 2022, Patrick Mahomes, MVP.
He was the Chiefs.
And Super Bowl MVP. 2023, Patrick Mahomes, Super Bowl MVP. Lamar Jackson won MVP.
In 23.
But he played with the Chiefs. And then last year, he was on the Bills. Josh Allen, MVP.
Man, it's all because of MVS.
Now he's a Niner.
MVS leads to MVP.
I think they need to change his last name to Pantling. Marquez Valdez Pantling. MVP.
Right.
There it is.
Because MVS plays only with MVPs.
Correct.
And here we are, and he is going to play with Brock Purdy, assume.
Yeah, well, I don't know if he'll do the whole season.
He also played 8 games with the Saints, and that quarterback retired.
Yeah, but that's why he left. He's like, that's why I'm out. Like Kevin Durant. I'm not playing with this guy.
I got to play with an MVP.
I got to play with an MVP. You need to trade me to Buffalo.
Yeah, and now Derek Carr's making that TV money.
Yeah.
So, drove him right into the TV studio.
I couldn't believe Aaron Rodgers won an MVP just 4 years ago.
4 years ago. League MVP back to back. And now he's this, pariah.
He's almost a punchline.
Just hanging around the necks of certain organizations on his way out in his career.
Yeah. Well, and he gets one last hurrah this year, and maybe he'll come back again next year. He's a tough guy to get rid of.
I like it when Aaron gets flushed out of the pocket now at this point in his career. He looks like me in the knockout game with Grandy when I had hurt my calf, which, by the way, they're tricky.
Yeah.
And I had hurt my calf, and it didn't affect the outcome. But when I watched the highlight of that video that...
I'm not a doctor.
Yeah,
so.
the lovely Christy took video of the last round where Grandy beat me, and, there's a couple of shots where, you got to go get your ball. Even if you make it, you got to go get your ball. And I'm out there running... let's be real. Out there, not like Guru. He's not an old man, but the rest of us are. I'm out there running like there's just a clear, and that's what Aaron looks like when he gets flushed out of the pocket and goes to the sideline.
Yeah, he can't wait to get on the ground is what it is.
Yeah.
He cannot wait. He doesn't want to be tackled. He just wants, somebody to come near him and maybe put a hand on him. That way he can just go down.
R-E-L-A-X. Relax.
Thomas Morstead's tweet a couple of days ago.
Relax.
Yeah,
he'll be back.
What about this? So we're talking about all the things that might worry you as a 49er fan. And this is a little unfair, but do you notice that nobody is called or texted or put on YouTube? You know what's worrying me? Jauan Jennings. That's what's worrying me. Now, yes, some people have said the wide receiver room.
Right.
But let me ask you this. If Jauan if he practiced today, poof, calf feels better, I give up the fight, let's play. If Jauan Jennings did that, would you suddenly feel great about the wide receiver room?
I'd feel better. I mean, I wouldn't feel great.
Yeah.
I'd feel better, but, and Kendrick Bourne coming for a workout Monday, maybe he is a piece, and you already got Marquez Valdez-Scantling, and Russell Gage got a 1-year deal, and you got Sky Moore, and you've got Ricky Pearsall, and you have Watkins eventually, and you got Cowing theoretically, so you've got receivers. Do you have high-quality ones? We'll see. Maybe. We didn't think Jauan was as good as he turned out to be last year. So if he just came out today and said, you know what, I'm not going to worry about the contract anymore. I'm just going to play football. My calf is getting better, and I'll be out there tomorrow. You'd feel better, but I still wouldn't think, all right, top-flight wide receiver group. Some have said it's the worst in the division among receiver groups.
That's exactly what the 49ers are thinking. Jauan Jennings does not suddenly make this all hunky-dory. So why would we go that route? Why would we? I mean, it's such an interesting sort of a mental journey to get into this every day like we have, because I think Jauan's a wonderful player, and I really support the effort that he put forth. However, at the same time, I also think that it probably should have been handled in a little bit less of an aggressive fashion, because now we've arrived at a week plus a few days until there's an actual game, and the whole thing is still sitting there. And it's like, I think you had some leverage, but I don't think you had as much as you think that you had. And now you've arrived at Nuneville.
Pretty much.
I think he's arrived at absolute Nuneville.
For now. I mean, you could get leverage if the receivers look bad and you lose. I mean, you're not hoping for that. And I think it would take a regular season game to go from Nuneville to some town. You're not going to get to Leverage City, USA, which is ultimately where Nick Bosa was. He was the mayor of Leverage City, USA. He didn't even have to worry about anything. He was the best at his position, and he reset the market, and he did it on his own timeline.
Well, quick aside, Cheryl Bosa is going to join us next Tuesday.
Cheryl Bosa. Very good.
We're going to talk about the menu.
Have to.
Preseason menu.
No,
yes.
come on.
No, it's the done deal.
And why she chose Joey over Nick for week 1.
Well, because Sunday Night Football.
Yep.
Play the music. Play the music for crying out. Dude, do you know? YouTube really appreciates you doing that so that they know what's happening. It's 1 week from right now. 1 week from right now, we'll start the summit.
Red and Gold Summit. And 6 people, 9 opinions, 12 people talking at once. We're not doing that.
We're not doing that.
We're going to have a great summit. We've had so many of these, and it's been so popular that some have tried to replicate it. It's a replication sensation is what it is. Yeah. It's more of a sad knockoff, but we'll get to that. We'll cross that bridge probably never.
Or not. Yeah, exactly.
But Sunday Night Football, Baltimore and Buffalo, and last week or the week before we did our 3 bold predictions, and I predicted that the winner of that game will represent the AFC in the Super Bowl.
I don't think that that's all that bold, actually.
Yeah, I think it is if Buffalo loses and Buffalo still represents.
They're 2 humongous favorites.
But I'm telling you that the winner of that game will be the one of the 16.
And that is a very strong prediction, but it's not bold.
It's absolutely. It's more bold than yours.
It's not. What was mine?
I predicted I'll praise Brock every single show this year.
I did not say that.
Brock.
Dibs, do you have a lean on that game for Fade the Dibbers?
I will get there. We'll get there. I got a week to mull it over. Actually, I got my first look at the week 1 point spread pick'em league that I'm in. So I'm gonna start pouring over some of the data.
What's the number in that game?
I would have to bring it up. And
no, I think my bold prediction was that the Chiefs were not going to win the division.
Right.
The Broncos are winning that division.
Kukush?
Kukush. You better watch out for the Broncos going to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I'm not quite going to go that far.
Just watch out. Don't be surprised if, ...
Is that there, don't be surprised if?
Here, I could look it up.
Did you see the Jimmy Shapiro daily email today?
I did not.
You can bet on, and there's odds on, the exact order of finish for every division in the National Football League. And today, he sent out the odds for exact order of finish in the NFC West. And the favorite
is
Niners first, Rams second, followed by Arizona and Seattle. And in fact, the top 4 in odds all have the Niners in the first place position.
Mm-hmm.
And then the 5th one is Rams first, Niners second.
Yeah. Somebody tell Bucky Brooks, who came on this show a couple of weeks ago and was like, oh, Rams.
Dismissed you.
Yeah. Yeah, Matthew Stafford's 37 and has back problems. But go ahead. Do your fancy Devontae Puka. Oh, who's going to...
Jimmy.
Whatever.
Jimmy.
Whatever. And
see it.
And their schedule is way harder.
Would you rather have Jimmy Garoppolo as your backup or Mac Jones?
Ooh, that's a fun one. That's a fun question.
And that's putting aside the Jimmy Garoppolo backstory.
Ooh, that's a good question. That's a good question.
I think
Just in a vacuum.
I think right. Well, but you're asking me in 2025.
Correct. And I'm also asking you to not include the Jimmy on the kiddie field and the Jimmy not returning calls and all the rest of the backstory part of it.
I think this year you have to say Mac because it's been a Big Mac. Sometimes the jokes are just for Dibs, you guys. But anyway.
2 all-beef patties, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles, onions on a sesame seed bun? That kind of Big Mac?
No, don't you remember the drink in Jamaica?
Oh, that's right.
Big Mac. Anyway, that was just my happy place for a whole week.
What is going on here?
I was drinking in Jamaica, and
We're doing the show just for each other for a minute.
They have a drink called they have a drink called Big Mac, and it was delicious. It had bourbon in it, and it was red, and I would order it a lot. And the very kind bartender, she would yell it out whenever I ordered it. Big Mac, and it was a happy place, okay?
For the love of God. So what?
Well, that's a very fair.
So what?
That's a fair response.
One of my favorite fits is.
Anyway, what were we talking about?
Big Mac. Who would you rather have as a backup quarterback?
Yeah, this year, Mac, because Jimmy, it's been a number of years since he has been a productive quarterback in this league. So I think there's more rust, maybe lack of confidence. He's had weird health things. Obviously, he ended up suspended even because of what he was giving himself for his health problems. You know what I mean? Like he's been in a Netflix documentary now being made fun of. I feel like there's kind of maybe a damaged mentality there now for Jimmy Garoppolo.
It could be, and I do think that in the ESPN Don't Be Surprised If, and it's Jimmy Garoppolo starting games for the Rams, I do think that he's going to probably get more snaps this year than Mac Jones. And yeah, it's plus 850 if the finish is Niners, Rams, Arizona, Seattle. And then the next choice also plus 850, Niners, Rams, Seattle, Arizona.
Seattle, Arizona. Yeah, everyone else throws them at the bottom, although they're viable teams this year. You're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. By the way, the Denver Broncos, don't be surprised if veteran running back J.K. Dobbins is their leading rusher.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, whatever. That's kind of a fantasy thing instead.
Yeah, a little bit.
R.J. Harvey, J.K. Dobbins, whatever.
But in our league with 16 teams, and
they're all going to get
you
drafted.
Start 2 running backs, and then you have a third in your flex position. You're talking about going 50 deep at the running back position in our draft.
I got a draft tonight that was supposed to be 14 people, and 2 people just dropped out of the league. And I'm like, yeah, yes. I like both the guys a lot. I want them to be there.
Which league is this? Is this high school buddies or?
No, this is so stupid.
Neighborhood dads? It's the neighborhood dads.
The kids started a league. We helped them start a league last year. I opened my big mouth.
Nice.
I opened my big mouth and I said, you know where this is heading, right? I was making a joke. I'm sitting there eating Ruffles and I'm like, you all know what we're doing next year, right? We're doing a league. And then they were all like, yeah. And I'm like, so here we are. So I didn't have the power to say no. So it's my 27th league.
There you go.
And whatever. We're doing it tonight at a pizza joint. We'll have a couple pops and go home.
That'll be fun.
Yeah, it'll be great. So whatever.
And then after that, you're down to just 1 draft, right?
No, that'll be 2.
You got 2 more to go.
We haven't had the family draft yet.
Oh, that's right.
That's on Labor
Will
Day.
you help me with my tight end?
You get my mom on a Zoom and do a fantasy draft. It's the She gets so mad at my dad because they're
a team, right?
They're a team. They call themselves the Elders, and that clock. They don't know what's happening.
I love the young people.
They're on a computer. They're 83 years old. It's round 11.
Yeah.
They don't know who these people are.
Is Wilfred Brimley still available?
The clock's rolling down, and my mom is just giving it to my dad. Tom, will you just make a decision? Like, it's the funniest thing you ever seen in your life. Anyway, 888-957-9570. Yeah, is this Jauan Jennings situation, is that worrying you? Like, just focus on him. And I think a lot of you are going to say no. And if you're saying no, well, then there you go. There you go. You have a window into why the 49ers are playing this the way they're playing it.
Right, because they're probably more worried than the fans, but they've gone out and made contingency plans, trading for Sky Moore, bringing in MVS, Marquez Valdez-Scantling, who only plays with MVPs, and you got Russell Gage on the practice squad, Kendrick Bourne coming in for a Monday visit. So the 49ers, if they were really, really that worried about it, then they would have signed Jauan Jennings. If they didn't think that they could have a workaround in case this thing is still lingering, and it is.
Kyle Shanahan said this yesterday when he was asked, do you see Jauan differently now that he's requested a trade?
No, that doesn't faze me at all. I don't think it has anything to do with team chemistry. And I don't think it has anything to do with how we approach each other, how we spend our time with each other. That has to do with business decisions, and those are the business decisions people make. But I don't look at any of that stuff. I mean, you get a tweet of that while you're on vacation, and I don't get the tweets, but when people copy a tweet and send it to me, that's about all I get, and I usually move on with my life.
It's so funny.
I get Kyle's not on Twitter, so people send me the tweets.
Yeah, I mean, there's tweets, and then people send me the tweets, and I don't see the tweets and stuff, but then they send me the tweets, and so eventually I see the tweets, and yeah.
Remember when he saw the tweet when people did the whole lip read gate with Jimmy Garoppolo, who apparently was like, these plays, these plays suck, really? Which is not, I don't know what Jimmy was saying, but it was during the run out the back of the end zone game.
Right.
Yeah, the pick 8 by Jimmy.
That was Denver, I think, right?
It was Denver.
Yeah.
It was Denver. And that was a great game for you. Didn't you accidentally predict that the final score would be 11 to
something like that?
7
that
or
was
something?
Kind of my bit that year. Every week it'd be 11 to 9, or you go with 17 or 18 to 11. Try to find the most random numbers, and I'm going to try to focus on scoregamis this year, which is a score that's never happened in the NFL ever. That's what they call a scoregami.
Well, outside something being up in the 80s, what the hell? What has not happened?
I can show you the list. Some weird ones are still out there, like
38
a team
to 2.
has 5, for example.
That happens.
Yeah, but if it's 11 to 5, I don't know if there's ever been an 11 to 5 game.
The Niners beat the Eagles in the playoffs years ago, 14 to 5. Can someone look that up? Granny, will you look that up? And this is going back a ways now.
What's the score?
Steve Young era, did the Niners beat the Eagles in the playoffs one year 14 to 5? I swear they did. Memory could be playing some tricks on me.
Yeah.
But I feel like they beat the Eagles one year 14 to 5 in the playoffs in the Steve Young era. So go back to the 90s.
There have been 2 14 to 5 games in the regular season. I think this is just might be playoffs too, but I got an 8 to 5. I see a 9 to 5. I don't see 18 to 5. 5 doesn't happen a lot.
14 nothing.
14 nothing
in the playoffs
in 96.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I do see that. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe my mind's playing tricks on me. I'm probably blending 2 games together. But anyway. Yeah,
20 to 17 is the most common score ever. There have been 297 of those.
Wow. That's boring.
And that's back in the day, a lot of them, because now, everybody's putting up 25, it seems.
Yeah, there's some teams that are struggling to move the rock a little bit. You know what I mean?
That's true.
The NFC South is going to have some 2017 games now this year.
Yeah, they probably could.
They're going to do that.
Quietly, the Niners, I think Niners and Seattle is a game where,
it could be.
I don't want to give out the Fade the Dibbers pick, but as far as a total, I would lean toward the under in that one.
I think you're going to get 2 high-performing defenses in that football game. I'm going to predict that actually right away. Let's say the Niners do win, but it's not going to be all offensively sparkly. And people will immediately point to the wide receiver room for the 49ers, no doubt. But I'm going to keep that in mind at least for week 1, that Seattle's defense this year is quietly highly touted.
Yeah. And
I'm
another
hearing
one,
a lot of people on the inside, Cosell being one of them, they like that Seattle defense.
I think the New York Giants defense as well. I was reading, maybe that was in the don't be surprised if.
They can rush the passer.
Right. And so I think that was one of the things they put in that do not be surprised if, talking about the Giants being able to rack up big sack totals.
Roster moves for week 1. Obviously, this is still a living, breathing thing, Marquez Valdez-Scantling today, by the way, like yesterday, they're like, yeah, we brought him in. He's on our team now. And then today he's on the practice squad.
That was fast.
Yeah, but Kendrick Bourne, he might come in. Like, I'm sure MVS will get elevated next week to the regular season team, like for the game. That is provided the Jauan Jennings situation is not figured out. So anyway, there's still a lot of dancing around for week one. Here's what Kyle said about the difficulties there.
It's always difficult. You know, it's difficult in week 8 when you have a bunch of guys go down the week before too. And you're sitting there and you don't have those guys on practice squad and you're not sure how you're going to put it together, but you find a way to figure it out and you show up the next Sunday. So, you know, at week 1, it can be a little bit different, but these are times that you go through always as a coach at some time in the year. I'm glad that we have gotten a lot of our injured guys back. Some joining in on practice on Monday. We'll have more out there today. So hopefully we'll keep having better luck with that.
Yeah, that's the one thing that probably is at the core of where I stand today, kind of wondering, are you scared? Is the Jauan Jennings thing worrying you? Do you have other worries? Like everybody can be like, sure, the wide receiver room,
right.
I'm kind of worried about that. But I've heard a whole August of this team's decimated by injuries. And all of a sudden it's like, no, they're not. No, they're not. They're actually not hurt anywhere other than the 2 dudes who we've known are going to miss large chunks of the season because they got hurt a long time ago.
Right.
And I'm not one of these people who believes that Jauan Jennings is actually hurt.
Yeah, I mean, whether or not he's hurt, the contract is still a thing. But even if Jauan is hurt, he's on a short list of starters on your 22, your starting 11, who actually would be hurt to the point where they can't play. Even Dominic Pooney, who got hurt in a preseason game, the knee. And then it's like, he should be ready for week 1. And that's been the case with just about everybody.
I mean, there's Watkins and Cowing, but I'm also like, when the hell did Watkins and Cowing ever do anything? You know, like I'm hopeful too, but one of them.
Yeah, those guys are 2s.
One of them's never played in the NFL, and the other one has barely played in the NFL. So it's not like the Niners are heading to Seattle and relying heavily on Jordan Watkins and Jacob Cowing. So anyway, I think there's at least the chance for strong level of health to start the year for this team. Tim Kawakami as dialed in and as tapped in as anybody in this town with regard to everything going on. Very much so the Jauan situation. Hell, we can throw in some Warrior stuff too toward the end, but he's dialed in and we've got questions to ask in terms of how this whole thing is going to look and play out. He's going to join us next. We're sponsored by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. This Labor Day weekend, be road trip ready with Valvoline Instant Oil Change. No appointment needed. Stay in your car while they change your oil and check your tires, battery, and fluids. Before you head down the coast or over the Golden Gate, visit BayAreaOilChange.com. This is Willard and Dibs.
The road to Santa Clara starts now.
Let's go Niners!
The red and gold are back.
Purdy spins out of the pocket. Throwing back of the end zone. It's caught! And the toe tap by George Kittle.
Your station for everything 49ers.
The Bay Area's football station. 95.7 The Game.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Mila, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Mila kitchen package. Visit the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager at Stevens Creek Subaru. The Bay Area has much to offer, with some of the best natural landscape, cuisine, and entertainment in the world. Stevens Creek Subaru also has much to offer, like our good prices, great selection, truly exceptional service, and the Subaru A Lot to Love event going on now. If you're considering a new or pre-owned Subaru, parts or service for your Subaru, or want to visit the Subaristas at our Wilderness Cafe, Stevens Creek Subaru is your destination for all things Subaru.
This month, lease a 2025 Crosstrek 2.0i for just $269 per month for 36 months on approved credit, plus tax, license, and registration fees. No security deposit needed. $24.95 due at signing. Includes a $650 acquisition fee and an $85 dealer documentation fee and first month's payment. Must take delivery from retailer stock by 8/31/24. MSRP $27,816. 15 cents per mile over 10,000 miles per year. Offer expires end of month. VIN JF F2GU ABC7SH275175. See Stevens Creek Subaru for details.
Visit us on Stevens Creek in San Jose, right next to Santana Row, or StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember,
Janine and shipping on us. The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you, which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots on us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year, you guessed it, on us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/22/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of one unlimited intra-line apply via 12 monthly internet bill credits. One discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data in service areas. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence 2H24.
Let's go! You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. Every time we put a rat on the table during our show, it's brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Atco Pest Control is a family-owned local business proud to provide pest control in the Bay Area for over 35 years. Atco uses natural methods to give you a peace of mind and keep your family out of harm's way. Quality pest control doesn't have to empty your savings either. Don't wait. Go to AtcoPestControl.com for all your pest control needs. They got you covered.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line.
Warriors head coach Steve Kerr now joining us on the River Islands guest line.
Joining us right now on the River Islands guest line, none other than Steph Curry.
River Islands in Lathrop is the best-selling master plan community in all of Northern California. With its lakes, parks, trails, and collection of new home neighborhoods, the good life can be your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
Don't waste time trying to get rid of your old or broken car. Cars for Kids is the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Go to carsforkids.org today. That's cars with a K.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
San Francisco, it's 69 degrees and sunny.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
What do you think's going to happen in this game, Sting?
That's a great. I think it's going to be a really tight game.
On 95.7 The Game.
By the way, for people who listen to the show a lot and get that one a lot, that was before the Niners played the Chiefs last year. And it was not that tight. It wasn't like a blowout, but what, they lose by 10, I think? 28-18? 28-18 is my memory, which clearly is not working because I don't know where the whole 14-5 thing came from, but whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's ride. You want to get some info? You want to find out what the heck's actually going on? Our guy, Tim Kawakami, the TK Pod, SF Standard, River Islands guest line, joining us now on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Tim, what's cooking?
Hey, I was just kind of waiting to see what 49ers can finally put together a final roster. I don't know. That might never happen, but they've got some moves they still got to make. There's a regular season coming up, and it's been kind of fun just seeing how fluid it all is. This is a sign of a sort of unsettled team right now, but we'll see. Maybe they can put it together for the early part of the season, but it's definitely unsettled.
Let's talk about Jauan, obviously, first here, Tim. And what would you say to a person, and I'll raise my hand as one of them, what would you say to a person who says, I don't believe that this injury is a thing anymore, actually? It's not about that at all.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say it's sort of got an inkling that Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch might sort of agree with you. I think from the beginning there was an injury and there was also a contract dispute. It was both things. What percentage of what side is, more true than not? It's probably had a sliding scale as time has gone on, but I don't think there's much dispute that it's part of the reason why he's not practicing, or at least is influencing whether he would want to press himself coming back to practice. I don't know. As Jim Harbaugh would say, I'm not inside his head or his legs, so I'm not sure, but I think you can kind of lead into that one. But also, if you're a player and you think you're underpaid and you have a slight injury, you probably aren't as motivated in the world to go out there and maybe re-injure it and make it worse. This is a pretty big season for Jauan Jennings. But on the other side, it's a pretty big season to want to play, right? You would think you'd want to play. And I think that's the 49ers' frustration. It's all parts of it. It's all a mix. They have to be sort of careful and, understand that there are injuries in the NFL. You don't want to push a player out there if he's hurt, but strong suspicion is that the contract, if there's a new contract, that Cap would feel a lot better pretty instantly. Like Michael Parsons back, I think, feels a lot better as of about an hour ago after being traded from the Cowboys to the Packers. He was claiming that's why he couldn't practice. So it's all part of it. I think everybody understands. Ayuk was the same thing last year. I think even more of a mysterious injury. And they basically challenged him that he was healthy at the end there, and you got to get back to practicing. And then guess what? New contract, he was back practicing. This is a similar thing. They're just not going to pay him as much as they paid Ayuk. It's just period. So it's different in that way. And I think they have the leverage on Jauan, and we'll see what happens in the next 3-4 days.
Have you gotten any sense, either on or off the record, as to what the ask is from Jauan or where the 49ers are sitting? It seems to me, Tim, that these two sides are pretty far apart, but have you gotten any inkling as to what Jauan and his camp are asking for?
Well, I mean, what you hear, not from the camp, but from, NFL circles, is that it's high. It's above 20 is what I've heard, and maybe a lot above 20 a year. To put him in the top 20 or so of receivers in that realm. 49ers have done it before with Brandon Ayuk. So, there is precedent for lifting a guy way up on the higher ranks of the receiver salaries. What I've heard from the 49ers side in the air on that one is that they don't want to do anything. They are negotiating. I think there have been numbers exchanged, but they just redid his deal last year. And that's before he got 977 yards receiving. That's before he was the, first receiver basically last year when Ayuk got hurt. That's before a lot of other things happened. But, their chances is we keep doing you every year. We're going to come back and do it again. And then we're going to tell Colton McKivitz. We're going to tell Trent Williams. We're going to tell, Brock Purdy and whatever. So you understand that precedent that they don't want to break. But, it's everything. If you ask me what the dollars are, I would tell you just from my opinion is that it's not close. It's not even close. Now, at some point, you got to either make a deal or not, and the 49ers want him on the field on week 1, and Jauan Jennings probably doesn't want to go on injury reserve or get deactivated or whatever could happen in the next few days if he's not practicing. But everything I've heard is he wants a lot, and the 49ers are offering very little. I'll put it that way. If I could generalize it like that. And I think we can all kind of write into what the money terms are based on that, but it's far apart. I've been hearing this. I've been writing this for several weeks now, right? It's not close. And it's pretty clear it's not close still.
Tim Kawakami with us on Willard and Dibs. Okay, Tim, this is all really interesting because here's where my mind went yesterday. and maybe it pairs with what you just said that the Niners are thinking. I'm thinking much beyond this year and wondering, with 2 other first-round draft picks at the position, one of them having already been paid, plus 2 young guys they really like in Cowing and Watkins, Robinson on a 2-year deal. Do they even want to be in the Jauan Jennings business beyond this year?
I think I've been saying for a little while, I don't think he's going to be on the team next year. I think they want him this year. And maybe Kyle Shanahan has a different opinion of that because he has been good for them. He does all the physical things that they want out of a receiver, and he can make, big catches. That's a nice combination for them. But I think they're tired of this with the receivers, frankly. They traded Debo. There certainly were contractual stuff with Debo. There was a trade request from Debo. They obviously went through a painful thing with Ayuk last year, which a deal that they do not like. They regret it almost immediately. And then he got hurt. Did not play well before he got hurt. So just to have this happen again, I think really puts them on the feeling that they don't need to be in the Jauan Jennings business much longer. But I think they want him on the team this year. Who's going to play receiver for them? If it's not him. You have Ricky Pearsall, who has not been through a healthy season. I think they really think a lot of Ricky Pearsall. Obviously, he was a former first-round pick, somebody that it fits what Shanahan likes in his offense, but you don't know. And then you need other people, and you can believe whatever you want to out of young players, or Russell Gage, or Sky Moore, or whoever, if they get Kendrick Bourne back. But these are not ace receivers. These are not studs. I think they want Jauan on this team, but they don't know. There's a line here that they don't want him that bad, where they're going to bust up president and pay him $22 million. That's not happening. They got to the point with Ayuk where they just had him on the field. They just had to have Brandon Ayuk on the team last year, so they paid it, and they regretted it. And then he got hurt. So I think Jauan's suffering from some of that, where it's a separate situation, but they don't ever want to go down that road again. So, yeah, I don't think he's going to be on the team next year. And, who knows how much longer he's going to be on the team this year. If he's going to be on the field, I don't know. But, yeah, there is a great weariness, and you could probably put stronger words on that from the 49ers side on Jauan Jennings and the whole wide receiver thing. And he's getting the brunt of it, but he also redid his deal last year. And I don't know if they told him last year, we're not doing this again. I don't know if they did, but they're basically saying it now. We are not doing this 1 year after you just did it. If you wanted to get redone now, you shouldn't have done it last year. I don't know if these words are being said, but that's the implication, certainly by the behavior and by the complete stalemate right now.
Yeah, and the feel also that I got yesterday, Tim, is that they're not trading him either. So either they tried a little bit and they didn't get offers that they thought were in their liking, but I was hearing from John Lynch yesterday, we're not interested in doing that.
Yeah, well, so they said about Debo too, right? So, who knows? You say it until you do it.
Right.
But my point on Jauan is, I don't know what they get for Jauan Jennings. 28 years old, calf injuries recently, certainly not a fast player. He's important to the 49ers, but would he be that important to other teams? I think they'd get a 5th-round pick, maybe a 5th-round pick for him. So if you know that going in, then why even have the conversation? Because it's really not that big a deal. You're not changing your draft capital, your arsenal very much if you get a 6th-round pick for Jauan Jennings. So maybe you don't even have the discussion. Eventually, if they're ready to offload it from him forever, then yes, you take whatever you can get. But I think they can always do that. It's just not where teams are calling them up and saying, "Oh my God, we got to get this guy from you." That's like they were for Ayuk. Frankly, teams were calling for Ayuk. It wasn't, knock you down over with a 1st-round pick and what else can we throw you? But it was something. Teams were willing to give up a 2nd-round pick or so. Same thing with Debo a couple of years ago. That's just not Jauan's market. It's this weird kind of thing where he's valuable to what the 49ers do in some level. We know what it is, but he's not that valuable to other teams. He's just not. And Debo was sort of similar, right? Even when he was racking up all those run yards and receiving yards, but he was getting banged up. And what's he really worth to another team? If they could have got a 1st-round pick for Debo a couple of years ago, I think they would have done it. Nobody was offering that. So it just becomes this. He's certainly valuable to the 49ers and was valuable last year. But, of course, he was wide receiver 1 on a 6-11 team last year. It's not his fault, but it's not like that's the guy who's going to go win you games, certainly. So it's just weird conjunction of two sides that don't have a ton of leverage, and just makes this situation where nothing moves. And something's going to move in the next 4 days, I would say, next 5 days. Something is going to move. Everything that I've heard now, he's already asked to be traded, so maybe he's made his move. Again, when John Lynch said that, we're not doing it, I just watched it. He said that about Debo at the end of last year. And when everyone knew they would, right? Everyone knew they were moving on from Debo, and he said, we're not trading him. Well, you say that until you're ready to do it. But on this one, I don't know what they would get. I see an IR move or deactivation, or if it really comes down to it, if things really get bad, a suspension, which is what I think they were going to do to Ayuk last year if he didn't get the new deal and if he refused to practice. So it's one of those three things, probably, with a release, as the least likely of all that set, maybe a trade in there somewhere in that mix. But those are the things that are on the board, along with either him agreeing to come in with no new deal, which I don't think is real likely, or him getting 49ers giving him something on the back end, something that will make it okay for him to come in. They probably should, but I'm not spending their money. A couple million here, $3-4 million, something where you can pretend it's more than that. I don't think that's happened, by the way. I don't think that offer has happened. Maybe that's what gets him in. It's gone down a far road, though, and I think the 49ers might be actually a reverse on this. They're so mad they might be less willing to do that now than they would have been 2 weeks ago, because they wanted him practicing. Like, they wanted him in camp. They wanted this to be a nice, happy camp as opposed to what they had last year. That didn't really happen because of Jauan. I don't think they're real thrilled about it. I think we saw it on their faces yesterday.
Yeah, no doubt. Tim Kawakami with us. Tim, here's what I would say if Drew Rosenhaus, his agent, was sitting in front of me, which is, what is your end game? In other words, is Jauan actually willing to miss games starting next week? It doesn't feel like he's in position to do that.
Yeah, I don't know that this is a Drew Rosenhaus-driven thing. He's the agent. He's had a good relationship with the 49ers. I think, he understands that his client probably has earned more money, so he's asking for it. I don't know that we haven't heard this rattling from him, except for that one shot in at ESPN that he wants a new deal or he'll have to be traded. They've asked to be traded. But beyond that, we haven't heard this stuff that you usually hear with Drew. So I think this is more Jauan, if you ask me, and that's okay. It's his right. It's his right to play it out as hard as he can. So I don't know that it's Drew Rosenhaus thinking this. I think it's Jauan Jennings saying, I'm a $25 million a year player. Probably, he was last year. Will he be in the future? Do the 49ers have to pay for last year? No, but you get some of the logic there, and they're going to desperately need a receiver while Ayuk is coming back, while DeMarcus Robinson is suspended. Or it's a bet against Ricky Pearsall in Jauan's mind. But I think this is, if you ask me, again, I don't know, but if you ask me, knowing how Drew has operated and knowing that he was Frank Gore's agent. 49ers have a really good, I should say really good, have a solid relationship with Drew Rosenhaus. They really haven't gone to the wire with him. I don't know that it's him. I think this is a player-driven situation, and it might be up to the player to figure out how he gets back in. Because you're right, he does not win by not getting game checks. He does not make himself a better free agent at the end of the season by missing games or by being a malcontent or by skipping practice. The other thing, though, is he's 28 at the end of this year. When he goes into the offseason, he's going to be 29. And those are not the greatest years to go in to market as a free agent as a wide receiver. So it might be now or never. And I do think that's part of Jennings' position, and maybe Rosenhaus's too. This is it. This is when he's going to get it or not. And he might not get it. But I don't think he's going to be in a better situation, even if he plays out the season when he's 29. It's just the reality of NFL life sometimes.
Yeah, and it's a tough spot because he just got his deal last year, and I don't even know, Tim, we've heard about incentives on this deal, and then we heard there's no incentives. What exactly would he be playing for if he shows up and plays football for the Niners?
Yeah, it's game checks for sure. If you get suspended, then you don't get game checks. Otherwise, it's very confusing, and I might have added to it, or Spot Rack added, because they had him listed as being able to get more incentives if he could, but as John Lynch said, that was last year. He already hit them last year, so it's bizarre. He does have game bonuses. They're not huge. It's like for a total of about $800,000. Now that's not nothing, but he does have game bonuses that he would not qualify for if he's not on the roster each week. But there is some weird little thing that this option bonus, $3.4 million that he qualified for last year by hitting those numbers, is paid on September 1. It is guaranteed money, so it's going to him at some point. But if the 49ers trade him before, that's coming up, or that's Monday, then that cap hit doesn't go on their books. It goes to the traded team's books. I'm the one saying I don't think a trade's happening, but just watch that. I'm aware of that. There's this weird language in there, and we know how sharp 49ers are on this stuff. The wording in there is very interesting. So be aware of that. I am aware of that. I don't expect a trade to happen, but if it does, understand that September 1, that's Monday, might be the deadline for that specific thing. I don't think they want to trade him. I think they want him on the team. They just want him at the number they've got him at, and they don't want to go anywhere close to the number he wants to be at. This is ticking down. I thought it might be over by now, but I think there is enough feeling in there that they can figure this out and get him on the field early in the season, and it's worth it to them that they haven't decided to take the nuclear option yet. It might be coming pretty soon, though.
Tim, speaking of trades, do you think the 49ers made a call on Micah Parsons?
Yeah, I almost tweeted that. I bet you they did, just to see. I don't think the Cowboys were too interested in doing that, and the 49ers are not too interested in paying $47 million a year, by the way, so that might have been a problematic situation for them. Already into Bosa for 34, and then what do you tell Bosa at that point? You probably have to tell Bosa, here's another 47 for you. So I don't know that it was realistic, but they probably just said, hey, would you want Jauan Jennings for, and what else? They make that call. I'm not saying they would have thought it was serious, but you make the call to see if you can do it. I really, I didn't tweet it out there because it's not realistic, but you make the call. You have the cap room. Michael Parsons is 26 years old. Who would at least make the call? People get mad when I say things like that, especially with the Warriors, but you make the call. Right? If you don't make the call, then you don't have Kevin Durant on your team at that point, or Jimmy Butler. You make the call. They weren't going to get him. I don't know how in the world they could have done it. Would have taken some things that they didn't have. But again, I always have this fear of aggregation when I'm just talking, but I bet you they would have said, hey, you want Brandon Ayuk? I think you might have had that conversation. But, yeah, it's the Cowboys. You're not doing that. You're doing it for what you did for the Packers. So, yeah. But, yes, funny that you should ask me because it was on my mind. Like, they might just throw a call out there and say, what would it take? And then they would have said, okay, I guess we can't do it. Thank you very much. And happy times to him in Green Bay.
Yeah, the aggregation from this conversation is Kawakami says Ayuk to Parsons swap was discussed, which of course is not at all what you said. But
that's a Dibley special. Why don't you get aggregated for once?
Because I'm too busy stealing from other people. I'm too busy taking your stuff, Tim, and using it for my my own devices. Seriously, though, if you're another team and you see what Green Bay had to give up, 2 firsts and a player, you'd be kicking yourself. Are you stunned that the Cowboys didn't do better in this trade?
Yeah, I mean, it's a terrible trade. Let me say that. I'm not stunned that that's the trade you get now. That's the trade you do now because teams don't. It's a limited field of what's available. You got to have the cap space. You got to be ready to do it. You got to feel like you're a contender right now. It's the same thing that I thought the Raider trade Khalil Mack to the Bears was stupid because you limited the field. You do it at the draft, everybody's in on it, right? It's a bidding war because everybody can create cap space or has cap space, can imagine it. You get the picks. You can put the pick right in there and draft the person. You know what spot it is. It's just so much easier and better to do it if you're the trading team in April. Well, the Cowboys and the Raiders at the time weren't smart enough to do that. So 2-1s is about what you're going to get. Teams aren't trading 3-1s. For anybody, unlike the 49ers for Trey Lance. But that was April, right? That was March, actually. So I'm not surprised it was a bad deal, but it was a bad deal. It's at any point you get yourself in that situation, it's usually going to be a bad deal for one of the greatest players in football, and he is at 26. So do I think it was an incredible trade for the Packers? Absolutely. Am I flashing back to when they acquired Reggie White and got the Super Bowl title? Yes. But man, you get back into this sort of situation, you very rarely get a good deal. It's like the 49ers with Ayuk last year. They didn't make a trade. Of all these reports that they were going to make a trade, they didn't, because they weren't offered very much. They really weren't. And, at some point, you just want to keep the good player if you're a smart team. It didn't work out great for the 49ers. Maybe it will down the road. But if you're in this spot, if you've screwed up so badly, I almost said a bad word there. I'm glad I caught myself.
Oh, nice.
Then I thought I was on a podcast for a second.
Go for it, Tim. We got you.
You're going to make a bad trade. Like you're going to make a bad trade. It's the way it goes. So, would the 49ers love to give up 2 first-round picks for Michael Parsons? If they could have, they would have, but he can't do it now. It's really hard to do it now. The Packers were just set up to do it. But I don't think the 49ers, would have been at all upset if Michael Parsons ended up in the AFC. He's got to go from the Cowboys to the Packers, and if you're the 49ers and you think you're going to have a good season, you're probably going to have to go through the Packers at some point. You got to deal with number 11. And then number 11 was tough on him in that playoff game when they won, right? They beat the Cowboys, but it was hard to block that guy. I mean, they came out of that one going, that was rough, and they might see him again if they are playing into January, and I don't think anybody wants to see that guy on the side of the field.
Tim, real quick, if I take away the wide receiver room, what's your biggest concern for the Niners this year?
They got a bunch of them. I'd say how the offensive line holds up. Now, that's Kyle Shanahan would disagree with me. We've had this debate several times. They think their offensive line is fine. I think it's under-talented. And, man, if you lose Trent Williams, I don't know what you're going to do. We've seen it before. It's just it generates a lot of things if they can run the ball. And if you can't block for the run, you can't block for the pass, you're going to be in some trouble. But they're pretty confident about it. They just haven't invested a lot in it. But we'll see. I think if the offensive line breaks down, then a lot of things just blow to pieces. Now I'll put McCaffrey in there. I've just kind of stopped talking about McCaffrey because we just don't know. We didn't know he was going to be hurt going into week 1 last year, and then he was. I just kind of put him to the side. Obviously, incredibly important player. Red zone, they had so much trouble scoring touchdowns last year. He scores touchdowns. He helps you in all facets. He helps Purdy. He helps the defense. I almost put that aside. I'll just say offensive line because I think it's under-talented, but it's coached well, and they can get by with them. They've had good offenses with this level of talent. They got to the Super Bowl playing all sorts of guys that aren't Pro Bowl players. But other than receivers, if you're betting that the young defensive linemen are good, and we'll see if they stay healthy. I think Mykel Williams is going to be very good. I'll say offensive line, just the level of talent doesn't seem to be, it's certainly risking a lot if you lose Trent Williams, and if you lose, even if you lose like a Ben Barch, who's certainly not a Pro Bowl player, but they're counting on him. Pooney's hurt now. If he can't make it back for week 1, they're going to have a lot of question marks. They don't like hearing it, and they will argue about it all day long if you ask. But I think that is a potential problem area for them. I still think it is. I would have just been drafting tackles like every year, and they don't believe in that. They just don't believe in that. I respect that they don't believe in it. I respect that they have not fallen apart because they coach them well and they know what they're doing. But at some point they might, and the level of depth is just not there when you have a couple injuries. Now that you can say that about every position and every team in football, but that one I would say watch out a little bit there. And also I might say the kicker, but we talk a lot about the kicker. So that's
exactly. Yeah. Tim, great stuff. We thank you, and we'll see you on Twitter after Dibs' tweet.
Yeah, Dibs, go knock him dead. The aggregators are lining up for the Dibs report.
Kawakami down on O-line.
No, Dibs. Dibs says. It can't be me. It's Dibs.
Yeah, the tweet's already been composed. Enjoy the responses.
It is draft. All right, Dibs is going to get blocked at 5:05 by Tim. Tim, thank you very much. Tim Kawakami, SF Standard. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. We'll react to all of that. Let's hear from you. You just heard that. That's as close as you're going to get to inside. Are you worried about this Jauan Jennings situation or not? 888-957-9570 is the number. It's Willard and Dibs.
I almost said a bad word there.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. Our Labor Day sale's on now, and it's big. Up to 50% off store-wide, 0% financing for 2 years, and we pay your sales tax. Go to floorstores.com for directions. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Since I've been in recovery, I could write a novel. of the good things that happened to me. I finished college. I've held great jobs. It's never too late to recover from addiction. I am living proof that recovery is possible.
Get treatment. It works. To learn more, visit livingproofsf.org.
Toyota's national sales event is on, with great deals happening now through Labor Day, like on the rugged, versatile 2025 Tacoma, or score low 1.99% APR on the 2025 Tundra, built to haul, tow, and handle your to-do list. And don't miss the all-new 2025 4Runner, fearless on the trail and in traffic. Hurry in for Toyota's national sales event before these deals are gone for good. Toyota, let's go places. Offer available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit. Offers end 9/2/25.
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com. Sponsored by Merck.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle, and with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Your first month is just $99 when you join Jumpstart MD's medically supervised weight loss program today. Licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medications. No insurance? No problem. Jumpstart MD has options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to start transforming your health today.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with Full Suite Savings Event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
eBay has reinvented vehicle buying. From click to curb, everything's covered. Ever try to buy a car online and end up in a parking lot with a stranger and some blind trust? That era is over. Now with Secure Purchase, eBay isn't just where you find your car. It's where you buy it, start to finish. Title, financing, registration, delivery, it's all built in. This is the modern way to buy your next ride on eBay. eBay. Things people love. Secure Purchase is powered by Caramel Dealer Services, LLC, an eBay subsidiary.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery. so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check for your wallet first, before hitting the drive-thru.
$6.
Sorry, forgot my wallet. I have change, though. Here's 40 cents, another 40. Ooh, a bicentennial.
What's that?
Oh, gosh.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Everything I've heard is like he wants a lot, and the 49ers are offering very little. I'll put it that way, if I could generalize it like that. And I think we can all kind of write into what the money terms are based on that, but it's far apart. I've been hearing this. I've been writing this for several weeks now. Right? It's not close, and it's pretty clear it's not close still. I almost said a bad word there.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, lead story coming out of the Tim Kawakami conversation, he doesn't trust Mark Grandy.
Oh, I thought it was, I didn't even think that he was a cusser. I don't listen to all his podcasts, but he doesn't strike me as a guy who goes to the cuss. Like, apparently I'll cuss on the air. I did it once, and Grandy plays it all the time, but I will swear off the air. I've been known to cuss, but Tim doesn't strike me as a cusser.
Well, maybe, look, at a certain point in life, you're just like, bleep it. What's anybody going to do? And that's what I would tell Tim. Like, give it a try. They'll like you more on YouTube, number one. And Grandy's got your back.
Yeah.
So he's going to take care of you, and he's going to dump it, and nobody in the radio world would have heard it, but he doesn't trust him. What are you going to do?
Yeah, that's it.
Sorry, Grandy.
We had Feliciano on last week, and he swore twice, if I'm not mistaken, and almost a third time.
He tried to swear like 8 times. He tried to swear like 8 times, and that's why everybody loved him.
Yep.
Everybody loved him. So, anyway, Cowboys are having a press conference right now as we speak with regard to the Micah Parsons trade. If you're just joining us, yes, I'm not making it up. Micah Parsons is a member of the Packers, 2 first-round picks, and what's my man's name? Kenny
Clark.
Kenny Clark, nose tackle Kenny Clark is now going to the Cowboys. That's the trade. And Jerry Jones said, there's no question I could have signed him in April, but this was by design. I did make Micah an offer, and it wasn't acceptable, and I honored the fact that it wasn't done how he wanted, and so off they go. And that's it. One of the best players on defense in the league is now a member of the Green Bay Packers.
It continues to baffle me, not only when this happened, but where it actually wound up happening. You sent him to one of the powers in the NFC. You're in the NFC. And I don't know if Green Bay has Dallas on their schedule. I'll look that up. But if you're going to be a playoff team, and so are they, you're going to have to face him.
Week 4, my man.
Where?
Week 4.
Where?
Where is the game? I was going to do where's job.
Right.
The game is in checking. The game is in Dallas.
Ooh, boy.
September 28th, Micah back in Dallas, Sunday night football.
Da-da-da-da, scatta, scatta, da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da-da-da, da-da, Micah. He's going to wreck them. He will have about 7 sacks. Jerry's wrinkled face will cry because Parsons is a Packer.
That was fun.
Thank you. For those of you on the YouTube, I was close to the music.
I mean, whatever. I bet it really sounded good on YouTube. A cappella.
Very weird.
But anyway, yeah. Sunday Night Football, Week 4. Packers at Cowboys.
Whoa. I would put the over-under right now at 3.5 sacks for Micah Parsons.
I'll take
and
the
I'm
under.
taking the over.
Yeah, no, I'll take the under.
Yeah,
now it's going to be good.
And if the Cowboys go into that game 0-3, and which could happen, I mean they'll have played 3 games, but
they host the Giants week 2.
Fine. No matter how they go in there, unless they're cooking with Crisco, that could be an angry fan base. And we've already seen Dallas fan turn on the Mavericks and what they did with Luka Doncic.
This feels different, man.
And this trade feels worse than that.
Yeah, but no, because I'm already, I don't know. I'm surprised by the Dallas reaction that I've seen, which, the loyalty out there to the Cowboys, I guess, runs really, really deep. I mean, we've only been listening to a handful of radio hosts so far, so I don't know what the whole fan base feels, but I think that they know what the fans think, and people tend to, came on and said he's been getting text messages all day, and it's from a lot of people going, yeah, bleep that guy.
Good riddance.
Good riddance. Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
This might be a little bit more like the Rafi Devers trade then, because Boston, when they trade Devers, a lot of that was kind of good riddance vibes.
Yeah, but there
Jonathan
was
Papelbon came on this very show.
There was a very specific piece of behavior where he was bucking what the team was asking him to do. I guess you could translate this the same way, but this is contractual.
Yep.
This is different than Micah being like, I don't want to play defensive end anymore. You got to make me a quarterback. You know what I mean? So I don't know, man. I've never heard of a fan base feeling that way about a homegrown star. I've never heard of that, where a fan base is just like, yeah, get out of here. Get out of here. Like, you know what I mean? Get off my team.
He's a little runt.
Get off my team, you amazing 26-year-old drafted star. I don't want you.
No, can't have you.
You got into a disagreement with my old, crotchety, hands on too many things owner. So I'm with him. What? Are you nuts? Like, dude, you want to talk about being institutionalized. What on earth kind of a fan are you? Siding with your owner who thinks he's a GM over your 26-year-old drafted superstar? That's nuts.
It is nuts, but when you look at their situation with CeeDee Lamb's contract and Dak's contract, the cards were kind of already laid out and played out to where, yeah, Micah wasn't just going to settle for $40 million when the market dictated that he could get $47 average annual value. And so if the Cowboys are thinking, we can't do that, and they basically botched the whole process of the negotiation anyway, they really left themselves with no choice.
No doubt. Although, and because that one's at such a high level of finances, I don't think there's any way to do this. What I really took from the Tim Kawakami conversation, and if you're just joining us, he was just on with us a lot of stuff on the Jauan Jennings situation, Odyssey app or YouTube, if you want to go back and listen to it. But here's what my big takeaway was. The 49ers, the only thing that they would probably need to do in order to get Jauan into camp right now is they need to make it okay. They need to create a way for him to save face, in other words. Because Tim and again, this is just his reporting and a suggestion, but what's the question you and I have been asking for 2 weeks?
What's the number?
What is he asking for?
Yeah.
Well, Tim suggested that he's asking for multiple years at $20+ million per year. Well, I don't know anybody in the world who doesn't think that's bananas. That's bananas.
We're not doing $20 million a year.
You don't get that off of your circumstantial 977 yards that came because Ayuk's leg blew up, Debo gained weight, and the whole thing fell apart. Ricky got shot. Like, you don't get to do that because that's not who you are on this team, and it's not who you're going to be on this team. So that's a no from them, dog. But here's the problem. As Tim put it, the Niners are feeling like we don't want to talk about anything. We don't want to give you anything. Well, now Jauan gets into a spot, and this is you have to decide. The Niners can either just play without Jauan this year and just be like, tough stuff, dude. We're not giving you anything. You want to show up? Show up. You don't? We're moving on. Kendrick Bourne, hashtag MVS, whatever the heck it is. But if you do want Jauan, you might be right to help him save face. We don't know what he's been asking for. Throw on a couple $1 million and make it look like Jauan just wanted some guarantees for this year. You know what I mean? Like, he's got it. You got to create a way for this to not be wholly embarrassing for him with the tail between the legs. Again, you don't have to, but that might be what gets him in. Because that's why I was saying yesterday, I don't know what his options are anymore.
Yeah, and I don't know if the team even wants to go down that road, because then again, you are creating this precedent, and the precedent's already been set where, a lot of players have wanted more money, and some of them you've given, and some of them you haven't. Charvarius Ward wanted money from the Niners. He wanted a contract, and they told him no, and he was in his feelings, and he eventually went out and got the money from Indianapolis as a free agent. Easier to do it as a top corner than it is as a, tier 3 wide receiver. If he wants $20 million average annual, there's only about 20 or so guys who actually make that, and Jauan Jennings is not a top 20 receiver.
No.
And Tim actually gave this answer, and I've thought about it a lot before. His value to the Niners is greater than his value to the rest of the league.
The Draymond Green of the NFL, apparently.
Not bad. Yeah, it's not bad at all. And, Draymond on this team being able to play point forward and guard, positions 1 through 5, that has value on many, many teams. But watching he and Steph work together, yeah, Draymond Green and the edge he brings and the force and all the rest of it, that's true, and it's the same thing, I think, with Jauan Jennings.
This is a terrible analogy, but it's the only one I can think of right now. So Buddy Hield, Game 7 against the Houston Rockets.
My name's Buddy.
He goes to the Warriors and says, I'm averaging 33 points a game over the last one game.
In a Game 7.
So pay me. I averaged 33 points per game. Again, that's a terrible analogy.
Because he's under contract and you actually can't.
Right. It's overstating what Jauan's doing. But if I'm the Niners, dude, hold on. We give you a new deal. You go for 280 yards. We give you a new deal. You go out there. We love you. You ball out. We needed you to. We had all kinds of just terrible things happen to our team and our wide receiver room and all of that. You go out there. You do an admirable job. However, going forward, what we would like you to do, kind of tuck back into the player you used to be. Because now we got Ricky Pearsall. And Brandon will be back. We signed DeMarcus Robinson. And so we kind of see you as maybe, how about probably 400 or 500 yards a year.
How about third and Jauan?
Yeah, something along those lines. And you want $20 million a year? Like, we can do maybe something, maybe. But that's like astronomical.
Yeah.
No. Yeah. And if you dig in on that, then I get it. Boy, that helped me really understand why we're here. This is not just far apart. This is two people who are looking at situations from a completely different area code.
It's a little bit, and all roads do lead in one direction. And I do think that this is reminiscent of Kuminga, where after his third year, he sees all those rookie extensions happening, and he says, I'll have what they're having. And the Warriors are saying, no, we're not doing a max for you, a guy who we bring off the bench and eventually will issue DNPs to. So this feels a little bit like that, where the player and his representation have a different thought of their worth than the team that's the one that's going to issue the contract.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. 5 o'clock, we can have some fun with this. We'd love to take some calls. Dibs and I, earlier today, were kind of getting into this whole Super Bowl or bust thing that we all did last year. He and I don't see it the same with regard to whether or not it actually was a bust, because nobody really got fired. There were some players who got let go. They all stunk, or didn't play. But anyway, be that as it may, I wonder how would you complete that sentence this year? Super Bowl or blank? How would you complete that sentence this year?
Try again.
Well, that's mine. You can't have it.
Well, I'm taking it because it actually fits this year. It didn't fit last year when they actually did bust it up. So it's really Super Bowl or try again, because you got all these young pups, and Robert Saleh may or may not be here next year. If you have a mediocre year, maybe he's forced to stay. If you have a great year, he'll probably get a head coaching job. But
that feels a little quick. But who knows?
Depends on how his time is here. If the defense immediately goes back to being top 5 with this young group, he might be another hot candidate. But I don't think it's Super Bowl or bust this year by any stretch. You just decided to pay your quarterback for the better part of the rest of this decade, and you've got a lot of your guys on this team who will be back next year.
Let's go to the phones. Jeff and Marin. Hey, Jeff, thanks for calling Willard and Dibs. What's up?
Hey, guys, thanks for taking my call. So I've got 2 words that come to mind: durability and availability, the 2 most important abilities. And right now, I love the way Coach Shanahan was talking about trying to build up football season calluses on the players. We got more than calluses on these guys. Right now it seems like we ought to be switching the logo to a red cross, and instead of, Sourdough Sam having an ambulance. I'm concerned, obviously, about that. I agree with Kawakami. The offensive line is a big question mark, and like he said, God forbid something happens with Trent Taylor and you put Burford in a left tackle, we're in serious trouble. So that's what I guess I'm most concerned about. I kind of looked ahead. It looks like next year is a big draft year for tackles. We sure as heck better start looking for number one pick offensive tackle, because the offensive line, I think, is kind of mediocre.
I guess, Jeff, I can share your thought to a degree with regard to question marks, but let me ask you this just for fun. Give me the team, and this is going to be unfair because who knows all the offensive lines around the league. Who's got a good backup left tackle? Who in the league has that?
Yeah. I really don't. I don't. I'm maybe Philadelphia. I don't know, because I really only follow the Niners, but I was trying to figure out, with other teams around the league through preseason, was anybody getting as banged up as our players were?
Well,
I mean, we went through wide receivers and running backs, and Pooney gets hurt. It's nuts. I mean, it feels like we're snake bit when it comes to injuries.
Yeah, and Jeff, my sense is that while you're not wrong, and thanks so much, Jeff. While you're not wrong, I tend to think that's usually the feeling of every fan base. Like, a wide receiver room getting banged up. Go look at what Green Bay has done this August. Go look at their wide receiver room. Like, they've got this kid, a rookie, by the name of Matthew Golden, and apparently they really like him. Jaden Reed, nowhere to be found in the preseason. Totally hurt. Dontavian Wicks, totally hurt. Nowhere to be found. Romeo Doubs just showed up last week, was a part of trade rumors. Like, this is going on around the league. Yes, it is going on around the league. And while it is a very fair concern, I'm not really sure how you wiggle out of this. You can name 4, 5, 6 players on every team, and if they get hurt, you're in real trouble. You're in real trouble. Nobody's got a great option if their left tackle goes down.
Right, and I was just looking at the Pro Football Focus numbers for the Eagles, and they had 2 tackles who were in the top 7 in football, and then their backup was 74th out of 81. So to your point about, what team and their backup tackle or their swing tackle, you don't really have one. You don't have that kind of depth in many positions. Like wide receiver, sure, you're going to have 4 or 5, but if you lose your top guy, how's your depth? And if the Niners lose McCaffrey, well, Brian Robinson Jr., okay, you're an actual running back who can do some things. That's a nice backup, but you go across the team. If Fred Warner goes out, who's going to replace Fred? You're not going to be able to replace him with a guy his caliber.
Nope. Who's replacing George Kittle?
Right. Who's replacing Trent Williams, And those positions are obviously the most important. Even Nick Bosa. If you don't have Bosa, all of a sudden now that hurts your linebacking core, hurts your secondary, hurts everything.
Yeah, you might be able to do it for a week, maybe 2, but no, you can be concerned about those things. They're completely fair. I guess sometimes I hear people sort of talk as if NFL teams are supposed to have a plan for when their best players go down. They're supposed to be able to keep things going right at the same level. Did y'all watch the Lions play football last year? Lions are a really good team. Somebody told me they had a 24-7 lead in the NFC Championship game 2 years ago.
Yeah, that's true.
And then they went out there and lost 2 football games all year long and went into the playoffs. And then what happened? They got their butts raced in their own building.
Well, every one of their defensive players was hurt.
They were all hurt. Aiden Hutchinson is not replaceable.
Right.
And he got hurt, and their defense stunk. And their offense was good enough to sometimes go out there and outscore people. They came here and did it. I don't remember what the final score of that game was. 40-something to 30-something. Yep. Like, Niners were moving the ball up and down the field on that defense. So that it's true for every team. And yeah, like you have to hope that you can circle 6 or 7 guys and have them largely play the majority of the season, or you're probably going to get beat.
And if you lose one of them, you can survive it, but it depends on who. And just looking at the Pro Football Focus rankings by position to give you some context exactly what you're saying, Nick Bosa is 4th out of 119 among edge rushers. Fred Warner is 2nd out of 84 linebackers. George Kittle, number 1 out of tight ends, according to PFF. Trent Williams is 7th. Dominic Pooney is 6th. Kyle Juszczyk is 2nd of 9, so I'll leave him out of it. But you get a sense of, the most important guys relative to their position. Brock Purdy, by the way, according to PFF, 10th out of 42 last year at quarterback. So everyone crying about a bad year, a down year.
10th.
Sure, relative to the year before, but 10th in PFF across their metrics, which is just a metric, but those names are obviously the names you would have said are not replaceable.
No doubt.
Like you said, George Kittle, okay, who's going to play tight end? Well, you have tight ends, but you don't have that.
No, not at all. I'm actually kind of excited. And boy, I hope I'm not jinxing anything, right? They still have a week of practice. But have you noticed something in the NFL this August? Got a lot of holdouts. Got some teams that are banged up, quote unquote, dealing with injury. Do you know what didn't happen this month of August that often happens? Dude, that big name went down. It didn't happen.
Yeah, true.
It did not happen. We made it through the preseason. There is usually 1 or 2 players who are like real names, like big deals. And it could be, whatever. A quarterback, could be a top wide receiver. Obviously, for example, the birth of Dak Prescott was this happening to Tony Romo in the preseason. It happens almost every year that 1 or 2 big-time names go down. We have not seen it. We've not seen the league's got to feel great, man. They're starting the year a week from tonight, and largely, especially with Micah Parsons now set to play for the Packers, not the Cowboys. But, dude, the big names are all ready to roll.
So far, and, you still do have a week of practice, so you don't want to jinx it and get too far ahead of yourself. But I do think that is now the nature of how teams approach the preseason anyway. A lot of these guys just aren't playing. Brock Purdy played 1 series. Trent didn't play. Kittle didn't play. McCaffrey didn't play at all, unless I'm mistaken. So
Kittle played.
He played.
A little bit.
That second game?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay.
A little bit. But, very, very sparingly.
Yeah, because I guess by the time I saw him in that game, he was already back in his streets. So that's just the way teams are going to approach it now, and it helps to prevent what you're talking about.
888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking about what your worries might be for this year. Is Jauan Jennings in that situation one of them? I did find this all a little eye-opening. Tim still sounds when I say Tim Kawakami, SF Standard, who joined us earlier, still sounded relatively confident to my ears that, something will get figured out. Now he said over the next 4 days. What is it? Probably not what Jauan wants, but again, to my eyes and ears, it needs to just simply now be something that allows him to not be embarrassed. You don't need to tell everybody you were asking for $20 million a year. Come back and be like, yep, just wanted some guarantees, a little restructure there, got a couple more bucks on the deal for this year as a thank you for the great job that I did last year. Sure, you want to pitch that to the public, but that's probably all that's on the table. But that's more than I thought was on the table. I thought the Niners, their sound yesterday, he's right. He said they sounded ticked. I think they're very frustrated. And the sound that they wanted to get out there was, we're not talking about anything. We're not doing it.
Yeah.
We're not trading you. We're not paying you. We're playing football. And if you'd like to play football, we got a helmet for you.
Yeah, and you got your number and shoulder pads and the whole thing. We'd love for you to play football. And I don't even know if the 49ers are interested in what you're describing, which is, hey, here's a couple million to avoid embarrassment, because they, I'm sure, are fed up with all of this that's happened all the time. Every offseason, you've got somebody there with their hand out looking for, and I know you say that's
everywhere.
It is, but you don't have to always give in, and you didn't give in to Charvarius Ward last year, so you don't have to give in just so he can avoid embarrassment.
No,
he's the one who basically started this.
No doubt, but at the same time, they would like him on the field. They would like him to play football against the Seahawks, and they do have a need at receiver that's obvious. They're signing one every day right now.
Pretty much, right?
Right? Like, who's it going to be tomorrow? Russell Gage, and Marquez Valdez-Scantling. Now we want Kendrick Bourne too. Like, you're bringing all these dudes in. You're either doing that to leverage the situation or because you need to be ready for a game next week with people who have actually had a training camp. Let's listen to a little bit of Tim Kawakami, SF Standards. You had asked him about kind of like, what is Jauan asking for? This is where Tim took that conversation.
What you hear, not from the camp, but from NFL circles, is that it's high. It's above 20 is what I've heard, and maybe a lot above 20 a year. To put him in the top 20 or so of receivers in that realm. 49ers have done it before with Brandon Ayuk. So, there is precedent for lifting a guy way up on the higher ranks of the receiver salaries. What I've heard from the 49ers side in the air on that one is that they don't want to do anything. They are negotiating. I think there have been numbers exchanged, but they just redid his deal last year. And that's before he got 977 yards receiving. That's before he was the first receiver basically last year when Ayuk got hurt. That's before a lot of other things happened. But their chances is we keep doing you every year. We're going to come back and do it again, and then we're going to tell Colton McKivitz. We're going to tell Trent Williams. We're going to tell Brock Purdy and whatever. So you understand that precedent that they don't want to break.
Well, I've said this to you for 2 weeks now. I can't really render too much of an opinion until I know what's being asked for. If Jauan Jennings wants some sort of a long-term deal for $20 million a year, he's out of his mind.
Well, he's allowed to ask for it, like you always say.
But to therefore be like, that's the line in the sand, and I'm not budging off of it. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's way too much.
Of course, and I feel similarly about Kuminga, who reportedly wanted the max after his third year, where he was eligible for that rookie extension. He wanted the rookie max, which is what Mobley and Cade Cunningham got, and Franz Wagner, and I don't know if he formally wanted that, but it's been made pretty clear that that's what he wanted, and the team probably didn't laugh out loud right in front of him, but it was a pretty firm no, and here Jonathan is a year later, stuck with 7.9 and figuring out what he wants to do. So if Jauan really was looking for top 20 money and $20 million average annual over a long term, you got to know going in that that's going to be a no from the Niners after they just shipped out Debo in his big contract.
Right, so that's kind of where the conversation went next with regard to Jauan's here, the Niners are there. How close is that, and can they figure something out?
If you ask me what the dollars are, I would tell you just from my opinion is that it's not close. It's not even close. Now, at some point, you got to either make a deal or not, and the 49ers want him on the field on week one, and Jauan Jennings probably doesn't want to go on injury reserve or get deactivated or whatever could happen in the next few days if he's not practicing. But everything I've heard is it's he wants a lot, and the 49ers are offering very little. I'll put it that way, if I could generalize it like that. And I think we can all kind of write into what the money terms are based on that, but it's far apart. I've been hearing this. I've been writing this for several weeks now. Right? It's not close, and it's pretty clear it's not close still.
Okay, so what's your end game?
Right.
What's your end game, Jauan? And deadline spur action, I thought the roster being announced and the fact that, the preseason is over might kind of feel like a deadline. Apparently not. The Niners did at least put him on the roster, therefore allowing for some more time. And we've watched players all have the deadline of week one is here, has spurred action the past two off seasons. Nick Bosa 2 years ago, Brandon Ayuk last year. But this one's different. This is not a rookie coming off of a rookie deal. This is not someone who's talking about anything at the top of the market. I don't know if next week is going to spur some sort of action, but boy, as a non-expert, I would sure suggest to Jauan that it should. I don't know where this goes in any sort of a way to help him if he's not practicing next week.
Yeah, and Tim actually said Monday would be a deadline where if they trade him before Monday, then the cap hit that they would take isn't there. If they trade him after September 1st, there's a roster bonus that even if they traded him after that, they would have to absorb as a cap hit. So some of the contractual financial stuff is part of this, but I think it comes down to what you just said before you led into that last little outburst, which is, what's your end game? And if you're Jauan and $20 million a year is off the table and you don't want to play for whatever his contract is, and we don't have the contract in front of us, so we can only ballpark exactly how much it is. Are there incentives? Are there not? Etc. But if Jauan doesn't want to play for the contract that he's already signed and the Niners don't want to pay him $20, what's your end game? Because that's where we kind of are, Either he plays and gets paid or he doesn't and he doesn't.
Yeah, and then Tim debunked this, and we've learned this how many times in our lives, but remember, this was the money quote yesterday from John Lynch with regard to Jauan Jennings and a trade.
No, he asked for it, and we've moved on. And we're not doing that, so we're moving forward.
Yeah, we're not doing that. And Tim was like, well, we'll see.
And he's right. I mean, you're not doing it until you actually do it. And I'm thinking about Jordan Poole, where they signed Jordan Poole, the Warriors did, and it's like, we're happy to have the player and all that. And then after a year goes by, we're going to trade Jordan Poole.
Well, and this stuff changes all the time, right?
It does.
Nick Saban, I'm not going to Miami.
Sure.
Yeah, you are.
And if Tim is right about ballpark, and he's like, a fifth round, if there's a fifth round pick, if that is what's being offered for Jauan and you're the Niners, you're not taking a fifth for Jauan. You'd rather hope that it works out and then have him play a year, and then he can leave as a free agent.
I don't know.
A fifth is not nothing.
Yeah, if he's not going to play, I'll take a fifth. Niners do pretty good work in the fifth.
They do. That's for sure. But I don't know, a fifth versus hoping that you can nudge him into where he actually shows up and plays. I think with your wide receiver room, you'd be still more hopeful that he sticks around, because you can never have too much depth at wide receiver. And I think about the Giants rotation, where they found themselves in a little bit of a spot when you traded Hicks and Harrison, and then Roop got hurt, and then Birdsong couldn't throw strikes, and Wisenhunt got brought up, and you had Kaiway Tang, and all of a sudden all this depth you had, you didn't have anymore. What's wrong with you? You're making a face.
The Giants.
And it's bye, baby. They're hot.
Oh,
you want me to tell you about the math?
Oh, my. No, I don't want to hear about the math. I don't want to hear about the math. Because
again, 5 in a row now?
No, but they got to get over 500 before you're allowed to talk to me about it.
They're 2 below.
Not going to. But really,
got some pansies coming up.
That's a bad thing. They lose to those teams.
Yeah.
You do all of this crap, and then you go win 5 in a row against the Brewers and the Cubs? Really?
Did I mention that they're hot?
Oh, my God.
Hot!
So annoying.
Yeah.
So annoying.
If you had
what an annoying baseball team.
If you had the over on their season win total, which I believe was 81.5.
You're in it still.
Still in it.
You're still.
You wouldn't have ripped up that ticket, but you were starting to.
No winner last night in the Powerball.
I know.
I played.
Oh, how?
You
got home in time to find money?
I got, instead of stopping at the liquor store on the walk back to the car, I stopped at the bank, and I got some cash. And then, on the drive home, I had to actually make 2 stops. I went to a gas station, and they're like, our machine's not working.
Oh,
and
man.
I'm like, I'm like, I got like 8 minutes.
Yep.
So I flew down the street to a little convenience store, and we got that sucker in there just in time to not win anything.
Yeah.
But nobody won it. So now it's at least at $950 million, and I would go, by tomorrow night, it's probably going to be $1 billion. It's probably going to be $1 billion.
We're at 950 right now.
Yeah, 950, but it goes up.
Saturday's the drawing.
Oh, is it Saturday?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, yeah, it'll go up.
Yep.
It'll probably be $1 billion by Saturday.
I believe the record is 2.1 was the record
billion?
jackpot. Yeah, with a B.
You win that thing, are you coming on Monday?
Yeah, absolutely.
No, you're not. Monday's a holiday.
That's a good point. You got me there.
You coming to the summit if you win?
Absolutely.
All right. Are you coming the week after that?
I probably would still come. Sure. I enjoy my job.
I do too.
This is super fun.
I do too.
I actually thought about this.
I would see, but life has changed a little bit. There's a lot going on at home and whatnot, because I've always said, I'd still do. I love this job.
Agreed.
What am I going to do all day? I'm only 50 years old. I'm not going to go sit on an island and stare at a pool. What am I going to do all day?
Yeah.
I'd probably set an end date, put it that way.
I would.
It wouldn't be immediate, but I would set an end date.
I would figure out a way to lower my salary from the $2 I make a year to just $1 on the agreement that I could just do it from home most of the time.
Oh.
Let's do it from home.
Okay.
You know. Yeah, you wouldn't
I'm
like
out.
that.
I don't want to talk to a screen all day.
Just 4 days a week. I come in on Wednesdays.
I'm out. I'll just come over to your house. We'll do it there.
Yeah. The other thing I could do is just buy the station and fire everybody who's bothered me. I thought about that.
That's everybody.
Well,
who hasn't bothered you?
You know, oh man,
exactly.
Spadoni used to bug the crap out of me. Spadoni used to get to me. Butch, even Mark Grandy.
Yeah.
You know, Evan hasn't bugged me, but sometimes his takes, it's like, come on, Evan. Sometimes his takes bug me. I don't know if that counts. Yeah, the building would be empty, Mark.
Yep, exactly.
We'd have to go to automated radio.
No, I would, you know what I would do? I would take my salary and just spread it out amongst everybody here.
You would not.
Yeah, let me see.
No, you won't. No, you won't.
Then maybe I could be employee of the quarter like Lucas. What about that?
Buy your way to an award.
Tim Kawakami, would the Niners actually trade Jauan, even though John Lynch said, we're not doing that?
It's just not where teams are calling them up and saying, "Oh my God, we got to get this guy from you." That's like they were for Ayuk. Frankly, the teams were calling for Ayuk. It wasn't, knock you down over with a first-round pick and what else can we throw you? But it was some teams were willing to give up a second-round pick or so. Same thing with Debo a couple of years ago. That's just not Jauan's market. It's this weird kind of thing where he's valuable to what the 49ers do in some level. We know what it is, but he's not that valuable to other teams. He's just not. And Debo was sort of similar, right? Even when he was racking up all those run yards and receiving yards, but he was getting banged up. And what's he really worth to another team? If they could have got a first-round pick for Debo a couple of years ago, I think they would have done it. And nobody was offering that. So it just becomes this. He's certainly valuable to the 49ers and was valuable last year. But, of course, he was wide receiver 1 on a 6-11 team last year. It's not his fault, but it's not like that's the guy who's going to go win you games, certainly. So it's just weird conjunction of two sides that don't have a ton of leverage and just makes this situation where nothing moves.
Yep, I'm not worried. I think what happens right now is we look at the wide receiver room and we have this image in our head of a football game in Seattle where Brock Purdy takes the ball from the center and drops back, a little 5-step drop, and looks around, and there's nobody out there. Like, there's just blue jerseys. There's all the Niners, I'm sorry, we didn't bring wide receivers to this game.
You were describing the room, and I am imagining the room, and you got Ricky Pearsall in a folding chair alone. In the wide receiver room.
But I really like Ricky Pearsall, and George Kittle is running around out there too, and Christian McCaffrey is running around out there too. And if the next people on the list happen to be Russell Gage or Kendrick Bourne or Marquez Valdez-Scantling, people who have stayed in the league for a really long time, professional receivers who are not dumb and they're able to catch a football. Not sure about Sky Moore, but you get my point.
Yeah, sure.
Like, I'm not worried about this. I don't want to say this because I love that the Niners can win without him. If this has to be this way, the Niners can win football games in a short stint without Jauan Jennings and maybe even a long stint. I don't know. Like, yes, these guys all contribute. Jauan contributes. He's really good. I love what he does in the run. I love what he does in the pass. Like, he's a very good football player, but you have to be able to win without some of your good players throughout an NFL season, and that's how I would sort of phrase this. This is not a linchpin.
No, it's not a deal breaker. Thank you. It's not a deal breaker for them being a playoff team. And if it's announced that Jauan Jennings is not playing this year, he comes out and he says, "That's it. I'm sitting out the year." The Niners' season win total does not budge. The spread for the Seattle game does not budge.
Yeah,
Shout out Don Budge, the great tennis player. Right now, Niners are favored by 2.5. If Brock Purdy were to sustain some sort of an injury and not be able to play against Seattle, that line moves. And if Brock Purdy's out for the year, that season win total moves probably by 2 or more wins.
Yep, at least.
It's not to say Jauan is not a good player, but for this team, And this coach especially, all right, you don't have Jauan, and maybe you only have one or two receivers you trust. You're going to see a lot of 2 tight ends, 2 running backs. You're going to see a lot of different formations. Shanahan will scheme around his deficiencies.
Yeah, it's really too bad, to be honest with you. I locked in on something Tim said. 49ers were really hoping to just have a nice, happy-go-lucky, chill August.
Yeah.
And they kind of did. Like, this one snuck up on everybody in a certain way because, A, it's not a frontline player. It's not a huge name. It's a big name, but it's not a huge name, number one. And number two, he snookered everybody. That's my belief. He snookered everybody. Calf injury. Like, yeah, probably, but not a 4-weeker. No. But for a long time now, we've been able to do, oh, well, Jauan's hurt. Jauan's hurt. Well, Jauan's not hurt. My opinion.
Yeah, we don't really know.
I don't know. We don't know. But I don't believe that Jauan would not be out there if a contract showed up on his doorstep tomorrow morning. I think he would be out there.
And he is out there, but he's on the side putting in work. So if the Niners are seeing this, and that might have been a question for yesterday, how much work is Jauan putting in on the side? Is he improving his workload? Is it a ramp up? Are we maintaining? What's the nature of Jauan Jennings' activity as he's working on the side? Is he close to a return to actual practice, 11 on 11, or is it a holding pattern? Where are we with the Jauan Jennings return to play?
If Jauan was actually hurt, they wouldn't have sounded like they sounded yesterday.
Right.
They wouldn't have been frustrated.
Like if he had Brandon Ayuk's injury, for example.
He's just hurt. They're not mad at Jacob Cowing.
They're not mad at Brandon Ayuk.
They're a little bit mad at Isaac Grando, but you know what I mean?
Right.
They're not mad at Jordan Watkins. He's got a high ankle sprain.
Yeah.
Not mad at him. They're mad at Jauan Jennings. So stop telling us he's hurt. He's not hurt. That's why this whole thing snuck up on us. But it didn't sneak up on them. They're very aware of how this has gone. They're very frustrated. This has been going on since well before camp, based on what we know now and what we've heard. And on some level, there's like a hidden compliment to the coaching staff and the team that's tucked in there. People do want to know, why does this keep happening to the Niners? Is it because the Niners are stubborn and they always want to win the deal? Maybe that's part of it. I give you another reason, though. A lot of players produce on the 49ers. Like, I bet Mike Shanahan has had a voice in the room here with Kyle on this. Because for years, and I know the money and all that with the structure was totally different when Mike was coaching, but for years, you'd have another running back come in, go for 1,200, 1,300, 1,400 yards, and I'm sure that player would go to the Broncos or Washington or whatever and be like, I'm gonna need a big raise. And Mike would be like, dude, you realize that your backup could do this too. And his backup could do this too. Wasn't Mike Shanahan the one who traded Clinton Portis for Champ Bailey? Wasn't that the trade? Clinton Portis was a master. He was a monster. And
back-to-back 1,500-yard seasons.
Mike's like replaceable, dog. You want money? Get out of here.
You know who went for 1,240 the next year?
Who?
Ruben Drones.
There you go.
Then Mike Anderson goes for 1,000. Then Tatum Bell. Then Selvin Young, Peyton Hillis, and then a couple of No-Sean Morenos, Willis McGahee, No-Sean again. So, and I know all these weren't Shanahan, but it speaks to what you're talking about.
No doubt.
And if you go to the Niners, it's Breida, Jeff Wilson Jr., Raheem Mostert, Jordan Mason, and, Kyle probably feels similarly with the wide receiver position to a point.
To a point.
Which is why you drafted Ricky Pearsall in the first round.
No doubt. And I'm not taking anything away from the individuals. It's very hard, so it seems, to produce in the NFL. I'm very, very impressed. There's no doubt about it. So they get credit for it. The same way I've given credit to Brock Purdy inside the Kyle Shanahan system. But there's no doubt that it helps the numbers. There's no doubt that he's a very good offensive coach. There's no doubt that whoever you are in this system, you're probably a little bit less somewhere else, which leads to a couple of things. You want money based off of those numbers. As the Niners, they're sitting there going, okay, But that doesn't really compute. It doesn't really work because A, you're probably replaceable, and B, the rest of the league knows this too, so we can't trade you for the stats that you got here because they know that you won't do that there.
Right.
Like, what's the list? You just mentioned a bunch of them. Raheem Mostert, what did he do when he left? Like, productive. He can play. He's not, no big seasons. Jeff Wilson. Like, all these people, Breida, like, they had monster years, or games at least, for a stretch with the 49ers. I didn't see them do that very much anywhere else. So that's why the Niners are like, why would we pay a premium for that? We can probably get this somewhere else, or at least a reasonable facsimile of it.
That's right. And 8 years, right? Shanahan's been here, starting in 2017, which was the third and final year that Carlos Hyde led the team in rushing. And the next year, it was Breida, then Mostert, then Wilson, Elijah Mitchell in 2021, a couple of McCaffreys and Jordan Mason. And in that run, only one time did a running back get more than 1,000 yards. And that was McCaffrey in 2023. So even when you had great rushing teams, you were going straight committee with Breida and Wilson and Mostert, and then Elijah Mitchell with a sprinkle in, and Jordan Mason last
Coleman.
year. Exactly.
Sure.
All the rest of it. So that's Kyle's mentality with the running back, and it kind of applies to the receivers as well, which makes it even more stunning to me that they paid Brandon Ayuk that much money.
It's a great point.
When they did, because that was like this, but at a much higher tax bracket. And the Niners, in my opinion, they caved.
It's a really good point because I like that year. I loved Brandon Ayuk. Like, I thought he was fantastic, and I do think he's a very, very talented player. But how could you not tuck into the conversation at least a couple $1 million for the circumstances? And I get it. No player or agent wants to hear that. Nobody wants to hear that. Nobody gets into negotiations like I put up 1,300 yards last year. And the team's like, well, yeah, partially because of us, partially because you're also with a good quarterback who really started to sling it, like partially because of this, that. No one wants to hear it. Too bad. I put up the numbers and
right. And pay me off these numbers.
Well, and Brandon did have supposedly other teams who were ready to pay him. That's probably the answer to your question.
Yeah.
Like, why did the Niners cave on Brandon? Because the market suggested that they should. There were other teams willing to pay that money. And then that's when it becomes impossible to tell the player, we're not going to pay you that. Because they're like, well, the Steelers will, and the Patriots will. So if you won't, then get me there. And they almost did.
And they probably should have.
And they should have.
Forget the injury part of it, because you'll never know if that's going to happen. But now you're paying a guy average $30 million a year. He's top 10 in average annual value. And, because of that, you kind of had to get rid of Debo, and now you're in a similar spot with Jauan where you don't want to give him extra money.
Having a good chat on the Niners and Jauan Jennings on 95.7 The Game, which is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Yeah, that's probably the leverage of a Bosa, of an Ayuk. And that's why, another interesting thing from Kawakami when we're like, dude, Drew Rosenhaus misplayed this. And Tim is very firmly believes this is not being driven by the agent. He thinks this is being driven by Jauan. And if that's the case, then I think what we're talking about here is somebody who probably got a little bit too far into his feelings about how last year went. By the way, here's that commentary from Tim.
I don't know that this is a Drew Rosenhaus-driven thing. He's the agent. He's had a good relationship with the 49ers. He understands that his client probably has earned more money, so he's asking for it. I don't know that we haven't heard this rattling from him, except for that one shot in at ESPN that he wants a new deal or he'll ask to be traded. They've asked to be traded. But beyond that, we haven't heard this stuff that you usually hear with Drew. So I think this is more Jauan, if you ask me, and that's okay. It's his right. It's his right to play it out as hard as he can. So I don't know that it's Drew Rosenhaus thinking this. I think it's Jauan Jennings saying, I'm a $25 million a year player. Probably, he was last year. Will he be in the future? Do the 49ers have to pay for last year? No, but you get some of the logic there, and they're going to desperately need a receiver while Ayuk is coming back, while DeMarcus Robinson is suspended, or it's a bet against Ricky Pearsall in Jawan's mind. You ask me, knowing how Drew has operated and knowing, he was Frank Gore's agent. 49ers have a really good, have a solid relationship with Drew Rosenhaus. They really haven't gone to the wire with him. I don't know that it's him. I think this is a player-driven situation, and it might be up to the player to figure out how he gets back in, because you're right. He does not win by not getting game checks. He does not make himself a better free agent at the end of the season by missing games or by being a malcontent or by skipping practice.
Can I play a game with you?
Sure.
Coming up next, okay? Don't look.
Oh, boy.
No, don't look, because he just used the words Jauan Jennings and $25 million a year. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 receivers in the National Football League.
Making that average?
Make $25 million a year.
Okay.
Or more. I want to see how many of you can name.
Man, all right.
And then we'll use that to juxtapose it up against Jauan. You tell me if Jauan belongs on the list.
Yeah.
Okay? Just to give everybody an idea of what that is. $25 million a year in the NFL.
So you're asking me, do you want to play a game? And the answer is yes. Anyone? Grandy?
If it were tomorrow, I'd be cracking up.
Fair. I got 4 from Grandy.
I give you 3.
Thank you.
It was solid.
I'll take it.
It was solid.
A 4 from Grandy is like an 8 from anyone else.
That's the point.
I liked it.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, Lucas, for chiming in. All right, we're sponsored by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. This Labor Day weekend, be road trip ready with Valvoline Instant Oil Change. No appointment needed. Stay in your car while they change your oil and check your tires, battery, and fluids before you head down the coast or over the Golden Gate. Visit BayAreaOilChange.com. It's Willard and Dibs. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the 2025 Red and Gold Summit, and it is happening on Thursday, September 4th, live from King's Fish House at Westfield Valley Fair in Santa Clara. Me and Dibs will be live from 2 to 4, and then the summit from 4 to 6. So Steiny and Goo and Shasky and Spadoni are all going to be there, and we invite you to come over for the hang. Are we really doing this?
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
This Labor Day Sell-a-thon, your California Ford dealer proudly salutes you. From job sites to open roads, Ford trucks and SUVs move the people who move the nation. And for a limited time, get the biggest deals on an incredible selection. Like the built Ford Tough F-150 truck, part of Ford F-Series, America's best-selling trucks for 48 years and counting. Or the adventure-ready Ford Bronco and Bronco Sport, with GOAT modes to help you conquer the great outdoors. And check out the always electrifying Ford Mustang Mach-E, with 0 to 60 thrills and 0 emissions. To the ones who keep America moving, these deals are for you. It's the Ford Labor Day Sell-a-thon, and it's your chance to save. Whether it's gas, hybrid, or all-electric, now's the best time to get behind the wheel of your brand new Ford truck or SUV and drive it home today. So go to your California Ford dealer now, based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year total sales.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson, justice for workers.
If your end of summer plans don't include a trip to Macy's, then you're missing out because our Labor Day sale has huge savings to wrap up the season in style. Like dresses from Karl Lagerfeld and INC, 100 and under. Plus, just what you need for fall, like Levi's for your whole crew, 30 to 40% off. It's also the best time to update your home with our lowest prices of the season on furniture, mattresses, and more. Hurry in. Macy's Labor Day sale is going on now. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
This is Chris Dolan.
And I'm Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney from the Dolan Law Firm. Chris, what's with all these out-of-town personal injury firms coming into the Bay Area with these catchy jingles and funny names?
Unlike the Dolan Law Firm, most of these firms are from out of state or in L.A.
The Dolan Law Firm is headquartered right here in San Francisco, going on 30 years.
We live here, we work here, we win here. The Dolan Law Firm, we're the best lawyers we hope you'll never need. DolanLawFirm.com.
Interest rates as low as 0% APR long-term financing on your next new Honda. Honda of Vallejo's Labor Day sales event going on now. Low interest rates means lower monthly payments. HondaofVallejo.com. 0% APR and only 2025 per launch through AHFC. Super preferred credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Ends 9/2/2025.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Today we're constantly taking photos and videos to remember our favorite moments. But what about those captured before the smartphone? What about the memories tucked away on aging VHS tapes, film reels, or in fading photos?
These cherished memories are fading away with time, vulnerable to threats like heat, moisture, and mold. But fear not, there's a solution to safeguard your legacy. Hi, I'm Adam.
And I'm Nick. Together we founded Legacy Box over a decade ago with one mission, to bring your memories into the 21st century.
It's time to bid farewell to old tapes you can't watch and faded photos. Legacy Box transforms them into digital treasures, ready to share with a click.
Just like magic, your shoebox of memories is now safely stored in the cloud or on a thumb drive.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box, so you can rest assured your priceless moments are in good hands.
Don't let your childhood fade away on old tapes. It's time to digitize those priceless moments.
Fast forward into the digital age. Visit legacybox.com/value and unlock 50% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value.
Hey, football fans, it's Brian Baldinger here with It's Your Journey, presented by Hyundai. While the league gets the rosters in order this week, we look forward to the first matchup of the season in Philadelphia. The reigning Super Bowl champs will host a hungry Dallas team that hopes to secure their star pass rusher before the season officially starts. Will Philadelphia or Dallas start their trophy hunt with a division win? It's Your Journey is brought to you by Hyundai. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event is going on now. Get deals so right, it almost feels wrong. Don't miss out. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today.
I almost said a bad word there. Oh, no. What happened here?
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Do you want to play a game? Is that what you said to me?
Yeah, is that what you said to me? Is that what you came out of your mouth? Do you want to play a game? I do. Yeah, I do.
I do, but
did he?
I do.
Yeah. Did he ask for $25 million a year? I mean, maybe not, but Tim seems very confident he asked for north of 20.
Yeah.
Now we could go all the way down that list, and that would add another 10 receivers or so on the list. That feels like a little bit of a hefty game.
Right.
All right. We'll give you I mean, this is going to be hard, so we'll give you 4 strikes. Not 3 strikes, 4 strikes.
Man, that would make a baseball game even longer.
Yeah, 4 strikes. Okay? But here's the deal. there are 14 receivers that by AAV are making $25 million or more per year right now in the NFL. With 4 strikes, Dan Dibley, can you name them?
Probably not.
Okay.
But I'll give it a shot.
Hang on, let me get a pen.
Yeah, and so there's 14 of them making at least $25 million. Let me just start with the heavy hitters and go with Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase.
By the way, just to slow it down so that we can get, I'll give you the amount once you...
Oh, okay.
Okay, so Justin is at 35.
All right.
Okay, and then you said Chase, who is at 40.25. All right?
Okay.
So those are both correct.
I think that Terry McLaurin just got a new deal. He's got to be up there.
Terry McLaurin is a ding. He's at $29 million. Again, this is 25 or more. 14 receivers, you're 3 for 3.
Brandon Ayuk, we know that he got 30.
Brandon Ayuk is at 30. That is correct. That's 4.
Yeah. The Philly guys are both up there. Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown.
Ding and ding. Double ding.
Double ding.
A.J. Brown, 32, and Devontae Smith is right on the number at 25.
Okay.
So you are 1, 2, you are 6 in. 6 for 6.
Okay.
8 to go. 4 strikes.
Man, it gets tough because...
Well, there's one that's literally already been discussed on this show today that's like screaming obvious.
Screaming obvious?
Screaming obvious.
Oh, it's C.D. Lamb.
Thank you very much. Okay,
right,
C.D. Lamb, 34.
We discussed him.
Yeah, 34. All right, you're halfway home.
Okay.
Living on a prayer.
Yeah, pretty much. Oh, we're halfway there. Who got recent deals?
Glad you got that.
Nico Collins. Is he on the list? He makes a lot of money.
Nico Collins, sorry, 24.5.
Oh, crap.
First player not on the list. Strike 1.
Boy.
It's a good guess, though. Nico
really.
deserves it. No, he deserves it. He's
Sure.
one of the best 6 or 7 out there.
I know that Equiminius' brother got a deal, I think, last year. We'll go with Amon-Ra. St. Brown.
Amon-Ra St. Brown, absolutely 30.02 is his number.
Okay.
So Amon-Ra is the correct answer.
How about Tyreek Hill? He got a deal.
Tyreek Hill, $30 million. Yes.
Devontae Adams, I think, is a guy who makes a ton of money, even though he almost got killed.
Devontae Adams, $22 million, strike 2. Very good receiver, though. Very good.
Boy.
High level. Plays for the Rams.
Did I guess the other Bengal yet? T. Higgins?
You did not. Would you like to?
T. Higgins.
That is correct.
He's supposed to get paid.
$28.75 million. You are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 in. There are 4 more to go.
4 to go.
But you are 2 strikes in.
Yeah.
2 more strikes, and we are going to give the Grandy and Lucas family a chance to steal.
Ooh, DK Metcalf. He's on a new team. He got a new deal.
Yes, DK Metcalf.
Don't give me a chance. I'm looking at the list.
Okay. 32
You win everything.
32.999. DK Metcalf, actually 4th highest in the league. So that is also correct. 3 more.
Oh, man.
3 more players are on this list.
Okay. Michael Pittman Jr. He got a big contract.
Pittman Jr. is strike 3, $23.33 million for Michael Pittman. And now you're dormy. So one more strike and you're out, but there are only 3 more on the list.
Can I give him a hint?
Can you get, well, sure. I'm feeling nice today. It's Thursday. What's up?
Yeah, best day of the week.
2 of the remaining 3 play in the AFC East.
Ooh.
That's good. That's a good hit. I like that. That's a good hit.
That's a great hit.
Good hit. All right.
AFC East. That would be Buffalo. Oh, Garrett Wilson.
Garrett Wilson.
Okay.
Coming in at $32.5 million. So that is correct. 2 more to go.
2 to go.
Oh, the
boy.
tension could be cut with a knife.
I know. I can't even handle it. I already said Tyreek Hill, and they're in the East. Jalen Waddle?
Jalen Waddle. Yes,
Okay.
indeed. Jalen Waddle is at $28.25 million. So it comes down to one of the more dramatic moments in the history of this show. There is one player left on this list. You either get him and you win, or you don't and you lose. and you also know that he's not in the AFC East.
That's fair.
Okay?
That's fair.
That's your
No more
clue.
hints allowed. Sorry, Dibs.
I thought you could be there for me, Grandy. I'm just trying to think about who got the fresh money, and 25's a lot. Stephon Diggs.
Stephon Diggs! Oh, I'm so sorry. Stephon Diggs makes $21.6 million. And so, no, Stephon Diggs is not the correct answer. All right, what if we...
Mike Evans?
No, it is not. It's not. You want to keep firing away?
I mean...
Strike 5?
I don't know. Give me a clue.
He catches passes from somebody who's not been doing it very long in the league.
Oh, God. I mean...
Lucas is a big fan.
DJ Moore?
DJ Moore.
I had him last year.
Very good.
God, it's so frustrating.
DJ Moore is the correct answer.
Turns out I had a lot of these guys.
Yeah, $27.5 million for DJ Moore.
Man, so if you want to play Jauan or that guy?
Do you want more money?
Do you want that player or do you want Jauan?
Well, again, so by the way, rounding out the rest, because you guessed a lot of them, they were your misses. For people who make not 25 but at least 20, the list that makes between 20 and 25 is Nico Collins, Deebo Samuel, by the way.
Deebo.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Michael Pittman, Cortland Sutton, Calvin Ridley, Devontae Adams, Chris Godwin, Stephon Diggs, and the aforementioned Mike Evans. That's your list of NFL receivers who make $20 million. I love rooting for this guy. Last year was a ton of fun. He blocks downfield. His attitude is a team guy. I could not be a bigger fan of the way he goes about his business.
Here comes the big old butt.
He ain't one of those dudes. He ain't one of those dudes.
Pro Football Focus had him as the 14th best receiver overall last year in the NFL.
Yeah.
So if you're Jauan and you're looking at your numbers and things like PFF, you're saying, yeah, I belong in that class. And, the 49ers and probably other teams are saying, nah, I don't know if we'd put you in that class.
Yeah.
It's just too bad for Jauan because I'm with you. Love watching him play. His value to the Niners is very high because of
significant,
what he brings and the way he goes about it. But he's in a tight spot where you got fresh money last year, and now you come back for more fresh money. It just doesn't happen that way all the time.
Even if all you wanted was fresh money, that's one thing. If you want something long-term over $20 million, you're essentially telling the 49ers, as even TK said, like, what are we telling Colton McKivitz next year? And I know it's way too early to say this, but I'm such a big fan of his. Like, what are you saying? What are you saying to Ricky Pearsall in a couple of years? If Jauan is still on, because Brandon, and I don't know how it's all going to go, but like, how much money are you wrapping up in that room? Like, we always talk about how hard it is to pay two of those guys, right? Yeah, Deebo and Brandon. They got rid of Deebo. The Eagles are pulling it off, right? They got Devontae and AJ, but are you going to pay three?
Oh, no way.
3 players up in that neighborhood?
And Cincinnati's got 2 up in that neighborhood, and they stink.
And they're nuts.
Right.
They're nuts.
And their
doing
quarterback is even higher on the list than those 2 guys.
Yeah, and their defense does not stop people. So
because they're all volunteers, like a volunteer fire department. None of those guys actually get paid.
It is crazy, actually. T. Higgins is because Jamar Chase is number 1. He's the number 1 receiver in terms of money in the league. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. T is 11. You get the number 1 and number 11 on the same team.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Gets pricey.
That's a lot of cash.
No doubt.
What are you doing, Grandy? What's happening?
We're going to hear the breaking news when Micah Parsons was traded. Okay. You guys were on with Steiny during the crossover. Unfortunately, you had to step out early today.
That's a tough break.
Of all the days, right?
And then we'll hear your guys' conversation with Kawakami coming up after that.
Okay. That's all brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. You want to do it again tomorrow?
I'm looking forward to tomorrow.
Yeah.
It's payday, and we're heading into a 3-day weekend.
It's big. It's big. So we'll talk to you then. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. That's all you got. Hey, this is Willard and Dibs from 95.7 The Game with great news from Safeway. You can earn Safeway rewards with each purchase you make. Then use your rewards for discounts on groceries or up to 20 cents off per gallon in gas rewards at participating Chevron or Texaco stations and up to $1 off per gallon at participating Safeway fuel stations.
Not a member? Register for an account with your phone number at checkout and start earning rewards today. I personally love shopping at Safeway and saving up to 20% on my purchases for you with personalized deals, meal plans that list the ingredients needed to make shopping easy, and pet perks. There's something for everyone, including a free item every month from some of my favorite brands.
If you sign up today, you can get $5 off your first purchase of $25. Restrictions and exclusions apply. Learn more at Safeway.com/4U. That's Safeway.com/FORU, as in the letter U. We will see you at Safeway soon.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Coach, the energy out there felt different. What changed for the team today?
It was the new game day scratchers from the California Lottery. Players, everything. Those games sent the team's energy through the roof.
Are you saying it was the off-field play that made the difference on the field?
Hey, a little play makes your day, and today, it made the game. That's all for now.
Coach, one more question.
Play the new Los Angeles Chargers, San Francisco 49ers, and Los Angeles Rams Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
Odyssey San Francisco is proud to present our 2025 Q3 Game Changer, Frankie Fan. She's the go-to pro for fast answers, flawless support, and always going above and beyond. Frankie doesn't just help, she leads. Frankie, you truly are a game changer.
Visit Friedman's Appliance for the Sub-Zero Wolf and Cove Grand Kitchen event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. You'll find the largest selection at the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X5 Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Celebrating 40 years with extraordinary rewards. Since our humble beginnings, we believed in setting the standard for luxury, entertainment, and hospitality. This year, we invite you to be part of a defining moment in our story. Join us as we celebrate 4 decades of excellence and experience the unparalleled luxury that has made us a legend. Indulge in the extraordinary. Be part of our legacy. Cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
Here we go! Count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount+.
This is incredible!
Watch your local NFL game live all season long.
And he's in for a touchdown!
Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
When you own your own business, you own every decision.
Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with the toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge.
Big props to this team.
Some decisions are a win-win. like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Introducing Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. With $2,500 in annual value, it's the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member of FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
I knew that I was not living the life that I wanted to live. Buprenorphine, it gave me the time and space to take life one step at a time. I am living proof that recovery is possible.
Get treatment. It works. Learn more. Visit livingproofsf.org.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Welcome to the best of the game. We're highlighting the best interviews, topics, and sounds of the day. Hey, everybody. On 95.7 The Game.
Happy Thursday. Welcome to Best of the Game here on 95.7 The Game. Mark Randy with you until 7 o'clock. We got a lot to get to because today was a busy day in the sports world, and it happened this afternoon specifically when the crossover was on the air. We got some pretty large breaking news out of the NFL, and if you've been listening at all over the last handful of hours, I'm sure you've heard it. Micah Parsons, star pass rusher for the Dallas Cowboys, is no longer a Cowboy because they traded him to the Green Bay Packers. That news broke right at about 2 o'clock when Willard and Dibs are in with Steiny today. Guru, unfortunately, noted Cowboys fan, had to step out of the crossover today to pick up his car, as he says, as his Cadillac is in the shop. So he was not here when the news that his beloved Cowboys had traded away their star pass rusher. So Steiny, along with Willard and Dibs, reacted to the news. And then this is going to lead us into the beginning of the Willard and Dibs show as well at about 2:15. This 20-minute chunk is how we begin Best of the Game today. Steiny and Willard and Dibs, and then just Willard and Dibs reacting to the breaking news.
95.7 The Game, breaking news.
This is not Niners related, but it is the biggest story of the NFL offseason. The Cowboys are trading All-Pro Micah Parsons to the Green Bay Packers, and they agreed to a 4-year, $188 million deal, including $136 million guaranteed. That's that's $47 million per year.
Wow.
Kapow!
Is that a lot?
That sounds like a lot. Man.
Oh, my goodness.
That's almost Jimmy Butler money.
Somebody get Goo on the phone.
Where is Guru? What a moronic thing to do.
What?
The Cowboys. What are you doing?
Let's not be so hey, let's wait to see what they get.
No, I don't care what they got.
What do you mean?
They just traded a young superstar defensive player when they suck on defense and have the highest paid player in the league who's their mediocre, oft-injured quarterback. They have no running game. They have no defense.
That should please you. What should worry you is now he's on the Packers.
Green Bay. What do they do? Oh, my God.
It's so funny because
he's such a stubborn
Guru was saying, oh, no, they say they're going to trade him. They're not trading him.
They traded him.
It was just a negotiating tactic is what we all thought. And then now, boom, I think Rap Sheet, Ian Rappaport had it first. Maybe Tom Pelissero. I've seen everyone now weighing in with it. And, yeah, I don't know yet what the compensation package was, but you'd have to imagine it's at least 3 first-round picks.
Massive. Yeah, that's all they've said. It's a massive, massive package, TBD.
Exactly. And so, I mean, if you're Dallas and you don't want to pay him and you've made that decision, which I think is the wrong decision, you might as well trade him and get something for him if this is the direction you're looking to go.
I got to believe if you're a Cowboys fan, you are not happy.
How can you be?
Well, you could. Maybe you can. There's a possibility you could be happy in 6 months. Look at like the Boston Giants trade. Apparently, Boston was not happy about the Devers trade. Now they're what? So I mean, if Dallas
Giants getting happier by the day, but still,
yeah, I know. If if the Cowboys are good, and let's see what they get. But I gotta believe it's going to be a lot.
People are comparing it to the Herschel Walker deal. Yeah, I mean the Cowboys, and that's the only perspective where I would look at it and go, 3 years from now, maybe what I just said will be wrong. Like, the Cowboys do have a lot of needs. And so if they turn this into some unbelievable haul over the next 3 years, that's great. But in general, in sports, your homegrown stars need to be kept. Like, it's
hard to argue with.
Yeah, the mark.
Really.
The mark to me of a healthy organization versus a not healthy. Let's talk about, for instance, teams in the baseball like the Marlins and A's who just keep bringing up good players, and then as soon as they're ready to get paid, they send them elsewhere. To me, that's the mark of an unhealthy organization. The opposite is when you draft correctly and have a good player, you're able to keep them. And so that's stunning to me that they let this get personal and now let him out the door.
Dallas has now seen two 26-year-olds traded, Micah Parsons and Luka Doncic, both. Thank you, Adam Schefter, for that.
Wow.
A couple of 26-year-olds both traded this calendar year from Dallas. So tough time to be a Dallas sports fan when two of your biggest stars are on the move.
Interesting.
Waiting on that package, man. I'm scrolling right now.
Oh, yeah.
I'm waiting on that package.
And you'd figure,
holy smokes.
I mean, maybe the Green Bay side of it would come first, but when you think about, even if you want to think about how Dallas could win this trade, you'd be looking at, 3 firsts and 3 second-round picks or something on that order, that sort of a package. And as Steiny famously said, that's a damn good package.
That wouldn't be a bad one at all.
But dude, he got quarterback money.
Yeah.
Dude,
highest non-quarterback ever.
Yeah. He's only $5 million short of Brock. Huh.
Yeah.
The agent did the darn thing. That's an agent who gave good advice.
Right.
As opposed to some of the other ones that we've been discussing. Hang on, I'm trying to get Guru to call in.
Well, he might be on a train.
No, he texted me.
Are you allowed to use a phone on a train?
You know what's funny?
Of course
he just asked me, is the number 888-957-957?
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did. Look at how he responded.
I love
him. And I'm
him.
like, yeah, first of all,
no, I love
Guru
him.
Don't we all? He should use the guest line, but yes, that line will work. Yes, you can use the caller line. So I'm trying to get him to call in. I also like Bill Williamson's tweet. He just wrote, Dallas should have gotten more.
Is he still working for ESPN?
No, you notice what he did there? We don't know what they got.
Right.
And he already is saying they should have gotten more. In other words, it doesn't matter what the hell you get. You screwed this up. Wow, I cannot believe Micah Parsons is a Packer. And apparently the word is this deal has been worked on now for about 3 or 4 days.
Yeah, because Micah Parsons has already tweeted out a thank you to Cowboys Nation, which I didn't know that was a thing. He grew up in Harrisburg, Steiny.
Yes, he did.
And he
went
goes
to Penn State.
He goes on and on to talk about this is a sad day, but not a bitter one. And thank you, is Cowboy Nation, with gratitude and love, number 11, Micah Parsons. So yeah, this trade has been worked on and finally announced and consummated today. And Micah Parsons is going to be wearing green and gold.
Wow. I like the Packers better than I did this morning.
It's hard not to.
I wasn't really big on them. I feel like they overachieved last year, but this changes things big time. Edge rusher, probably one of the 4 most important positions in the sport.
I think you're going to say one of the 4 best at that position in the sport, but you're right.
If you ask a coach, where do you want a great player? I think what's going on, Steiny? What's up?
Lucas goes, should the 49ers, I'm just messing. Should the 49ers have been in on Parsons? I said, what are you asking me for? Ask these guys. They're your show.
He was telling you to ask them.
It is after 2 o'clock, Lucas,
them.
Yeah. No, they should not have been. That's too much money.
Matt Schneiderman, Packer beat writer, is saying, according to his source, the Packers are trading at least 2 first-rounders to the Cowboys.
There's no way it stops there.
Well, he said at least.
Lord, that would be crazy.
Schneiderman, at least 2 first-round picks.
That almost could be like just an educated guess that he's definitely going to be.
He's got a source.
All right.
My source tells me that they're trading something to Dallas.
My sources tell me it's 2 first-rounders and more.
Yep.
Those are my sources.
That's what Schneiderman said, at least, which implies and more.
Trey Wingo is based, I think, in Dallas, right? Longtime NFL voice. quote, if you had any doubts that Jerry Jones is the worst general manager in the league, you can let them go now. It's not even a debate. So,
wow.
Yeah.
All right.
Jerry Jones needs to not be making these kinds of decisions anymore. Needs to be a delegation sensation.
Yeah, that's a buck right there.
And that buck is payable too.
Wait a minute. Has Guru not called yet? I wanted you to be here when he called. Well, he hasn't called?
No,
Come on.
Probably in mourning.
All right.
That's about it,
if
right?
you have to go,
I do
can
have to go.
All right.
I have to get out of a meeting with a boss.
All right. We're going to
95.7.
Okay. Bye.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, all right, let's do this. We walk right into breaking news today here on 95.7 The Game. If you are just tuning in, Micah Parsons is a member of the Green Bay Packers. Adam Schefter now tweeting that it's 2 first-round draft picks and a frontline player. We don't know who it is yet. Maybe it's Jordan Love. I don't know. We're going to find out here very, very soon. And Dibs, would you mind if I had a very brief, and I want your involvement in this, but a very brief conversation with my wife right here on the air?
Sure.
Because she's listening, and she texted, Cowboys had too much animosity. I don't necessarily disagree. This thing had gotten very, very ugly. Jerry Jones was on Michael Irvin's podcast just last week and was literally being like, so we had a deal and the agent told me to go bleep myself. So Jerry Jones is way too proud of a man. He thinks he runs the league. I'm not surprised that it got to a divorce. I think as of a week or two ago, it absolutely looked like it was headed that way. But what I would say back to anybody who says too much animosity is who's responsible for the animosity. That's not all on Micah. So I don't think the Cowboys had to, because they are very much complicit in getting it to this moment. Now, was Micah being reasonable? Guess what? The Packers sure think so. Because if the Cowboys are sitting there going, we're not doing $47 million a year for an edge rusher. Well, guess what? The market says you will. And you have to do that. And this, it's interesting how this relates to Jauan and more, because I know that Jauan he's not even a third of the player that Micah Parsons is. But again, what you need to know in the NFL, you need to know your worth. You need to know what someone else will pay. This is like when Tyreek Hill was all mad at the Chiefs, and they're like, we're not doing $30 million for a receiver, and the Dolphins are like, we will. And now everybody does. And now we're closing in on 50 for a non-quarterback. And if Micah and his agent knew that was out there, then very well played. And I'll also say, if the Cowboys only got 2 firsts and a player, wow, they got schooled on this one.
But Kenny Clark is the player, according to Adam Schefter. He's the nose tackle for Green Bay. So
holy crap.
Dallas loses an edge, and they bring in a guy who was a first-round pick in 2016. So a veteran, highly regarded, and a guy who's been a mainstay for Green Bay. Did they get anything else, Grandy, besides the firsts and Kenny Clark?
Adam Schefter says trade terms is just Kenny Clark and the 2 first-round picks. Yeah.
Are they both? They're the next 2 years?
We don't know that.
26 and 27, I would assume.
Probably, yeah.
And they're probably not even good first-round picks. This is the Packers.
Yeah. Kenny Clark will also be 30 in October.
Okay.
So this is not like a young guy to build your defense around.
No. Wow. Total mismanagement and just complete and utter lack of understanding how to do this.
But it feels like they could have gotten more if that's all they got.
Wow.
And, the idea about animosity, whether or not there was real animus or not. It seemed like it. And, you can, as ownership, you can go about these things in a number of different ways. And even with the Niners and Nick Bosa, I don't think it ever got to the point of animosity. It got uncomfortable. It stretched out all the way into week 1. They got it done, and Nick Bosa has maintained and continued to be a productive player. Yet Dallas, the way that went, it clearly was not something that could be salvaged. And so you get to this point, and you're a little desperate to make a move.
I'm stunned. I'm absolutely stunned. And again, just to sort of like bring a few different aspects of this in, especially to our listeners here in the Bay Area, I want to go back to something I said there on the crossover, which is, to me, it has to be the hallmark of a healthy organization, which is that when you are lucky enough to strike gold in the draft, and you like it's a drafted player who ends up being an absolute star, I just do not see many scenarios where it's ever right to let that person go over money until that person is like not producing. Do you know what I mean? If the Niners ever got into some sort of squabble over dollars with Fred Warner or George Kittle, like that would infuriate me as a fan. So if you're a Dallas fan, to have this guy still be coming off of his rookie deal and be 26 years old and as surefire of an absolute defensive stud as he is for the next 5 to 7 years, for you to let that guy out of the building because your feelings got hurt, that just shows Jerry Jones is being run by his own ego. I get it. He might be the most powerful person in the league, but it has clearly reached a spot where it is a net negative within the organization. And I'm glad that the San Francisco 49ers, at least like that's something that they try. It doesn't work every time, but they try to make a hallmark of the organization. If we draft a guy who's really good, A-listers, we keep him.
And they've done that. Yep. And you're hard-pressed to find any of those guys that they haven't kept. And you can look at Mike McGlinchey, who they drafted and they kept, and he got to a point and you realized you could probably replace him, and he was maybe not an A-lister. And you look at the other guys, Ayuk, they think is an A-lister, and Brock Purdy and Nick Bosa and Fred Warner and George Kittle, and you go all around the guys that they have drafted and they've kept, they value that. And yet the Cowboys, they did that with Dak. Okay, you did that with CeeDee Lamb, and that's about it.
That's it.
And you have this opportunity with Micah Parsons, and you just alienated him so badly. You tried to go around the agent and go straight to the player. And, basically Micah saw that, and he sided with the agent over the owner.
I can't believe that somebody tweeted out, well, what Dallas is hoping here is to kind of reboot a Herschel Walker type trade. 2 picks and Kenny? And I'm sorry, Kenny's a good player. Kenny Clark that's a good football player. But are you serious? Whoa. I mean, we'll see how things play out. But on paper, that is one of the worst trades that I can remember in recent memory in the National Football League.
It makes the Luka Doncic trade look like a pretty even swap, because at least in that trade, the Mavericks got Anthony Davis, right? They got a real Hall of Fame caliber player. Kenny Clark is a good player, but you got 2 firsts and an interior defensive lineman, and you gave up one of the, 15 best players in all of football? You got fleeced.
One time in the last 6 years has the Packers' first-round pick even been in the top 20. That's the other thing. You just got first-round picks from a really good football team. So they're not even good first-round picks. Like, you could use yours and theirs and package that and maybe move up to number 1 or 2 or 3 or whatever in the future. I don't know how this is all going to play out. Again, if you're just joining us, Micah Parsons has been traded to the Green Bay Packers for 2 first-round picks and nose tackle Kenny Clark. And Parsons signs the richest non-quarterback deal in the history of the league, which is predictable, by the way. What maybe was not predictable is how high the AAV is. It's $47 million a year. Woo. A 4-year, is that 188? Did I get that right? 4-year, yep. 188 for Micah Parsons.
Talk about resetting the market.
Yeah, and the guarantee is well above $100 million as well. But if you are Jerry Jones and the Cowboys, and I know his ego is big enough that he don't care, but get ready, dude. You're about to have a week-long news cycle where the people on your side equal 0%.
It's going to be a small number.
0% think you just did a good thing.
Maybe Kenny Clark's family, and they've always wanted to get back to the Texas area. But you mentioned Herschel Walker before. Dallas traded Herschel Walker, a couple of thirds and a fifth, and they got back 3 firsts, 3 seconds, a third, and 4 players. That's what the Herschel Walker trade netted. Skip ahead. Micah Parsons is maybe not as good as Herschel was then, you could argue.
I think a more important position.
Sure, but the point is Dallas got 2 firsts and a player, whereas before they got 4 players and they got 8 picks, including 3 firsts and 3 seconds.
Wow, man. Absolutely crazy. And I like, you know what I also want to do? Because there's also people always, they like there's an immediate reaction to that. What has this done to the Packers Super Bowl odds? Like, how does this kind of change? Yeah, they have vaulted to the 3rd team in the NFC just because of this move. The Green Bay Packers are now trailing only the Eagles and the Detroit Lions in the NFC. And then immediately behind the Packers and tied are the Washington Commanders and the San Francisco 49ers, tied for 4th in terms of Super Bowl odds in the NFC. So the Packers fire up the board because they got the best in the game at a very, very key position, or at least among the best. I don't know who the other names are, Bosa, Watt, whatever, Micah Parsons.
Yeah, Crosby, sure.
Yeah, sure. Those are the guys. And it is an incredibly important position. It will change the Packers' defense. We watched how Nick Bosa did that for the 49ers a few years ago, and I believe that Micah will do that for the Packers. You love a little potential downgrade for the Detroit Lions this year. I don't know, man. Are the Packers now the favorite in that very difficult division?
You'd be hard-pressed to pick another team. I think Minnesota takes a step back with a rookie quarterback. We just don't know. Chicago takes a step up. Can they take 2 up? And Detroit, still good, lost both coordinators, and tough to have a year like the one you had last year. There was a little bit of a natural regression. So if I was to bet, my money would be on Green Bay. Just one other note, Mark, about Kenny Clark making $2.3 million this year. Then it goes to 21.5 and then 20 in the next 2 years.
Okay.
So you basically got Kenny Clark for 1 year, unless you want to pay a nose tackle $21.5 million next year. You largely just got a player for this year and 2 first-round picks.
I can't explain this one. Other than that I'm a human being, and I know that some people let the emotions get the best of them. But that's the only thing I can say about the Dallas Cowboys and Jerry Jones here. Let the emotions get the best of you. And you just sent an absolute surefire 26-year-old Hall of Fame track edge rusher out the door for 3 whatevers. Honestly, didn't Kyle Shanahan say the other day that almost all draft picks are essentially 50-50? You just got 2 late first-round draft picks and a guy named Kenny for a year. It's stunning.
It is.
It's absolutely stunning what they just did.
It's one thing if you're going to trade him, which I think is nonsensical in and of itself, but if to get this back, to get 2 firsts, like you said, Green Bay should be good enough to where those picks may not even be in the top 20. So, yeah, you'll have your pick, and you'll have a second first-round pick, which is not nothing, but compared to an actual, we found him, real-life edge rusher game wrecker, now you don't have that. And guess what? You're going to have to use one of those picks in the draft and find that guy and hope you get it right.
And you probably won't.
At 20, yeah.
I mean, well, actually, you almost definitely won't. You're not going to find Micah. You know what we're talking about here? I would bet that general managers around the league think that that's one of the 10 most important players in the game. Quarterbacks included. I mean, Micah Parsons, if you just opened up a draft to the general managers of the league right now and went, take any player you want, where does Micah go? Top 15 for sure. For sure. Absolutely stunning stuff.
And that was Willard Dibs earlier today reacting to the news that Dallas Cowboys have traded Micah Parsons to the Green Bay Packers. That was here on 95.7 The Game, presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. And yeah, this certainly hurts The Cowboys for this season, we'll see what those draft picks turn into. And hurting the Cowboys and the present is always a good thing for the 49ers, but it also makes the Green Bay Packers a whole lot better in the NFC. And part of the reason why I think there's some confidence around the Niners, it is I'm not so sure we're going to have a dominant team in the NFC. I don't think the Lions will be as good as they were last year, although time will tell. But the Packers, they took a major step up in the NFC with that trade today. All right, more Best of the Game coming up when we return. We're sponsored by Saramonte Ford. It's Mark Randy with you. More next on 95.7 The Game.
Butcher Boy here. Hey, Tesla owners, it's time to trade in the hoodie for a jersey. Get into a Mustang Mach-E at Saramonte Ford Colma for $239 a month, plus $2,500 rebate, 0% APR, and a free home charger installer. Over 100 in stock. Offer ends September 2nd. SaramonteFord.com.
It's the 6 o'clock shop. Head to Safeway this week for this amazing deal and more for members. USDA choice beef ribeye, New York strip steak, or boneless beef tri-tip roast bone-in steak, or untrimmed tri-tip roast. Buy one, get one free of equal or lesser value when you buy two. See you in the aisles.
Weekend Brunch just got a major upgrade. Splash at Thrive City in San Francisco. Starting this September, enjoy college football Saturdays at 8:30 a.m. and NFL Sundays at 9:30 a.m. Paired with craft cocktails, elevated pub fare, and ice-cold beer. Bring the crew, settle into our view lounges, and watch the action on giant screens with immersive sound. Mention Willard and Dibs or 95.7 The Game for an exclusive game day perk. And make your brunch reservations now at splashsportsbar.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
All right, team, it's game time. Blue 42, California East, scratch right on one.
Wait, what play is that? Keep up, man. He said play scratchers for the California Lottery. Oh. With the new Los Angeles Chargers, San Francisco 49ers, and Los Angeles Rams scratchers, it's always a great call. For sure.
On one. Ready, set,
Play the new Game Day Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Texting terms at unlock.com/SMS. Privacy policy at unlock.com/privacy-policy. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop to opt out. Terms and conditions apply. For full details, see unlock.com/legal. After portrayal.
Lisa, thanks for having me over. Your new kitchen is gorgeous. How'd you find the money to do it?
We worked with this great company, Unlock. They help you unlock the future value of your home to get the cash you need today.
So it's a home equity loan?
No, it's not a loan at all. There's no monthly payments and no interest charges ever. And you can use the money however you want. We were able to redo our kitchen and pay off our credit card debt.
Wow, Jack and I could really use this to finally pay off our old student loan debt. How do I get started?
It's easy. Just go to their website.
Text EQUITY to 865-865 to unlock the value in your home and get up to $500,000 in cash with no monthly payments and no interest ever. Pay off debt, improve your home, add to your retirement fund. It's up to you. Text EQUITY to 865-865. Text the word EQUITY to 865-865. Text EQUITY to 865-865 now.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle, and with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Your first month is just $99 when you join Jumpstart MD's medically supervised weight loss program today. Licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medications. No insurance? No problem. Jumpstart MD has options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to start transforming your health today.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Now, back to the best of the game on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. Best of the Game continues here on a Thursday. Mark Randy with you. We already heard Willard and Dibs, plus Steiny on the crossover, react to the breaking news of the day. Micah Parsons, star Cowboys pass rusher, traded to the Packers. Crazy news there. A little more locally as we continue here on Best of the Game. Willard and Dibs had Tim Kawakami of the SF Standard on, who covers all Bay Area sports teams, but right now is on the Niners beat more than anything else. He came on to talk about Jauan Jennings and the contract drama, the calf injury drama surrounding Jauan. How much of the drama in his absence is because of the calf, or is it all because of the contract? What is Jauan asking for money-wise? All of that and more answered by Tim Kawakami on Willard and Dibs. That's how we wrap up Best of the Game on a Thursday on 95.7 The Game.
Tim Kawakami, the TK Pod, SF Standard, River Islands guest line, joining us now on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Tim, what's cooking?
Hey, just kind of waiting to see what 49ers can finally put together a final roster. I don't know. That might never happen, but they've got some moves they still got to make. There's a regular season coming up, and it's been kind of fun just seeing how fluid it all is. This is a sign of a sort of unsettled team right now, but we'll see. Maybe they can put it together for the early part of the season, but it's definitely unsettled.
Let's talk about Jauan, obviously, first here, Tim. And what would you say to a person, and I'll raise my hand as one of them, what would you say to a person who says, I don't believe that this injury is a thing anymore, actually? It's not about that at all.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say it's sort of got an inkling that Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch might sort of agree with you. I think from the beginning there was an injury and there was also a contract dispute. It was both things. What percentage of what side is, more true than not? It's probably had a sliding scale as time has gone on, but I don't think there's much dispute that it's part of the reason why he's not practicing, or at least is influencing whether he would want to press himself coming back to practice. I don't know. As Jim Harbaugh would say, I'm not inside his head or his legs, so I'm not sure, but I think you can kind of lead into that one. But also, if you're a player and you think you're underpaid and you have a slight injury, you probably aren't as motivated in the world to go out there and maybe re-injure it and make it worse. This is a pretty big season for Jauan Jennings. But on the other side, it's a pretty big season to want to play, right? You would think you'd want to play. And I think that's the 49ers' frustration. It's all parts of it. It's all a mix. They have to be sort of careful and, understand that there are injuries in the NFL. You don't want to push a player out there if he's hurt, but strong suspicion is that the contract, if there's a new contract, that Cap would feel a lot better pretty instantly. Like Micah Parsons back, I think, feels a lot better as of about an hour ago, after being traded from the Cowboys to the Packers. He was claiming that's why he couldn't practice. So it's all part of it. I think everybody understands. Ayuk was the same thing last year. I think even more of a mysterious injury, and they basically challenged him that he was healthy at the end there, and you got to get back to practicing. And then guess what? New contract, he was back practicing. This is a similar thing. They're just not going to pay him as much as it paid Ayuk. It's just period. So it's different in that way. And I think they have the leverage on Jauan, and we'll see what happens in the next 3-4 days.
Have you gotten any sense, either on or off the record, as to what the ask is from Jauan or where the 49ers are sitting? It seems to me, Tim, that these two sides are pretty far apart, but have you gotten any inkling as to what Jauan and his camp are asking for?
Well, I mean, what you hear, not from the camp, but from NFL circles, is that it's high. It's above 20 is what I've heard, and maybe a lot above 20 a year, to put him in the top 20 or so of receivers in that realm. 49ers have done it before with Brandon Ayuk. So, there is precedent for lifting a guy way up on the higher ranks of the receiver salaries. What I've heard from the 49ers side in the air on that one is that they don't want to do anything. They are negotiating. I think there have been numbers exchanged, but they just redid his deal last year. And that's before he got 977 yards receiving. That's before he was the first receiver basically last year when Ayuk got hurt. That's before a lot of other things happened. But their chance is we keep doing you every year. We're going to come back and do it again, and then we're going to tell Colton McKivitz. We're going to tell Trent Williams. We're going to tell Brock Purdy and whatever. So you understand that precedent that they don't want to break, but it's. Everything, if you ask me what the dollars are, I would tell you just from my opinion is that it's not close. It's not even close. Now, at some point, you got to either make a deal or not, and the 49ers want him on the field on week 1, and Jauan Jennings probably doesn't want to go on injury reserve or get deactivated or whatever could happen in the next few days if he's not practicing. But everything I've heard is he wants a lot, and the 49ers are offering very little. I'll put it that way, if I could generalize it like that. And I think we can all kind of write into what the money terms are based on that, but it's far apart. I've been hearing this. I've been writing this for several weeks now, right? It's not close. And it's pretty clear it's not close still.
Tim Kawakami with us on Willard and Dibs. Okay, Tim, this is all really interesting because here's where my mind went yesterday, and maybe it pairs with what you just said that the Niners are thinking. I'm thinking much beyond this year and wondering, with 2 other first-round draft picks at the position, one of them having already been paid, plus 2 young guys they really like in Cowing and Watkins, Robinson on a 2-year deal. Do they even want to be in the Jauan Jennings business beyond this year?
I think I've been saying for a little while, I don't think he's going to be on the team next year. I think they want him this year. And maybe Kyle Shanahan has a different opinion of that because he has been good for them. He does all the physical things that they want out of a receiver, and he can make, big catches. That's a nice combination for them. But I think they're tired of this with the receivers, frankly. They traded Debo. There certainly were contractual stuff with Debo. There was a trade request from Debo. They obviously went through a painful thing with Ayuk last year, which a deal that they do not like. They regret it almost immediately. And then he got hurt, did not play well before he got hurt. So just to have this happen again, I think really puts them on the feeling that they don't need to be in the Jauan Jennings business much longer. But I think they want him on the team this year. Who's going to play receiver for them? If it's not him. You have Ricky Pearsall, who has not been through a healthy season. I think they really think a lot of Ricky Pearsall. Obviously, he was a former first-round pick, somebody that it fits what Shanahan likes in his offense, but you don't know, and then you need other people, and you can believe whatever you want to out of young players, or Russell Gage, or Sky Moore, or whoever, if they get Kendrick Bourne back. But these are not ace receivers; these are not studs. I think they want Jauan on this team, but they don't know. There's a line here that they don't want him that bad, where they're going to bust up president and pay him $22 million. That's not happening. They got to the point with Ayuk where they just had him on the field. They just had to have Brandon Ayuk on the team last year, so they paid it, and they regretted it. And then he got hurt. So I think Jauan's suffering from some of that. where it's a separate situation, but they don't ever want to go down that road again. So, yeah, I don't think he's going to be on the team next year. And, who knows how much longer he's going to be on the team this year. If he's going to be on the field, I don't know. But, yeah, there is a great weariness, and you could probably put stronger words on that from the 49ers side on Jauan Jennings and the whole wide receiver thing. And he's getting the brunt of it, but he also redid his deal last year. And I don't know if they told him last year, we're not doing this again. I don't know if they did, but they're basically saying it now. We are not doing this 1 year after you just did it. If you wanted to get redone now, you shouldn't have done it last year. I don't know if these words are being said, but that's the implication, certainly by the behavior and by the complete stalemate right now.
Yeah, and the feel also that I got yesterday, Tim, is that they're not trading him either. So either